sound of mates getting home instead of here. Click your seatbelt, because 4 unbelted young people are killed or seriously injured every week. Think.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
Day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18+ begambleaware.org.
It's the speed, it's the competition, it's all or nothing. Team Sport indoor karting with adrenaline-fueled action on every straight, ramp and corner. It's where you, your mates and colleagues can be champions for the day. It's the ultimate karting experience. With 35 tracks nationwide, there's a Team Sport track near you. Book online and save 10% with the code GET10 at team-sport.co.uk.
This Easter at Morrison's, get 1 litre spirits for just £18, like Smirnoff Vodka, Gordon's Gin, Bacardi and more. That's more getting into the Easter spirits. Morrison's to shop at Morrison. Majority of stores subject to availability. Excludes Scotland and Wales. Selected bottles, maximum 6 bottles. And 2nd of April. Please drink responsibly.
Get 3 pieces of original recipe chicken, fries, and your choice of side for just $4.49 at KFC. That's a serious size meal for a seriously small price. The original recipe deal for just $4.49. Do the deal until the 28th of April, only at KFC. Participating restaurants only. T's and C's apply.
This spring, Plusnet are buzzing to tell you about full fibre. Oh, it's a B. Our latest and fastest broadband. With speeds up to 900 megabytes and absolutely no activation fees. That's a plus. Offer ends 3rd of April. Save time and make a beeline straight to Plusnet for our best price. New customers only, 24-month contract, limited availability, terms apply.
The manager is subbing on the big man. And another change now. Rodgers comes on, the veteran right back. And now the third choice goalie enters the field. They can barely contain themselves here. With new super sub from Paddy Power, all subs are now super. Because if a player in your bet is subbed off, it carries over to the new player coming on. Paddy Power. Football, you gotta love it. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18+ begambleaware.org.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Liverpool versus Brighton. Live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Hey mate, come over here. Come over here. You're looking for a bit of sport on the side, yeah? Try talkSPORT too. They've got loads of like football, cricket, rugby, boxing and all the best talkSPORT documentaries. Hit talkSPORT 2 on DAB, on the app and on your smart speaker. It's your other national sports radio station. What are you waiting for?
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Liverpool versus Brighton. Live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
This is again day phone in on talkSPORT. Me, Joe Howard, Gabby Agbonlahor. Let's look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action with Now. With the first one, Gabs, we'll start with the smaller game of the two, shall we say. Liverpool v Brighton. Big game, Liverpool fighting out at the top, obviously. Big results for them needed to get it over the line, shall we say. And Brighton, inconsistent this season, but still a really good team. But what's your take? What do you see?
I just see a comfortable Liverpool win. I feel like Salah has been frustrated with his injuries this season. You know, he's going to be on it tomorrow. Diaz, Núñez is just on it. And the way they play as well, Brighton, they can't play defensive. They're open, you know, rarely have clean sheets. So I think Liverpool have too much for them. I'm going to go for a comfortable, probably 3-0 win.
3-0?
Yeah. Salah's hungry for goals. Diaz.
He's a few injuries though. I'm not sure he's
Someone's
back.
like McAllister, who?
I'm not sure who's back with the Liverpool side.
I think everyone's back, but Trent Robertson had a little knock. Trent might not be back, but like I know Salah's ready to go. Nunez, Diaz, McAllister's obviously like they've got too much for Brighton. I would imagine.
Yeah, it's a massive game, massive game.
Get their work done as well before the big one afterwards.
Well,
they go top with a win.
Yeah, they go top, and then obviously we got to talk about it. This is the big game of the weekend, the one we've been building up to. Man City v Arsenal. Now look, I know a lot of Arsenal fans are backing themselves to go and win this game, and they're very chirpy, and you know they have every right to be. They are currently top of the table, but you know to go away and get a result at the the Etihad is going to be sensational. Is this the title decider with these two?
I don't think it. No, I don't, mate. I feel like there's so much to play for. I mean, there's so much points that teams at the bottom are going to need. Teams fighting for European positions. But what I would say, and I agree with you, is that some Arsenal fans are getting very a bit cocky, like a bit arrogant. Like this ain't no Mickey Mouse Man City team who lose. Well, Rodri hasn't lost a game in the Premier League this season. Rodri, De Bruyne, Silva midfield, Alvarez, ready to come back. Doku, Haaland, Foden. You know, to have a back four of Rico Lewis, Akanji, who's got the pace to help cover Lewis as well. Diaz, Aki always does well against Saka. Ortega's a very good goalkeeper. Still playing his feet. So I think Man City are going to be so for this game. Pep's going to be having these players so pumped. We ain't losing the lead to Arteta used to work under me. Are you mad? Not a chance. If they're going to be on one, De Bruyne, after getting subbed against Liverpool, he's going to be on one. So Arsenal fans, like, don't get a bit arrogant yet, because if the Arsenal players go into the game like their fans are at the moment, Man City could easily put it on them.
If Arsenal do win this game, though, do you think they win the title?
I don't think this game is decided, Jamie. I feel like there's
Who do you think wins the title, though?
I think Man City still win the title. I feel that, like, won the treble last season. It's not been as good as last season this season, but they're still on it, mate.
Yeah.
You know, De Bruyne, he will have the like getting subs against Liverpool. You've seen how annoyed he was with Pep. He'll be on one tomorrow. So I still fancy Man City to win tomorrow, and I feel that Man City will still win the league.
Yeah, it's a massive game. I mean, I can't wait for it. We build these games up, don't we? And we want them to be what everyone expects them to be, and sometimes they can let you down, but this one never really does seem to let you down recently, has it? This Man City Arsenal game, I think maybe because of the Pep and Arteta way that both the teams want to play their football, there's not going to be no sitting back.
No. And it's funny because we know what Pep's like. Pep's probably got a surprise under his belt. Probably won't start Doku. Probably like Alvarez. I said he was out, but he's playing. Bernardo Silva, left back. We don't know what he's going to do there. So, like, I'm sure this game, though, Pep will not allow Arteta to come to the Etihad and beat them this time of the season. I just can't see it, mate.
No.
Do you know, like just the way they are
at
home, like, big pits, they'll be up for it. Haaland will be thinking, like, okay, they think they're the best defence in the league, all right, it's go time.
Yeah.
Martinelli's big, though. Big. If he's fit to play, Martinelli. With no Walker at right back. That's probably where they'll target with Rico Lewis or Akanji at right back. Can't wait, mate.
What do you think the score's going to be?
0-0. But I do think it'll be tighter than what we think. I don't think there's going to be loads and loads of goals, because Arsenal have been very good in defence. I'm going to go 2-1 to Manchester City. A late De Bruyne winner.
I'm going to go 4-1 Man City. Just hurt Arsenal. Put them in the mud. Right, that was a look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action. Don't forget that with now you can stream all the Sky Sports action, like Brentford v Man United live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18+.
That's it. Turn it up, please.
Full time at Villa Park. Let's go to Leroy. He's a Burnley fan. Right, Leroy? Good evening, Leroy. Yeah, good, mate. I mean, look, brilliant performance from you today, and you're still in with a little chance of staying in the Premier League.
Oh, boys, I'm buzzing. All the lads have given up, so I've had to drive down on my own. I'm driving back on my own now, but...
Proper fan.
All your mates fucking gone?
Yeah, they've given up. So I set off at 6 o'clock this morning by myself. I'll last to leave the ground. Yeah, just buzzing.
Shambles from your mates, that, by the way. Letting you go there on your own.
They've given up, but we'll be on the next one now. We've got a little bit of hope back.
What did you think, Leroy? I mean, I was fuming at the penalty and sending off, and I'll give it up with these VAR official referees. What did you think of the red card, mate?
No, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. Like, both yellow cards are soft. It's never a penalty. I reckon that happens in every single match in the Premier League every week, and no one even asks if it's a penalty. I don't know why. I don't know how he's managed to come to that decision.
The fact that he gets sent off for it as well as a second yellow, it's just like, you just look at it and you go, have you really made that decision? Have you really, can you really make that call? And fair play to Burnley, because look, Vincent Kompany's fuming, he gets sent off, he could have fell apart. It shows a character actually that you've all of a sudden got a little bit of, because they haven't seen much of it this season. To actually get something from the game.
We looked better when we went to 10 men, like back to 4-4-2 or 4-4-1, and showed a bit more of a fight, like having talkSPORT and me back at centre half, which was missed all season. So no, we're still in with a chance. So
you've got a chance, Leroy. You've got a chance, and sorry, Chelsea, absolutely useless again, 11th in the table. But Burnley on 18 points, they're 4 points adrift of Luton and Nottingham Forest, so it's still all to play for. But let's get up to Villa Park. The dying moments in this game. Ian Stringer.
And if there's somebody you want to play out the dying moments, it's Emi Martinez, isn't it? The Aston Villa goalkeeper. He's had the ball in his hands for a good 10-15 seconds, taking his time, placing it nice and delicately. When it goes over the halfway line, you will hear the roars from the whole end, who have just been saying 2-0 on your big day out to the Wolves fans, because it's Villa 2, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0 here at Villa Park. The goals in the 37th minute, a ripper from Diaby, who smashed it into the top corner. It's a really good finish. Free kick, Louise into Moreno. It deflected from a Wolves player, and Diaby wrapped it into the top corner. And Villa deserved their lead. Wolves had opened relatively well, in all fairness. Nouri could have scored in the 15th minute, but that was saved by Martinez. They made it 2 in the second half. Konza, was it a cross, was it a shot? I think it was a cross, but it's gone in the 66th, and since then it's been thoroughly professional from Aston Villa. They've managed the game very, very well. They've kept possession when they've needed to. They've not troubled the Wolverhampton Wanderers goal, but they've won the game. The full-time whistle, the fight for fourth continues, and Villa are right in there. Aston Villa 2, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0.
Yeah, massive win for Aston Villa, keeps them in the mix for Champions League football. That's it from us. Thanks everyone for getting involved in the show. We're back next week from 5:30, but up next is Faker Others, who brings you live and exclusive commentary of Brentford v Man United right here on talkSPORT.
Do you like the sound of work that has plenty of giggles, where you'll build lifelong skills, as well as wobbly towers, where you'll feel part of a team, or even have the chance to lead them, where every little thing you do makes a big difference? Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
All-day phone-in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City versus Arsenal live tomorrow, contract-free, with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Don't break your stride. Hurry to Screwfix for unmissable deals on trade essentials. Big paint job on? Buy the Fortress Big Box Set for $27.99 and get a half-price extension pole for just $7.47. Patios and driveways in need of a clean? Get the Titan pressure washer for just $59.99. Shop now on the app, at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least April 1st, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on justeat.co.uk for details.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break, or deposit limits to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18 plus begambleaware.org. We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing Monday football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes! Ooh, no! Draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only, while stocks last.
Who are you going for in the racing today? The favourite. And tomorrow? The favourite. And the next day? The favourite. The Sun's horse racing pull-out, The Favourite, is now in the paper 7 days a week. Yes, that's right. Every single day. Bringing you even more top tips, more form guides, more race cards, and all the colours and silks. Get your favourite pull-out every day in the Sun, the home of racing.
Game day phone in on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
First kick of the day.
The Weekend Sports Breakfast, tomorrow morning from 6 on talkSPORT with Tony Cascarino and Natalie Sawyer.
First live football, fixture talk and full flavour fan food.
With big game previews.
Big name exclusives.
And qualifying comment from the nation's destination dawn chorus of Cascarino and Sawyer.
Unequivocal, qualified comment and concentrated club talk.
On the Weekend Sports Breakfast.
Pitch perfect and ready to play.
Tomorrow morning from 6
on talkSPORT.
Hark, the goals are calling. Game day.
It's the ultimate heavy-hitting Premier League experience.
Game day exclusive.
On talkSPORT.
Today's Premier League results have left Brentford just 4 points outside the relegation places, and Manchester United playing catch-up to their top 4 rivals. But with Brentford's Ivan Toney eyeing up a spot on the plane to Germany for the Euros, will the Bees boost their survival hopes, or will United continue picking up points to keep the pressure on Villa and Spurs? We'll find out live and exclusively here on talkSPORT.
Oh, the Premier League, we've missed you. Here is Tony. Sends the thing the wrong way. First international goal of Ivan Toney's career.
Back to club now. Hopefully you get a few results and keep Brentford in the Premier League.
Brentford are in big trouble here. The Bees firmly in the relegation picture.
Are you worried? That's all. Sure that is something. No.
A son is mobbed by his teammates. How big a goal is that in terms of the race for the Champions League and to stay in the top flight?
But Manchester United still have work to take care of to ensure they will be in the Champions League next season.
I think you've got to be fair to Eric Ten Hag. I hope he succeeds this season, and I hope he gets a third season and continues the progress.
We are working, we are cooperating, we are together in the boat, and we know we have to perform and we have to get the right results.
Wits the clock post, might still drop for him! He's done it! Comes back to us, Rasmus Højlund, who turns and fires in! Well, the Premier League well and truly back from its international break. And you're hearing it all live on talkSPORT.
We certainly are. This is game night on talkSPORT. I'm Faker Others. Thanks so much for sharing this Saturday evening with us here at the Cheek Tech Community Stadium. Both teams out warming up after a gorgeous sunny day here in West London. A lot of the players now have their gloves on. Those shooting drills need to be on fire. It's been a goal fest in the Premier League today. 27 goals across the 7 matches so far. What are we going to get in the late 8 o'clock kickoff? It's a big game for both sides tonight. Brentford have inadvertently found themselves in a relegation battle, while Manchester United are looking for a late push to make the top 4. Nigel Adley and former Chelsea and West Ham defender Scott Minter are alongside me as your commentary team. We'll chat to Scott very shortly, but first, let's say a very good evening to Nigel, who can give us a recap of the team news.
Yes, good evening, Faye, and we will start with Brentford, who, as you say, are now deep in trouble at the bottom of the Premier League. 4 points away from the bottom 3, although none of the teams beneath them have won today, and a couple of them gave away points very late in their games as well. There are 2 changes for them from that 2-1 loss at Burnley before the international break. Sergio Reguilon is suspended after his red card there. Frank Onyeka drops to the bench. The players who come into the team are Keane, Lewis, Potter and Yegor Yarmolyuk, the Ukrainian youngster. So it's Flecken in goal, 3 at the back, Jorgensen, Collins and Ayer. 5 across midfield, Ruleslev, Janelt, Yarmolyuk, Lewis Potter and Jensen, with Visser and Tony leading their attack. Brian Mbeumo is still on the bench, so Brentford fans are yet to see Tony and Mbeumo partner together for the first time this season. As for Manchester United, it is the same side which incredibly beat Liverpool 4-3 in that roller coaster FA Cup quarter-final before the break. Onana in goal, Dalot, Lindelof, Varane and Wan-Bissaka at the back four, McTominay and Mainu in midfield, with Garnacho, Fernandes and Rashford supporting Højlund in attack. Lisandro Martinez and Casemiro are both back on the bench following injury, and Mason Mount could feature in the Premier League for the first time since November.
Brilliant stuff, thank you very much, Nige. As I said, former Charlton and West Ham, Chelsea. Want to list all the other clubs, Scott? Scott Minto next to us.
Good evening, Faye. How are you? we can go north to Yorkshire and Rotherham. We can go even abroad to Benfica.
Keep going.
We're all born.
I think that's about it now. yeah. We're all born, exactly. Yes, I was.
Listen, give me your reaction to the team news first and foremost. I mean, it feels like forever ago that we watched Manchester United beat Liverpool, doesn't it? It was only a couple of weeks, but it feels like so much has happened since.
It does, a lot's happened. I mean, you've been away with England as well, haven't you? It probably feels a million miles ago, really. But look, I'm not surprised in terms of the team news. We know that the United, they somehow made it so chaotic that even Liverpool couldn't handle them on the day. It was just a crazy game, wasn't it? So why, if you can, you know, why not keep the same side? Simple as that. That have that feel-good factor, even though they probably, maybe copy Mainu apart, wouldn't have wanted the international break. And in terms of Brentford, well look, we're still waiting on Tony and Mbeumo to actually start the game this season. That's not quite happened, but Tony up front with Visser I think is very good. Keane Lewis Potter should I say, is more of a winger than a wing back. But we know that Thomas Frank wants to play more 3 at the back against the big boys. Having said that, he did that against Burnley, and that was a bit of a surprise. But look, you're right, looking at the table, they're only 4 points above the relegation zone. They really could do with a win here. They'd probably take a draw. And you look at Manchester United, with Spurs coming back from behind against Luton and Villa getting a comfortable win in the end, this is a must-win game for United.
Yeah, it is. It's a must-win game for both these teams. Just watching the Manchester United players do their shooting drills, not that you should take anything from this, but quite amusing. We've seen some cracking goals. Garnacho, Scott McTominay, Garnacho going for one again, just then. The only player to miss so far that I've seen, Bruno Fernandes. Literally, huffed and puffed to the sky, it's the shooting drills.
It's guaranteed to score then, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's the way it goes quite often.
Yeah, it does. Listen, I don't want to talk about him though. I want to talk about the 18-year-old youngster who has set the Premier League alight and set the international stage alight in Kobbie Mainoo. I interviewed him actually in the international break. Such a cool, calm, mature young man, and he really is setting off for something special. He looked like he'd stake to claim for a place in Gareth Southgate's Euros squad. And listen to this, because I thought this was really interesting. Erik ten Hag was asked in his pre-match press conference what he said to him on the day that United beat Newcastle in the Carabao Cup final a year ago. And he said, "Your day will come and we're going to win trophies together." I mean, it feels as if United have had quite a few jigsaw pieces missing. Is he the key bit that they need and have found?
Well, I think there's a lot of pressure to say he's the key bit, but you know, he did very well in pre-season. They knew he was a talent. He obviously had the injury. He came back in and was kind of thrown in a little bit in a difficult time for Manchester United. Was it you who said to Gareth, he's definitely on the plane, and Gareth said, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, he put him under pressure.
He's never going to tell me.
No, but you're right. I mean, you know, we didn't expect him. We thought there was a lot of pressure from this kid just coming in, but I think the fact that it's been so difficult to play for Manchester United this season, and yet he's been one of the star players, shows that he's got the temperament. He's at that age where he's not even thinking, he's just doing.
Yeah.
And he's technically brilliant. You know, you've interviewed him, I've listened to other interviews as well. It looks like and sounds like he's got his feet on the ground. We've got to be very careful about these type of talents, but I tell you what, Faye, I'm really excited about him. The way he came on in that game against Brazil, it looked like, sometimes it takes 10, 12 caps, people say that, before they actually feel comfortable in the England setup. He looked comfortable straight away. I think it was Raul Gomez, he did a little turn and twist and pirouette, he was like, see ya.
Yeah.
And then what the actual debut, full debut he did against Belgium, where I think he was man of the match for me, just shows what a fantastic talent he is. He is on the plane, and even more so, he's now asking questions about whether he should be in the starting 11. And a week or so ago, I was saying don't put that kind of pressure on him, but it looks like he can handle it.
I think it's good for him as well that he's got someone like Marcus Rashford playing for both United and England, because we forget he burst onto the scene. He wasn't even due to play in a UEFA Cup game, scored a couple of goals on his debut as an 18-year-old, and by the end of that season, within a couple of months, he was on the plane going to France for Euro 2016. So it happened very quickly, and of course Rashford, I think, is the sort of person who can pass on the odd nugget of information, which is going to help someone like Mainu. And although Rashford is not having a great season himself, he does have a wealth of experience he can pass on, which will help him.
Yeah, certainly does. And actually, he said to me that he's using Harry Maguire and Marcus Rashford. It's good to see some familiar faces at England. Obviously, he's content around the England setup and been part of the under-17s, but at the same time, he literally skipped 2 age groups straight into the seniors. It's incredible. But I want to talk about Ivan Toney as well, because it's basically, it feels as if Gareth Southgate's probably only going to take 2 strikers to Germany, because other players
Did he
can
tell you
play.
that as well?
No, he wouldn't
I know
confirm
it
that.
tells you a lot, Faye. You can go on the record with it.
Funnily enough, he wouldn't confirm that to me. But in that straight shootout between Ollie Watkins, who's having such an incredible season already, it's between him and Ivan Toney, it seems, and Ivan Toney against Belgium was fantastic.
Do you know what? I think it's a real shame if it is just the 2, because I was in the talkSPORT studio the other night and I riled an Aston Villa fan by saying, do you know what? I'm all for the body of work normally, and Ollie Watkins this season has had that body of work in terms of scoring goals and making assists. He's double figures in both. But Ivan Toney, he's just come in and he's scored goals. Okay, in the last few games for club, he hasn't quite done that. But you're looking at these games now, and it sounds really harsh. It's a trial. It's a test. It's if we are going to only have another striker, who is going to affect the game more? And as much as Ollie Watkins, for me, you could argue, wasn't given the service, Harry Kane especially, but even Ivan Toney finds a way to get into the game, finds a way to affect the game. Add on the fact that we know he's a brilliant penalty taker, and I'm pretty sure at some point, whoever wins the Euros is going to have to get through a penalty shootout competition, although I don't think it's just about that. I just thought Ivan Toney played better, and it was a very important game for him.
We know as well, Scott, that Harry Kane is the number 9. He will play. Do you have to look at who might be content to be on the bench during a tournament, maybe get 10 minutes here or there? Do you have to look at the character of the player, whether it's Toney or Watkins or maybe both, and think, can they deal with that?
Do you know what? I think both can. I genuinely think, I've spoken to a few people who have heard about what Ivan Toney's like in the dressing room. Yes, we know he's ultra confident, but he's a really good lad. He's one of the boys, he's a very good character, and I think he would understand if he had to play second fiddle to Harry Kane, absolutely. Ollie Watkins, of course, we know, would be fine.
He actually said to me, whoever goes, if it is between me and Ollie, it'll be the right person for the team, and that's the right thing for England. He was actually really humble in that, and understood the way it goes, and it's going to depend on injuries. But he's so vital for Brentford. 4 points above the relegation places. They're pinning all their hopes on him pretty much, aren't they? I mean, obviously, other teams' results matter. They're in a good place, 4 points above the drop zone, but at the same time, he needs to be banging in some goals and getting them a little bit more breathing space.
Yeah, you're being very kind by saying they're in a good place.
Well, they're in a better place than three in the relegation places.
Yes, absolutely. But they've lost 14 of the last 18 games. They're dropping like a stone, and sometimes you say there's always a team that falls the way into it. So at some point Brentford have to start winning games. Now, it's been very difficult for them because there's been so many different defensive combinations. I think there has been 14 in the last 18 games. You can see why perhaps they're conceding goals. They're conceding over 2 a game. So the pressure then on Ivan Toney and Visser, and obviously Mbeumo's coming back now, is massive. They need to go back to what they were. They were a very hard-working side. They were very difficult to break down. And if you're conceding 2 goals a game, you need 3 to win it.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter how good a striker you've got. To ask him to be scoring a hat-trick almost every game is pretty impossible.
But it feels like the Premier League is doing just that today. You score one, we'll score one.
Do you know what, Faye? That's the beauty of the Premier League all season, and today just completely reflects that. No tiredness, straight in, end-to-end games, lots of goals.
I'm going to be fuming if this is goalless after what we've seen today. Absolutely fuming. This is Game Night, live and exclusive national radio commentary of Brentford against Manchester United, coming up in just under 15 minutes' time. You're listening to talkSPORT.
Game day is the sound of your mates alive. He's getting more tomorrows for more chips and more drive-thrus. It's the sound of mates safely getting to 5-a-side, just a goal line. It's the sound of mates hogging the Oaks to hit play on electric jazz. It's the sound of mates getting home instead of here. Click your seatbelt, because 4 unbelted young people are killed or seriously injured every week. Think.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Unbeatable club dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
T&Cs apply. 18+ begambleaware.org.
Don't break your stride. Hurry to Screwfix for unmissable deals on trade essentials. Big paint job on? Buy the Fortress Big Box Set for $27.99 and get a half-price extension pole for just $7.47. Patios and driveways in need of a clean? Get the Titan Pressure Washer for just $59.99. Shop now on the app, at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least April 1st, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for T's and C's.
Mwah. When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on justeat.co.uk for details.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes! Ooh, no! Draw 1 card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 a.m. Includes one selected book or toy. Uno arrangement prices toys only while stocks last.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Hey, fancy scoring £1,000 for your local football club? Well, you're in luck, because the Sun has teamed up with Tesco's Stronger Starts programme to create the Footy for All Fund, offering £150,000 in grants to help out grassroots youth football clubs. 150 clubs will each get £1,000 to be used in any way that helps children continue to enjoy the sport they love. So, if your club or club in your area needs a boost, apply for a grant today at thesun.co.uk/footy fund. T's and C's apply.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream the Premier League contract free with a Now Sports Day all-month membership. 18+, Trimber Internet terms apply.
Feel the passion and the pride of the Premier League.
Oh, it's a stunning goal!
Game day exclusive
on talkSPORT.
Manchester United 0.
Such a long time ago, and we come far from that point.
Matthias Jensen gives Brentford the lead. A comedy of errors at the back for Manchester United.
to being in a winning position to in a split second lose the game, but that's football.
Headed on by Brentford. McTominay! He's done it! John McTominay makes the game for Manchester United, and it's like Fergie time all over again.
This is Game Night exclusive. I'm Faker Rudders. 10 minutes to kick off as Brentford face Manchester United in our final Premier League commentary of the day. These two sides have played some crackers, haven't they? That 4-0 win for Brentford here at the G-Tech 18 months ago in Eric Ten Hag's first away game in charge of Manchester United. Then back in October this season, 2 late goals from Scott McTominay at Old Trafford gave United the 3 points. We have had some brilliant games across the network today as well, with goals galore. So hopefully this one is going to live up to expectations. Lots to play for, with Brentford fighting for survival and United eyeing up Champions League qualification. We're about to have a light show here at the G-Tech as well. It always feels in these night games as if we transform a football pitch into a nightclub. With a little bit of Faithless going on in the background and a light show to come as well. And my team with their hands in the air. We're all getting a bit old. Let's find out how the odds are looking for this one and get an update with Betfair.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free ACCA or bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus for gambleaware.org.
Hello, Sam Rosbottom. How are you?
Very good, Faye. Looking forward to this one. It's been an absolutely cracking day, like you said, hasn't it, for Premier League football. Hopefully, this one lives up to the expectations too.
I'm fingers crossed that I'm not jinxing it by teeing it up so much. But what are the odds? Who are the favourites to win?
Yeah, look, this is a huge game for Manchester United. They are the odds-on favourites to win this one. They're 10 to 11 to get all 3 points on the road. I say it's a massive game. We've just seen Spurs win. We've just seen Villa win. If United want to get in that top 4, this could be last chance saloon, couldn't it? Brentford, who have had some cracking results at the G-Tech over the years against big sides, they're 2 to 1 to get all 3 points. And the draw in this one tonight, 21 to 10.
Oh, interesting. In terms of the charity bet, I've gone for Manchester United to win, both teams to score, and over 2.5 goals. How's that looking for the Bobby Moore Fund?
Well, I've got my fingers crossed for this one. We were so close with Adrian Durham's charity treble earlier today. We just needed Fulham to get a winner, but sadly not. We hit the bar with that one, so fingers crossed we can get this one landed. We've got Manchester United to win, over 2.5 goals in the game, and both teams to score. We've combined all those 3 selections in a bet builder, and that is coming out at around 19 to 10, so our £50 charity stake will return £144 if all 3 land. Don't forget as well, this weekend on football you can get a completely free ACCA or bet builder with Betfair. Just make sure to opt in for that one. So fingers crossed, Faye, we can go one step further than Adrian and land a winner tonight.
Oh, I hope so. Thank you very much, Sam. That was update. All thanks to Betfair, 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free ACCA or bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 on minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus for gambleaware.org.
Right, now I mentioned Manchester United's 4-0 defeat to Brentford in Eric Ten Hag's second Premier League game in charge. Here's how the United boss reacted on about that loss.
It's such a long time ago, and we come. I think we come fired from that point, and of course after that we put a marker on the mentality, also on the culture, on the standards. We have to execute day by day, and I think we have made a lot of progress after that.
Yeah, they certainly have made quite a lot of progress. Scott Minto and Nigel Adderley with me here. I can't see that happening again tonight, Scott, but it's been such a mad Premier League Saturday. Who knows?
Never say never, Faye. No, I wouldn't have thought so. And you know what? It is a long time ago. It was the beginning of last season. We're almost at the end of this season. However, this was the last time that United came here, and it wouldn't surprise me if Thomas Frank said, the first 15 minutes, let's really go at them and see if we can create something similar. I'd be very surprised if, you know, Andre Nana would be playing the ball out if they're going to be doing those type of tactics. Again, from United's point of view, then, and they've been pressed high with the crowd behind them, because the atmosphere here is fantastic, and the light show they've got at the moment already, they're really geeing everyone up, aren't they, ready for the game. They'll be up for this, so if United have to go long for the first 10-15 minutes, so be it, but yeah, absolutely, Brentford would love that kind of result again.
One of the big differences from the last game here is that Cristiano Ronaldo isn't in the dressing room anymore.
Yes, I forgot about. God, that just seems like such a long time ago, doesn't it? Football just moves on incredibly quickly. Scott mentioned the light show here. Honestly, I feel as if every single Premier League club are trying to outdo each other in terms of light shows, space.
It's great though, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
Why not? It creates a fantastic atmosphere.
It really does, and the players are in the tunnel, and I can see Ivan Toney nodding along as we speak, waiting to come out for the beginning of this match, which is in about 4 minutes' time. It's absolutely packed here at the G-Tech Stadium as well. The Manchester United fans have travelled their way down from the northwest of England down here to London on Easter weekend. Quite impressive to make this long journey down here. And on cue, out come the players, hand in hand with the mascots. Premier League ball is taken off the plinth by the referee, Simon Hooper. And we get ready for what is going to be an intense game between these two sides, both fighting for very different causes. Relegation for Brentford, Champions League for Manchester United. Just finally, Scott, the key battles tonight?
No, I think in terms of the mentality side, those first 15 minutes we're talking about, Brentford will try and get at United, but you know, obviously we're talking about Ivan Toney and this, can they trouble Lindelof and Varane? I actually think they can. So if they have to go a little bit longer, then so be it. And then look, Kobbie Mainoo, how's he going to respond after having a superb international week? But the likes of Bruno Fernandes need to step up and be that captain. Rasmus Højlund being fit, I think, is key. And the fact that he's back now, how good he was before the international break, before his injury, I want to see him firing like he was.
Well, we'll see who's going to get off to the fastest start. For Brentford, it's about making sure they're still in the Premier League next season, while Manchester United want to make sure they're back playing in Europe's elite competition. All to play for. Sit back and enjoy this one with former Charlton and Chelsea defender Scott Minto, alongside your match commentator here at talkSPORT, Nigel Amley.
Thank you, Faye. Good evening once again. The clocks go forward tonight, and Brentford would love to fast forward to the end of the season if it meant Premier League survival. It's become a real grind, and they need big moments from their main players. United have been a moments team all season, some great, some awful, and they now need help from others to avoid a lingering sense of failure this season. A reminder of the two teams once again. Two changes for Brentford. Yarmolyuk and Lewis Potter come into the side. Onyeka is on the bench and Reguilon is suspended. It is Flecken in goal, Jorgensen, Collins and I are the back three. Rolerslev, Janelt, Yarmolyuk, Jensen and Lewis Potter across midfield, with Visser and Toney in attack. United, Anana in goal, Dalot, Lindelof, Varane and Wan-Bissaka. McTominay and Mainoo in midfield, Garnacho, Fernandes and Rashford behind Højlund. Lisandro Martinez and Casemiro back on the bench for United. And Bryan Mbeumo will be an attacking option for Brentford later on in the evening as well. And really, Scott, getting Mbeumo and Toney on the field together again has got to be a major example of what Thomas Frank needs to do in the remainder of the season.
Absolutely, they're the key players up front, Nigel. Of that there's no doubt. Ivan Toney, and again, you know, how will he respond? I thought he was superb, as we talked about in that game against Belgium. Now take that into your club form, where you're probably not going to be there next season, but make sure they are safe. Mbeumo coming off the bench will be very, very key. But I do think defensively they have to shore up. As I said before, you can't concede 2 goals in every game, how they've been in the last 18 games, and expect to win a match.
And it's United in their black and white striped away kit who will get the match underway. Brentford in their famous red and white stripes, black shorts and black socks. It has been a dramatic day in the Premier League. Goals galore, matches in the balance, right to the very end. And we finish with a game here at the G-Tech Community Stadium, which means so much to both ends of the table. Brentford in real danger of relegation. Manchester United hoping for a place in the Champions League once again. And they get the match underway, and it's back with Andre Onana defending the goal away to our right in the first half. His long ball forward is flicked on by McTominay. Roderslev will go back to Flecken, the Dutch international, in goal for Brentford. His long clearance downfield is nodded back by Varane and eventually cleared away by Ayer on the edge of the penalty area. Brentford going with a back three. They've lost 13 of their 18 games this season with a back three, but only 4 of 11 when they played a back four. But Thomas Frank clearly trusting the process as they look to bring the ball forward now with Yarmolyuk on the far side. A rare opportunity for the Ukrainian under-21 international. In the end, it's worked all the way back to Flecken, and it's a high ball over the top, looking for Tony. He was tangling with Dalot, and it's gathered once again by Lindelof just in front of us.
Yeah, nothing much to report really, is it? Just two teams speeding each other out, not really getting 3, 4, 5 passes together, which is just what United are trying to do now. I won't be surprised to see that ball go from Flecken to Tony, and Tony just try and, out-muscle the central defenders of United.
United looking to play out as they did so here last season when it really cost them, and this time it works because Mainu was able to wriggle away from the challenge and find Rashford, who clips a deflected ball forward, which is cut out by Jorgensen on the edge of the penalty area. Now Jensen, who scored in the defeat for Brentford at Old Trafford back in October. They led that game for so long before Scott McTominay came on very late in the day and scored twice in added time. Really, in many ways, summing up United's season.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, I'm just interested to see how Kobbie Mainoo would respond after what was a sensational international break. Well, not really a break, but playing really well in those 2 games. He just received the ball with one of the Brentford players on him, and he just did that pirouette he did to João Gomes in the game against Brazil. I was interested in Onana still trying to play out. Brentford still trying to press, but he's playing that well at the moment. He fancies himself.
Tony flicks on into the penalty area. Visser is involved. Now Lewis Potter down the left-hand side for Brentford, looking to twist and turn away from Dalot. Has support from Yarmolyuk, and Yarmolyuk's done well down the left. Breaks into the penalty area, pulls it back towards the near post. Mainu with a clearance which doesn't make the distance. An acrobatic overhead kick from Visser is blocked, and United will finally clear. And now they can break. Fernandes with an excellent ball forward. Here is Rashford now. Left-hand side of the penalty area. Højlund in support. Rashford carries the ball a long way. Now needs support, or does he? Back to the edge of the penalty area. Fernandes with a right foot shot, tracks it wide, and that was a chance.
Brilliant. I mean, end-to-end already, isn't it? Brentford getting down to the byline, cutting the ball back. United defenders really read that well, expecting that cut back rather than the whip across the 6-yard box, and then suddenly they counter-attack. Rasmus Højlund holding the ball up really well, and then just playing it in behind for Marcus Rashford. I have to say, Brentford defenders did really well. They doubled up on him, didn't allow him to come inside, but he held the ball up, laid it back to Bruno Fernandes, who had the first-time shot. It just went wide, but I'll tell you what, it's already an open game.
3 minutes play here on talkSPORT at the G-Tech Community Stadium in West London. Brentford 0, Manchester United 0 in the Premier League. So many late goals today in our 12:30 commentary on talkSPORT, beginning game day at St James's Park. Newcastle 3-1 down with 7 minutes of normal time to play. Beat West Ham 4-3. Seamus Coleman with an added time own goal, gifting Brentford, or rather Bournemouth, the victory against Everton. And Burnley twice coming from behind with 10 men to draw at Chelsea as Bruno Fernandes comes forward down the right-hand side, but his ball into the penalty area is closed down, cleared by Collins. Visser just unable to gather, and now Lindelof will bring it forward again for United. Fernandes takes over, further wide to the far side, and Garnacho. And United just trying to gather some poise on the ball here after what's been a frenetic start. 4 minutes played. Also today, Palace drawing 1-1 at Forest. Fulham coming from 3-1 down late on to draw at Sheffield United. And Son scoring a very late winning goal for Spurs to beat Luton coming from behind. It means United are 9 points behind Spurs with this game in hand here tonight, and 12 points behind Aston Villa with 2 games in hand. But at the moment, they are the outsiders in what looks to be a 3-horse race for 4th or possibly 5th in the Champions League.
I'll say at the moment it's a 2.5 horse race. I think United aren't quite in it. They need to go on a fantastic run, and that's why tonight is so important.
King Lewis Potter coming forward now for Brentford. High diagonal ball into the area, looking for Tony, and Wan-Bissaka was aware of the danger in the vicinity. Rises to head the ball behind for a corner.
Oh dear, but he's gone down, Ivan Tony, hasn't he?
I think he was caught by Wan-Bissaka as he leapt there to head the ball away.
Yeah, he did really well. I'm not quite sure. The two of them looked as if they came close. Maybe that Wan-Bissaka came down. I just think he's kind of twisted it as he's turned. He's realising Wan-Bissaka's going to get there. There's a little bit of a, call it a hill, but just a decline, isn't it, once the goal line goes. And I wonder whether he just wasn't expecting it there, and it looks as if he's in a little bit of pain, but he will carry on.
Ivan Toney hobbles back into the 6-yard area. Matthias Jensen will take the corner kick on this near side with his fair hair swept back by an Alice band here on what is a beautiful evening for football. Very still, very dry, although the temperature is dropping. We'll see what Toney can do here in his mobility as he attacks the first corner of the game for Brentford. With Jensen will take an outswinger high to the far post. Toney rising, and it was a free header at the end, but he glances it well wide of the far post.
It was a great ball in. You can see they worked at that. Ivan Toney, who just kind of holds his line really. It's Marcus Rashford who's picking him up.
Or not.
Or not, yes, absolutely. And look, it was a free header, but it was one that came in pretty quickly, but he's able to look at it from distance. He should be getting a better connection on that and at least hitting the target.
A long clearance downfield from Onana, Janelt, and then Ruleslav tried to clear the ball away, and in the end it's gathered by Wan-Bissaka, playing on the left of the United back four. He is the 6th different left back used by United this season. They've also had 11 different central defensive pairings due to injuries, and only Brighton have used more defensive combinations than both of tonight's sides. And it's also been a real issue for Brentford. They've shuffled around between the back three and the back four, but Ethan Pinnock, I think, remains a massive miss for them.
He does. I think he's a really strong player for them. Very good player indeed. Adds balance, adds height. Ben Mee, obviously, and then you've got the two full-backs or wing-backs who have been injured as well. Rico Henry's a player I really like.
Brentford, a team who have lost 12 of their last 15 games. And injuries have been a problem, and of course Ivan Toney has come back into the side after his suspension, but is currently 5 games without a goal as Visser looks to close down Varane on the edge of the penalty area. He hammers the ball away. Garnacho with the peroxide rinse on the far side, tries to keep the ball in play, but it's played over the top again by Collins on the far side, but United will win it back. 8 minutes played here on talkSPORT in the Premier League in West London on a Saturday night, and it's Brentford 0, Manchester United 0.
I tell your commentator there, Nige, one you talk about the Alice band, the other one peroxide rinse as well.
Yeah, I've got neither, by the way. Here is Højlund coming forward, and it's headed away eventually by McTominay as Brentford try to clear, and now Lindelof on the edge of the penalty area, through again towards Mainu, does well to pick out Højlund, who lays it wide to Garnacho. McTominay takes over, high diagonal ball wide to the left-hand side to find Rashford. Wan-Bissaka on the overlap, but it's a 1-2 between Fernandes and Rashford, who tries to play it into the penalty area for Højlund, but it's swept away by Ayer. But United will win the ball back, and Brentford very deep here at the moment as McTominay plays it wide to the far side, and Dalot. And Brentford have every single red and white striped shirt behind the ball at the moment.
I'm not surprised. I think if United are playing the ball out from the back, they'll try and press high and create the mistake. But once United get the ball into midfield, they will just drop in and get 11 behind the ball.
Bruno Fernandes wide towards Wan-Bissaka. Good ball around the corner from the fullback, and then the back heel from Fernandes strikes Jorgensen and bobbles out to play on this near side for a United throw-in. And they've never been higher than 6th in the Premier League this season. 15 wins, only 2 draws and 11 losses, and they've only scored fewer goals at this stage of the season once in the last 33 years, and that was one of the seasons under Louis van Gaal.
And you have to say it has been a horrendous season really, and yet if they were to win the FA Cup, and if they were to finish top 5, and that's enough for the Champions League, and that would be a great ending to it.
Now Visser coming forward for Brentford. He's got space, and Tony to the right-hand side. Tony now gathers back towards Jensen. Tony will try and make his way into the penalty area. Further back towards Jorgensen. And now Rullerslev. Jensen again, Rullerslev on the overlap. Jensen with a high ball to the far post. Lewis Potter does well to head it down for Jarmo Juk inside the penalty area. And now Potter again will try and take on Dallo. Back towards Jarmo Juk. Collins is forward, but his ball on the edge of the penalty area, headed away by Garnacho. Collins then does well to come back and knock the ball down, and Jensen will gather on the edge of the penalty area. Maybe thought about the shot, but here is Rullerslev to the right. An excellent cross into the penalty area, headed away at the far post by Varane, with Tony leaping just in front of him. Now Højlund on the edge of the penalty area. Kobe Minu with an excellent ball forward. Bruno Fernandes wide to this near side, and Garnacho. Rashford is waiting down the centre. Brentford could be caught out here. Garnacho on the edge of the penalty area, tries to play it back towards Fernandes. It was short, but Fernandes comes in with a challenge on Jensen. No free kick according to Simon Hooper. Now Minu on the edge of the penalty area. Wan-Bissaka further wide to the left, and Garnacho. And now Minu again, finding Fernandes at walking pace, 20 yards out. He slips it straight into the path of Matthias Jensen, and Brentford will try and clear. We've played 11 minutes here on talkSPORT. It's 0-0, and here's Scott Minter.
Yeah, I just think United, when they do get the ball, they've got to try and look forward quicker. And once you let Brentford get into position, very difficult team to break down when they've got 11 behind the ball. You can see how hard they are working. Just a couple of very minor things, though it might not end up being minor. Marcus Rashford did go back with Rullerslev, but he just allowed him to get the cross in, and it was a dangerous cross, headed well out by the United defence. He's got to get tighter if he's going to stop that cross coming in. And Kobe Manu already, just one or two touch play, his vision and his technique, it is superb, it really is. He's playing the game at his pace.
Well, there should be goals here tonight. There have been 54 at the G-Tech so far this season in the Premier League. Villa Park and Bramall Lane are the only stadiums to have a higher total in the Premier League, and Bramall Lane saw 6 more today. But there's only been 1 clean sheet at home for Brentford, but the flip side of that, Arsenal are the only side not to concede here in the Premier League this season from the visitors. Now Varane flips it wide to the far side, and Garnacho. There is space for him to try and attack Lewis Potter, who shows him the inside. Janelt then comes across to make a solid challenge, and the German will try and clear, but he's got support further back now from Lewis Potter. Slipped into the path of Jarmo Juk, and now Janelt again. The Brentford crowd rather urging their team to move the ball a bit quicker through midfield. Here is Janelt now with the ball over the top, seeking out Visser, who was heavily outnumbered, and it's one bounce into the arms of Onana.
Yeah, look, the crowds obviously want you to try and get forward as much as possible, but that's why you don't just do it, because the ball wasn't on. It was trying to be inch perfect. In the end, went straight to Onana, and you give the ball away. If it's on, yes, go forward, but if it isn't, that's when you keep the passes going and try and open up the defence.
Now Wan-Bissaka, wide to this near side, and Rashford, 13 minutes played, goalless so far. Garnacho again on the edge of the penalty area. Bruno Fernandes back towards Rashford, who tries to shrug off a challenge back in field towards Bruno Fernandes. Does well with this back to goal to find Dallo with a shot which is deflected behind off Collins, and it will be United's first corner.
Well, I think that might be a way for United, because they're dropping so deep, Brentford, and making it so difficult for these little 1-2s for Bruno Fernandes and Marcus Rashford and Rasmus Højlund as well. Once they drop back, there's got to be someone who's there on the edge of the box ready for the shot. This time it was Dallo. You see, he looked at the sky because he felt that was going in. Very good block in the end, but United very much on the front foot right now.
Corner kick, which Bruno Fernandes will take on the far side. The United right, it's an outswinger towards that near post. Powerful leap from Janelt to clear. Garnacho will try and bring it down on the edge of the penalty area. He loses possession, but it's quickly recovered by Dallo. Now Rashford curls the high cross in. Once again, it's not clear by Collins this time. Straight back towards Rashford, but the challenge comes in from Jensen, and it will be a throw into United on this near side. You're listening to Brentford 0, Manchester United 0 on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget that with Now, you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Brentford against Manchester United live right now, contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports. Wan-Bissaka will take the throw in on this near side. In towards Mainu. Mainu knocks it off Jorgensen. Maybe thought about trying to get the corner kick, but Brentford will eventually clear. Visser has given the ball straight to Varane, but it's all a bit frenetic, all a bit pinball in the midfield at the moment.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's United who's on top. They're the one who is pressing and not letting Brentford try and get any passes in at all.
Now Rashford down the left-hand side, finding Kobe Mainu onto his right foot, heading towards the right. And now Bruno Fernandes with the crossing, looking for Højlund, who controlled the ball with his back to goal. Can he get the shot in? I think in the end he almost took the ball away from McTominay, who was steaming in. It's cleared away. Tony is fouled by Varane, and Brentford have a free kick midway inside their own half.
Yeah, he did, but I think that's United's best way at the moment, because it's so difficult. If you don't get to the byline and sort of cut the ball back, if you just whip crosses in or even just hang them in, this back three of Brentford will be able to deal with that. To get the ball into Højlund or to Rashford and lay the ball back and have a shot from 20 yards.
Lewis Potter now coming forward down the left-hand side, fires in the cross, which is way overhit. 3 bounces straight out of play on this near side, and it will be a throw into United, and that's a waste for Brentford to get the ball in that sort of area and do nothing with it.
Absolutely, they've hardly got into the final third of United, so when you do, especially Lewis Potter, that's where he wants to be. He's not a wing-back. He doesn't want to be defending all the time. He wants to get forward, playing almost like a left winger. He was in that position, so once you get that half a yard, you've got to put the quality balls in, especially when you've been under pressure like Brentford have.
Poor clearance on this near side from United. Jorgensen plays it into the penalty area. Visser tries to dart away from the challenger. Wan-Bissaka pull back for Tony, and in the end it was a crucial intervention from Lindelof, which was probably a goal-saving intervention, and the ball will scramble behind for a Brentford corner.
But again, you know, this time it's Brentford pinning in United. There's a bit of pinball, and fair play to Visser for getting there first. He whips the ball back. It's one of those, especially from where we're sitting, Nigel. I'm thinking, is that going in? But it's gone wide by about 5 yards. It's a really important tackle. Was it Tony there waiting?
He was lurking. The ball is played short to Janelt. Left-footed ball, high to the far post. Knocked by Tony into the penalty area. It's loose and then slashed high over the top. It was another opportunity inside the penalty area for Lewis Potter, but it was deflected behind. Good spell here for Brentford, and they have another corner.
It's the best spell of the game for them, with that there's no doubt. Good ball in, as I say, they've got the height. It's a really good block in the end from Rafa Varane.
17 minutes played, 0-0, but the home side have the wind in their sails here. Jensen over the corner kick, down their right. Attacking the goal away to our right. And this time it will be a longer delivery, high into the penalty area. And it evades the aerial duel between Tony and Mainu. But it's a high ball back into the penalty area from Yarmolyuk towards the far post. Jorgensen challenging with Bruno Fernandes, and the ball just strikes the shoulder of the United captain and goes behind for another Brentford corner here.
He did well there, Bruno. There must be a foot difference between the two. Well, Jorgensen actually could have been a little bit stronger.
Yeah, he got off the ground, didn't he?
Yeah. There was a lot of snow coming down on the ball as well, wasn't there? So he had time to really come onto it.
Janelt from the short corner, back towards Jensen. Excellent cross into the penalty area, headed away again by Varane, straight back towards Jensen. Janelt pokes it further infield. It's claimed here by Yarmolyuk. Midway inside the United half, wide to the right-hand side again. Jensen riding the challenge of Bruno Fernandes. Janelt tries to slip it down the line. Jensen has robbed Bruno Fernandes, fires the ball in, and it's tipped away at the near post by Onana. It's still loose inside the 6-yard area, and eventually the ball back in towards goal is hammered away by Wan-Bissaka. And now Højlund with a defensive header, which eventually drops to Tony inside the penalty area, and it was Ayer, the central defender, still forward, looking to get the shot in. Now Visser, 25 yards out, chaos on the edge of the United penalty area here. Visser now looks to turn, the crowd urging Brentford on. Tony is fouled by Dallo right on the edge of the penalty area, wide on the left-hand side, and it's a free kick, and that all came from a wafer-thin challenge from Bruno Fernandes on this near side.
Yeah, well, look, he defended well in the first place, and he got his body there, and then he was quite wafer-thin, just shoved off the ball. It wasn't the best of crosses coming in, but they were able to keep it going, Brentford. As I say, just in the last 5 or so minutes, they've been really good, the home side. Now it's United on the back foot. Now they need to make sure they keep the clean sheet the next 5-10 minutes.
Nearly 20 minutes played, 0-0. A free kick wide on the left-hand side, but Ivan Toney may fancy this. He's over it with Vitaly Janelt. And United have now pulled every single player back behind this free kick. All of the outfield players are within 25 yards of the United goal here.
I want to see my big boys at the back just trying to get on the end of it. If he is going to shoot, he's going to whipping it in.
Well, Toney waves away Janelt, and it's played short, and then Toney hammers it in low, and it deflects away off Bruno Fernandes, and it's a Brentford corner down their left this time.
Yeah, fair play to Bruno there. He's the one who came out. It's a quick pass the ball in, touch, stop it, have a shot. And by the time that happened, Bruno Fernandes had come out and had defended well.
Janelt will take the corner kick in front of those United fans, all on their feet, all in good voice on the far side. Nearly 21 minutes played here on talkSPORT. Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. Janelt's corner in towards Toney, but it's over his head, hammered away by Varane. Quickly returned by Yamolyuk towards the edge of the penalty area, and it's controlled by Toney, who seems to have shaken off that earlier injury. And now Jensen spreads it wide to Janelt. Quickly down the line for Lewis Potter. Down the left-hand side, the cross in, flicked on by Jorgensen, had a real chance there. Another free header 8 yards out, but it floats over the top.
I think they should have done better there as well. Able to get a 2-on-1 down the outside. Comes back in onto his right foot. It's a cross to come in. It's a difficult cross, to be fair. Jorgensen's almost just got to try and flick it on. He's almost coming back and generate the pace. And because he's in line with the front post, it's very difficult to do that. He's just got to try and get a flick on more than anything else.
But Brentford weathered the storm from United, and now they come forward again now. Visser looks to pick out the run of Yamolyuk down the right-hand side. The low cross in there was too close to Onana. He swoops on it inside the 6-yard area.
Yeah, no one was able to keep up with Yamolyuk there, really, were they? You can see as the ball played out to him, it was a good run. This has come inside Wan-Bissaka. A simple save in the end for Onana.
Well, Yamolyuk has done well so far. Big night for the 20-year-old to come in against Manchester United. Now Rashford coming infield from the left. Tries to work the 1-2 with McTominay. Bruno Fernandes takes over. Dalot now. All very narrow for United, but the cross in almost finds Garnacho. He won the header above Jorgensen inside the 6-yard area, but it's a couple of yards wide.
Yeah, again, I think it's Brentford who are defending really well. In the end, it's just a ball to the back post. Can't see Garnacho jumping above this Brentford defence and heading it in the top corner.
Currently Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. For the latest odds, head to Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage. Right now, Brentford 21-10 to win, 11-5 the draw, United 13-10 to win. Don't forget, Betfair are paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payouts. Applies to match odds, 90 markets, or markets with a 90 icon. All thanks to Betfair, 18+, begambleaware.org. 23 minutes played. Still goalless, but not chanceless so far. As Visser slips it forward towards Toney. He could be in for Brentford, and it's hit the post. Hits the inside post. Now Rollerslev inside the penalty area, challenged by Wan-Bissaka, and what an opportunity there for Ivan Toney. Seemed to have done everything right, but United rescued by the woodwork.
Really good play there from Brentford. Again, one-touch play. Lovely touch. I wonder whether Toney was offside or not. No, he was definitely onside. It was Wan-Bissaka, the left back, keeping him onside. Went through the legs of Varane. Well, someone like him, he'd be disappointed that's not got in the back of the net. It's a really good first touch and good strike. It's hit the post. And that definitely would have counted if it had got in.
Well, Thomas Frank applauds the effort on goal and also tries to wind up the crowd beneath us here to get more volume for them. As Jensen will take the corner kick. Again, it's deep into the 6-yard area, and it was a Brentford head which rose. It was Johan Visser this time, and he's frustrated because he heads it well wide. And how many free headers are Brentford going to have inside the United 6-yard area?
I'll tell you what, Nige, that is an absolute peach of a corner. It's one of those that Hernanes, normally as a defender, you're thinking if it's anything in the 6-yard box, I want my keeper coming out, but it was kind of fizzed in. And that will be another chance for Brentford in the air. You get the feeling set pieces, they really can beat United, but at this moment in time, after the initial first 10-15 minutes, you're beating them in open play as well.
Well, Steve McLaren and Erik ten Hag extremely animated around the technical area ahead of us here. Ten Hag having words with Marcus Rashford. I thought maybe he was going to switch Ian Garnacho for a moment, but he doesn't look too happy, Ten Hag, because United had early control of this game, but that's suddenly been relinquished.
Yeah, and they're not passing it out there, you can see, because they're worried of the Brentford press. So Onana's kicked it long, gone straight to a Brentford midfielder, who, unfortunately for the home side, has given it straight back. So United have possession, but just those little things where you don't want to risk it. They realise they're under pressure at this moment in time, so don't put more pressure on yourself by playing out from the back.
Big game coming up in women's football tomorrow on talkSPORT 2. Arsenal against Chelsea, the Continental League Cup final. Faye will be in the chair with Joe Shannon and Courtney Sweetman-Kirk on commentary. And then we resume the race for the Premier League on Easter Monday on the home of the EFL, talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. It was an extraordinary day of twists and turns yesterday. On Monday, 12:30 on talkSPORT, Leicester against Norwich. What a game that is after what happened yesterday. Game day live with Adrian Durham from 1 on talkSPORT. We'll have all the goals as they go in. Stoke against Huddersfield, a big game at the bottom, is also on talkSPORT 2 at 3. And then we switch to talkSPORT for Ipswich against Southampton, an absolute monster game at 5:30, and a Yorkshire derby to finish. Leeds against Hull. Leeds looking to go back on top possibly after dropping points at Watford last night. That game's also on talkSPORT at 8 o'clock on Monday evening. And the Championship at the moment is tremendous at both ends of the table.
Big day for Ipswich yesterday, wasn't it?
Big day for Leicester as well. I was at Ashton Gate and they were absolutely appalling. They've got some work to do. Tony now strides away from Mainu, slips it into the penalty area for Yarmolenko, and he almost got there, the Ukrainian, and it's hacked away in the end by Varane. But United here are all over the place defensively.
Brilliant tackle from Darlow, I have to say. Really good play from Tony. Visser first bringing it down. Tony going past. Bobby Maynard just diving in there. I tell you what, that's a wonderful recovery tackle from Darlow. Then the ball comes out and bounces awkwardly in front of Rashford, but you expect him to bring it down. Bounces off him, and it's a throw for Brentford.
Jensen will take it, and they may believe this could be their moment. Janelt, square towards Yarmolenko again. And now wide to Jensen down the right, and did Bruno Fernandes get a touch on that as he stretched? He didn't. And the assistant on this near side, Adrian Holmes, has given the goal kick to Manchester United. 27 minutes played, 0-0. We've had relatively few efforts on goal, but Ivan Toney hitting the inside of the post for Brentford. And at the moment, Bruno Fernandes is now deep in conversation with Erik ten Hag, looking for another tweak.
I'll tell you what, if someone came in from abroad and didn't know which team was which, and which was chasing for a possible Champions League place and which one was trying to avoid relegation, you would have no idea. If anything, you'd switch it around.
Now Garnacho coming forward for United. And Wan-Bissaka will now receive from Bruno Fernandes, coming forward down the left-hand side, cuts in field onto his favoured right foot. Now Bruno Fernandes again. McTominay turns to find Dalot on the overlap. Dalot with the cross high into the penalty area. Rudislav does well to rise above Wan-Bissaka. I think he was pushed anyway, but it was claimed by Flecker before the ball went behind for a goal kick, and he quickly balls it forward towards Jensen. On this near side, Tony waits at the far post. The high ball towards Tony. He's got time to bring it down. Lewis Potter on the overlap, but Tony hits it right-footed. He was always going to shoot, and it strikes the body of Lindelof and spins out on the far side for a throw-in to Brentford.
Brilliant play from Flecken. He catches the ball, makes sure it's not a corner, and then he sees the run down the right-hand side. Really good long throw. And then Jensen, it's a fantastic ping across to Tony. I mean, it would have been some goal. 2 or 3 passes, he came inside, Lindelof engaged. In the end, it was a very good block. But even now, when United are on the attack, Brentford look dangerous on the counter.
Below Brentford today, Everton and Luton lost. Forest, Burnley and Sheffield United all drew, just to tighten things up. A long throw in towards the near post, flicked on by McTominay into his own 6-yard area, but Onana was able to claim, and he quickly bowls it out. Wide to the near side, the left and Rashford. Half an hour played, 0-0 here at the G-Tech on talkSPORT. Saturday night football from the Premier League. As Bruno Fernandes brings it forward now, and we will have every single Premier League game from the midweek round coming up on the talkSPORT app, and there'll also be selected games on the talkSPORT network. Details of those to come in a moment as Bruno Fernandes has it midway inside the Brentford half, wide towards Rashford again. Kobe Minu takes over, good ball forward to Højlund, who tries to spin but his control was loose, and in the end it spins away off him, and it will be a throw into Brentford on this near side. On Tuesday night on talkSPORT 2 at 7:30, Everton against Newcastle. talkSPORT at 8:15 will have West Ham against Spurs. Then on Wednesday night, Arsenal against Luton, 7:30 kickoff. That game will be on talkSPORT. talkSPORT 2 will have Manchester City against Aston Villa at 8:15. And then on Thursday night, Liverpool against Sheffield United on talkSPORT at 7:30. 8:15, it is Chelsea against Manchester United on talkSPORT 2. Lewis Potter brings it forward now. High cross in, looking for Tony. Headed away at the near post by Varane. It's another Brentford corner.
Again, it's that counter, isn't it? And even if United look like they're in control, suddenly now Brentford feels so confident and go those 2 or 3 passes. What I was saying early on that United should have been doing in the first 10 minutes, go look a little bit more forward and quicker. It's exactly what Brentford are doing now, and it's another dangerous set piece that could come in.
Jensen will take it. And can Brentford turn this pressure into the opening goal here? Short to Janelt, down the right, back towards Jensen again, who is onside. Whips in the cross, high to the far post, a header! Grazes the top of the crossbar, and it was another opportunity. It was Matthias Jorgensen, unmarked at the far post, a free header. Didn't have to leave the ground, and it thudded against the top of the crossbar.
Well, do you know what? It's just really poor defending and basic schoolboy defending from United. It's a 2v1. You know, you can see if someone's coming short, then come out, someone else come out as well. It's allowed the cross to come in. It's a really good cross, perhaps slightly overhit, but there's Jorgensen at the far post, free header. Couple of
and there were 2 of them there. If it wasn't him, it would have been Janelt.
I mean, they're not picking up the cross, not stopping the cross, and they're not picking up the guys at the far post.
You're listening to Brentford against Manchester United on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs. 32.5 minutes played, 0-0.
I'll tell you what as well, Nigel, you hit the nail on the head when you said, you know, they're on top, they kind of need a goal. When you're on top like this, especially against a team like Manchester United, who are not going to play this poorly, certainly not in the second half, and you think they'd step it up even in the first. You need, when you are on top, you need to score that goal. If Brentford score that first goal, you get the feeling the way they're defending is not how they've been defending in recent months. They look really sharp, really together. That United will find them difficult to break down. So now they're on top, they need to find that first goal.
Brentford have had 7 shots so far, United 2. Nobody's had a shot on target, although Tony's hit the post. But Brentford's corner count is ahead 6-1.
We've got a post and a crossbar, haven't we?
Absolutely. Now Rashford, infield towards Varane, but as we said right at the start, United are a moments team and they can conjure something up. Minu, wide towards Wan-Bissaka, infield towards Rashford. It was on the right foot for a second. Minu, though, is challenged by Visser on the edge of the penalty area. The early ball forward now, and Tony has it. One-on-one with Lindelof, just outside the penalty area. Tony may need support. Comes infield, left foot shot over the top. Visser was waiting for the pullback, but Ivan Tony slaps at the ground in frustration because he knows that was another really good chance.
He's slapping the ground because he knew, again, it's another counter-attack, and I have to say, it's a great ball in. They're so well drilled in terms of if that happens, just look for the ball over the top. And he knew he had Lindelof scrambling. He came inside on his left foot. If that was his right, you get the feeling he probably would have hit the target. He did everything right, coming inside, and just in the end was leaning back and not able to hit the target and test the Nana.
But now Rashford from a long ball forward, he is offside, and exasperation for Erik ten Hag as Marcus Rashford balloons his shot high into the crowd.
But you know what, Nigel, again, you just said about they're a team of moments, United. They are, that's exactly what they are. And you know, we talk about ten Hag and is he going to stay, and you feel like he's on trial from now to the end of the season. And I personally would like to see him stay, because I think, you know, not all these players, but a lot of these players have just seen off managers left, right and centre. The culture hasn't been good. I think he's trying to instill the right culture, but he definitely needs results. It's all about what happens on the pitch. But the fact that they are a team of moments doesn't do him any favours, because it doesn't look like there's a pattern of play to them. We're just waiting for something to happen from someone special.
Yumaliuk with a high ball forward into the penalty area, nodded down again. Jorgensen was in there, so too was Aya. Fired towards goal and just wide by Janelt on the edge of the penalty area. Really caught hold of that left-footed. Onana was rooted, and it was a couple of yards wide.
He was beating Onana, wasn't he? He wasn't moving at all. Again, they're just getting the mix really well, really right. Sometimes they're going long, sometimes they're going short. This time it was a long ball into the box, they're headed down, and Janelt struck it first time. It was a really good strike, wide in the end, but Onana hardly moved.
Well, a big period coming up for United. Of course, away to Chelsea live on talkSPORT 2 on Thursday. Brentford play on Wednesday at home to Brighton. You can hear that game on the talkSPORT app. And then they're at home to Liverpool, which is always a big game and will certainly be a big game in the context of this season as a whole. But you look at April for Brentford, 3 games in succession, at home to Sheffield United, away to Luton and Everton. That's where they can cling survival, or the flip side of that is they can be in real trouble.
Well, absolutely. I think we've learned with the Premier League it's very difficult to predict, but what you would say is, you know, when you look at certain fixtures, you're thinking, if you want to get where you want to get to, you quite simply have to win those games.
26 points at the minute, you would think. Minimum 10, possibly 12 to survive. Wan-Bissaka clears the ball again on the edge of the penalty area, nodded further away by Højlund, who's barely had a kick inside the Brentford half so far. Now it's one back by Yumaliuk. Tries to find Tony on this near side, but he holds on to the ball, the Ukrainian. He's done well. Finding Janelt now, slipped into the penalty area. Great run by Rullerslev, square towards Visser, who hooks it over the top. I don't think Visser was set really to fire the shot in, but you wonder why Rullerslev didn't go for goal himself.
Again, they're just opening Manchester United up at the moment. And I think he felt, I mean, dare I say, it's a fullback, not having a shot himself. To be fair, Visser probably was in a better position. It's not the best of balls to Visser at all. He's kind of dinked it up, so he's on his right foot now, got to try and keep it down and get it on target and get good contact.
You're a fullback, you would have shot from there. Well, you wouldn't have been there, you'd been on the halfway line because that's how he played.
I would have had a nosebleed by then.
37 minutes played, 0-0.
There is that kind of, you're not in a great position. You can see, or you think someone's in a better position. So I think it wasn't a bad selection to pass. It wasn't a good execution of it. Whereas if Ivan Toney's in that position, then obviously he is shooting.
Now got Nacho for United on the far side, but he's lost out to Collins, who has had a decent game so far for Brentford. And their back three has worked well, as it's high towards Tony again on this near side, but Wan-Bissaka is able to head away. Now Tony has time to spin and play it wide to Rullerslev on this near side. Rullerslev just shimmies, maybe disguises the ball to Tony, but it's back towards Jorgensen, who of course has Janker on the back of his shirt, as he has done for so many years now. And here is Aya at the heart of their back three, finding Jorgensen again down the line for Rullerslev, who comes infield. Wan-Bissaka makes the challenge, and Simon Hooper has given the free kick. Wan-Bissaka was rather rash there, sliding in, and as a result Hooper shows him the game's first yellow card.
Well, I think that pretty much sums it up. You've got Rashford and Wan-Bissaka, who is one of the best man-to-man markers in English football, and he's going to ground. He doesn't need to. It's Kobbie Mainoo, in fact, with Wan-Bissaka, but Wan-Bissaka doesn't need to go to ground. There's two of you against one. Just stay on your feet and you probably will win the ball. I was just thinking a minute ago, actually, for Rullerslev, this is perfect for him. He's bombing on as much as possible. Marcus Rashford's having to go with him. He's taking Rashford the other way. He would have been thinking he'd be really under pressure today, but he's loving it at the moment down the right wing.
Flecken will take the free kick, which is inside the United half. The Brentford goalkeeper. Launch high towards the far post again. Nodded down inside the area. Sliding in was Tony, and the shot was blocked inside the 6-yard area. United looking for a free kick. They have a player down inside the area, but a corner kick's been given. And once again, it was Rafa Varane with the challenge, and at times, he must feel as though he's playing Brentford on his own.
Well, again, he read the situation really well, didn't he? But it was just a ball into the box, and then see what happens. They win it, and he comes around, has that tackle with Tony. It's an important one, because Tony would have been in, having the shot first time.
But how many one-on-ones has Varane had in this game so far? We've only played 40 minutes, but 4 or 5?
Well, absolutely. And you think about the first 10 or so minutes, United were very much on top. Massive credit to Brentford how they've been since. But they've got to get that goal.
That is the issue for them. Janelt will take the corner kick. On the far side, 4 minutes to play in the first half. Deeper corner this time from Janelt towards the edge of the 6-yard area. Tony rising, but can't make contact. And Dalot, in unfamiliar territory on the left, will come in field and play it square again towards Varane. And United do have the opportunity to try and build from deep here. Bruno Fernandes. Wide towards Rashford on the left. Wan-Bissaka makes that move on the outside, but it's infield to Garnacho. And now Rashford again. McTominay made a burst towards the edge of the penalty area, but wasn't seen. Lindelof. And now Dalot finding Rashford, 25 yards out, infield, onto the right foot. He hits it well, and it spun through the crowd, but it was a comfortable save for Flecken.
Yeah, it was. Deflection in the end, again, not allowing Rashford to have that kind of, we know what he's like from 25 yards out. It was good defending in the end from Yarmolenko. I think that's what United are resorted to at the moment, just long-range shots.
Well, only the top 3 in the Premier League have had more away wins than United this season. But they're under pressure here. Rulesley found by Visser down the right-hand side. Early cross into the penalty area. Lindelof slides in before his goalkeeper. No communication there. In the end, it's gone behind for a corner. But that could have been so much worse for United.
Honestly, Nige, this is such great play from Brentford, you have to say. Look, you can criticise United. They should get a lot tighter. Rulesley down the right-hand side. He is absolutely loving it. He's not having to do too much defensively against Rashford, and he's just playing a 1-2 around Wan-Bissaka, who's a wonderful defender. He plays the ball in first, just wanting one of the strikers to come in across the near post. And again, just the lack of communication between Onana and Lindelof means it's a corner.
Jensen will take it with 2.5 minutes to play in the first half here. 0-0. Jensen. The corner is headed away, then fired through the crowd at the far post by Amoliuk. Regathered once again by Ayer. And now back towards Jorgensen on the edge of the penalty area. Ayer again with the cross into the penalty area. King Lewis Potter with the header at the near post, and it's saved going down low by Onana.
Well, it's a simple save at the end for someone of the calibre of Onana. But again, it just goes to show how on top Brentford are. I cannot believe that United will be this poor in the second half, and it will be interesting to see how, or if, Ten Hag actually does anything in terms of changing personnel.
Well, 43 minutes played. They've had 12 wins by 1 goal so far this season, and 8 of those winners have come in the final 15 minutes of games, so stay tuned.
No, absolutely. They've done really well, and we know that Brentford do drop points. This game is far from over in terms of, could be anything could happen here, absolutely anything.
Now McTominay finding Manu again, midway inside the Brentford half. Wan-Bissaka slides it in towards Højlund, but it's a poor ball. Gave Højlund no chance at all. Jorgensen steps in and clips it forward over the top for Jensen. Now Bacco cross towards the left-hand side, and Visser, who controls it brilliantly ahead of Rashford. He then goes down under the challenge of Bruno Fernandes, but Simon Hooper, well placed, says no free kick. Visser pleads for one from the turf, but United come forward now with Bruno Fernandes. Højlund again, back towards Bruno Fernandes into the final 45 seconds of normal time in the first half here. Bruno Fernandes again, square, and then Bruno Fernandes goes down late. He's been caught by Visser, and I think that's a retaliatory challenge there from Johan Visser, and they'll get a yellow card for it.
He's not happy with the ref, is he? I didn't actually see that. He passed it off, and my eyes followed the ball. The ball came back inside now. Fernandes, it's one of those. It's a foul, it's not a yellow card.
Well, he went down midway inside the United half under the challenge of Gallo, and looking at the replay on the monitor here in our commentary position, it was soft.
Well, it was, and it was one of those where Bruno Fernandes has played the ball, and his follow-through has meant that he's caught Visser. Okay, Visser's come in very quick and wasn't going to win the ball. Just give a foul, it's not a yellow card.
Into a single added minute. Bruno Fernandes clips it into the penalty area for Rashford, who tried to volley at the near post, but the effort was blocked. King Lewis Potter will control in the left-back area. Now hammers it high up towards the halfway line, but both Gallo and Bruno Fernandes are there to control, and the pantomime villain, as so often, is Bruno Fernandes, although in this case I don't really think he's done too much wrong.
No, and I also thought the pantomime season had gone.
Here is Lindelof now. It's British summertime.
Feels it.
Early tomorrow morning. Moves again for Bruno Fernandes. It's played forward towards Kobe Minu. There goes the half-time whistle. And the home crowd rise to acclaim their team here at the G-Tech Community Stadium. Brentford have dominated long spells. They've had the chances, notably when Ivan Toney hit the post and a header from Matthias Jorgensen just skimmed the top of the crossbar, but crucially they haven't scored. Manchester United have not been good for much of the opening 45 minutes, but surely they will get better and have the Bees miss their opportunity. Half-time, Brentford 0, Manchester United 0.
What an interesting 45 minutes of football, Scott Minto. I can't quite work out what on earth Manchester United were doing defensively in that game.
No, do you know what, they actually started well, and they started very much on the front foot, and Kobe Manu was having lovely little 1-2 touch passes, was controlling and dictating the game, and then Brentford it's almost they said, no, we can't do it this way, we're going to be even more in your face. And they were, and it got to the point where actually not only were they very good in terms of trying to get the ball long and winning the knockdowns, but actually they outpassed Manchester United as well. A couple of really good counter-attacks. Roerslev down the right-hand side is having an absolute ball. There's no way he'd have thought he'd be enjoying this game as much as possible with Wan-Bissaka having to go past him. That's not an easy thing to do. And then defend against Rashford. He's been superb. The midfield are bossing it. Ivan Toney and Visser up front are bossing the Manchester United defence as well. Fair play to Varane, he's making last-ditch tackles. And even on set pieces, they're creating chances. They've hit the post, they've hit the bar. They've been very much on top.
But they have to get that goal. That's what's crucial. You can have all the possession you want, you can have all the chances you want, but if you don't hit the ball in the back of the net, you either walk away with a point or you walk away with none.
Well, that is the aim of the game, isn't it? To stick that round thing into the net there.
Simple, really, isn't
yeah,
it?
absolutely. Make it sound simple. You know, but in terms of even you look at the stats, it's 14 attempts to 3. You know, both have only had one on target, but it seems harsh that a post and a crossbar doesn't count as on target, but it doesn't in the stats. But the point is, 14 to 3, I think says absolutely everything. I can't believe that United would be that bad in the second half. I think they will have to step it up, whether that's substitutions or just the kind of good old, listen, you've got to get out there, I'll give you 10-15 minutes, otherwise you're coming off. I just wonder whether Brentford have missed the boat there. If they carry on in the second half and playing like that, they'll win the game. But I do think United will come back at them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was watching Erik ten Hag with interest throughout the 45 minutes, and he had his hands jammed in his pockets and was... I mean, I could only imagine what was going through his head. He'd started to be animated at the beginning, and then he'd almost given up, giving them any kind of instruction whatsoever, because they were just like headless chickens at times.
Well, the thing is, what they were doing in the first 10 minutes, they were passing the ball, they were keeping it, they weren't really creating too many clear-cut chances, but they were bossing the game in midfield. Now, Brentford are bossing the game in midfield. They're defending really well where United are left to sort of shots from 25 yards out, and Rasmus Højlund is kind of not really holding the ball up, and he's certainly not been given quality service. And they're also creating lots of chances down the other end, so it's not just both boxes, it's in midfield as well. Yeah. Brentford are now dominating this game. They wouldn't have wanted half-time to come. Ten Hag definitely would have wanted a half-time to come, and I'm kind of looking at the bench as well. You've got Amrabat, you know, Maguire, Martinez. You've obviously got Mount and Ericsson.
Who's the game changer on there, though? Who's going to inject some energy into them?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the important thing. I would say if there was one player I'd want at this moment in time off the bench from either side, it'd be Brian Mbeumo. You know, he'd be the one that I'd want that kind of pace. And United don't really have that. You know, Mason Mount, quality player, not really happened for him for one reason or another at United yet.
And Anthony can do it when he wants to.
Well, he did it. He scored against Liverpool, didn't he, in the FA Cup, and he's certainly someone who can come on. But I think I'm right in saying he hasn't either scored or made an assist in the Premier League this season. So he can do it. We've been waiting 2 years for him to do it. So at this moment in time, I wouldn't say there are anybody who's in great form that you could say that will come off the bench. They do have quality, as I say, in Mount, Eriksen and Anthony. I'd still fancy Brian Mbeumo to come on and you know, he's raring to go after a long-term injury.
Well, let's see what Thomas Frank decides to do, and of course Erik ten Hag as well. Both these sides desperately need the points for very different reasons. Brentford trying to avoid getting sucked even further into this relegation battle, and Manchester United, after Aston Villa and Spurs both won 3 points earlier on today in the Premier League, need to keep the pace with their Champions League rivals, otherwise they are out of it with 9 games left to play. This is Game Night exclusive on talkSPORT. At the break, it's Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. Second half action coming next, and we'll round up some of the other days' Premier League action.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream the Premier League contract free with a Now Sports Day or month membership. 18 plus. Member internet terms apply.
Hope there won't be any VAR delays today. Heard that rumour about their striker. Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one. When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret and more delivered. For lunch and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on justeat.co.uk for details.
Don't break your stride. Hurry to Screwfix for unmissable deals on trade essentials. Big paint job on? Buy the Fortress Big Box Set for $27.99 and get a half-price extension pole for just $7.47. Patios and driveways in need of a clean? Get the Titan pressure washer for just $59.99. Shop now on the app, at screwfix.com or in store.
Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least April 1st, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing Monday football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18 plus begambleaware.org.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes! Ooh, no! I draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh. Some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 a.m. Includes one selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only while stocks last.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
It's football to the max.
It's the ball, wonderful goal.
Game Day exclusive.
On talkSPORT.
And we finish with a game here at the G-Tech Community Stadium, which means so much to both ends of the table. Brentford in real danger of relegation. Manchester United hoping for a place in the Champions League once again. Back to the edge of the penalty area. Fernandes with a right foot shot, drags it wide, and that was a chance. Brentford, a team who have lost 12 of their last 15 games. Visser slips it forward towards Tony. He could be in for Brentford, and it's hit the post. Hits the inside of the post. Jensen will take the corner kick and get it deep into the 6-yard area, and it was a Brentford head which rose. It was Johan Visser this time.
They realise they're under pressure at this moment in time, so don't put more pressure on yourself by playing out from the back.
And can Brentford turn this pressure into the opening goal here? The cross high to the far post, a header grazes the top of the crossbar, and it was another opportunity. It was Matthias Jorgensen. Tony may need support. Comes in field, left foot shot over the top.
This is Game Night on talkSPORT, the only place on national radio you can hear commentary of Brentford, Manchester United in the Premier League. I'm Faker Rodders. Second half kicking off in around 5-6 minutes time with the score currently goalless, but that's not even half of it, as you heard there. Brentford have hit the woodwork twice. Manchester United defensively all over the place. Not quite sure how we've not had any goals in the first 45 minutes. Let's find out what the second 45 is going to bring. Before we round up some of the day's action though, let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game Day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus for gambleaware.org.
Okay, Sam Rosbottom, we wanted goals in this game. So far we have none, which was not the plan. How are the odds looking?
Oh, I mean, we've had everything but, haven't we, goals? Hopefully we can get some in the second 45. Look, if there is going to be a winner in this game, there's very, very little in the odds between Manchester United and Brentford. Even though Brentford have hit the woodwork twice, it is Manchester United who edge it there 9-5. So remember, they were odds on before half-time. They're now 9-5. Brentford 2-1 to get all 3 points. The draw in this one now 13-8. You were speaking, weren't you, with Scott earlier about players that can impact this second half. Alejandro Garnacho has been very, very key for Manchester United over these past weeks and months. Over on the sportsbook, we have odds boosted him to score or assist. That was 5-2, now 3-1. But like you said, we need goals for our charity bet, Faye. A reminder for our bet builder, we've got Manchester United to win over 2.5 goals and both teams to score. Our £50 charity stake will return £144 if we have an eventful second half. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed indeed. Thank you very much, Sam. That odds update, all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game Day on talkSPORT with Betfair. Get a completely free Acro bet builder on football this weekend. Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum one leg. T's and C's apply. 18 plus for gambleaware.org.
Harry Maguire left the England camp injured after the Brazil game, but is stretching and warming up quite vociferously over on my left-hand side currently. Could he be one of the changes Erik ten Hag has decided to make after his shambolic-looking defence in that first half? We shall wait and see. Listen, we've got so much football coming up for you across the talkSPORT network over the Easter weekend. You can join Adrian Durham, Mickey Gray and Perry Groves on the Sunday session tomorrow with all the goals as they go in for the Premier League, the Women's Super League and the Women's League Cup final, which will be live over on talkSPORT 2. And you can also hear updates from Liverpool against Brighton and Manchester City against Arsenal in the Premier League. On Monday, a championship special for you. Leicester Norwich kicks things off on talkSPORT 2 at 12:30. Then you can go around the grounds on Game Day Live from 1 o'clock on talkSPORT with Adrian again. Then we've got a talkSPORT 2 exclusive at 3, Stoke against Huddersfield, and then Ipswich at Southampton at 5:30, and Leeds United against Hull at 8 p.m. on talkSPORT. Huge championship day for you. Commentary as well of all of the Premier League games from the midweek fixtures. You can hear Brentford Brighton exclusively on the talkSPORT app on Wednesday night from 7:30. And Manchester United trip to Chelsea on Thursday night is live on talkSPORT 2. That is an 8:15 kickoff. The Manchester United players are just making their way out of the tunnel. I'm wondering whether or not I've got time to give you some of the other results from today in the Premier League. Aston Villa restored their 3-point lead over Tottenham Hotspur and returned to 4th spot after a 2-0 win over Wolves in the 5:30 kickoff. Spurs have temporarily gone 4th after a 2-1 come-from-behind win over Luton Town. But did the win for Villa come at a cost? Let's hear from Villa boss Unai Emery, who spoke to talkSPORT after the game and gave an update on Ollie Watkins' injury.
He felt something, maybe hamstring, hopefully not a lot, but he was feeling not enough to play the second half.
Did he seem okay with himself? Was he confident or was he worried?
He was a little bit worried, and tomorrow we'll check him. Hopefully not a lot, because he was at the beginning feeling cool carry on playing, but at the last moment with the first test with the doctor, we refused and we decided don't play the second half.
Well, that would be a big blow for Gareth Southgate and, of course, for Aston Villa in their bid for Champions League football. If Ollie Watkins was not to recover ahead of the midweek fixtures and the weekend, of course. Manchester United back out a good couple of minutes earlier than Brentford as Brentford players make their way out onto the pitch. It does look as if Harry Maguire is coming on. Details of all of that with your match commentator Nigel Adderley as we head into the second half of Brentford against Manchester United. Sorry, Nigel, go for it.
Yeah, Harry Maguire is coming on, and it's Rafa Varane who is going off. Varane, of course, has had his injury problems this season, but did play 90 minutes in 9 of the previous 10 games in the Premier League, and as we said at stages in the first half, Scott Minto, at times it was Varane against the rest.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's not necessarily a tiredness thing, but there's a couple of tackles he put in, and probably feeling very, very sore now. It's not something I think Ten Hag would have wanted to do. I like Harry Maguire, I do. I think Varane was the best defender for United in that first half.
And Maguire is quick to hammer the ball away. United defending the goal away to our left in their black and white stripes in the second half. Brentford in their red and white stripes. And they have a free kick on the halfway line. And their team again is Flecken in goal, Jorgensen, Collins and Ayer the back three. Rollerslev, Janelt, Jensen, Yarmoliuk and Lewis Potter in midfield, with Visser and Tony in attack as Brentford come forward on this near side, but the back heel from Lewis Potter won't find Jensen, but Jensen's done well to play the ball off Dallo, and Brentford have a corner right at the start of the second half.
Well, they've started really well, hasn't they? And I think Thomas Frank has been saying some of his last words going out was just forget the half-time, do what you were doing in the first half and start the second half in that way, and that's what they've tried to do.
Corner's played short towards Rollerslev. Low ball into the penalty area, sliced by a United boot towards the far post, and it's hacked away by Rashford in the end, and it will be a throw-in to Brentford.
United midfield need to find a way to gain back control of the game that they had in the first 10 minutes. You win games in both boxes, but you control the game in midfield, and by the end of it, they weren't doing any of it. They was almost just hanging on in there. So the midfield of United need to start getting hold of the ball and just putting Brentford on the back foot.
Nearly 2 minutes played in the second half. I'll give you the United team again in a moment, but first of all, Brentford have a long throw, hurled high by Jensen towards the near post, headed behind by Maguire, and it will be corner number 10 for Brentford in this game. They've also had 14 shots in the match so far, but only 1 on target. United have had 3, and they've also had a single 1 on target. But Brentford need to make these chances pay. This is the sort of thing you see from a team who often struggle. They play well, but they don't take advantage of opportunities. Jensen with the corner into the near post, headed away. It's one back. Janelt goes down inside the penalty area. Players from both Brentford and United are down. It was a challenge on the edge of the penalty area from Garnacho. Simon Long, the referee, gave nothing initially. Stuart Atwell is the VAR official, and I wonder if he'll become involved here.
Absolutely will he become involved. And we've seen some dodgy penalties given today. I don't think that is a penalty myself, but then I've looked at a few that's gone on today and I didn't think it was. It might not even be inside the box. Difficult to see if it's on the line. If it's on the line, then it's in. No, for me, no, that's not a penalty. It's not even a foul.
The United team again, Anana in goal, Dalot, Lindelof, Maguire and Wan-Bissaka now. Maguire coming on at half-time, McTominay and Mino in midfield, Garnacho, Fernandez and Rashford behind Højlund. And it was a coming together between Janelt and Garnacho, but if you look at the reaction from Janelt on the replay, he did rather go down in instalments. Now the ball is allowed to drop on the edge of the United penalty area, then they give the ball away. Here is Tony, found by Jensen inside the penalty area. I think he tries to nutmeg the player Maguire who was in front of him, but in the end it's scrambled clear, but Brentford try and win it back, and then it's hammered away by Dalot. And once again United really at sixes and sevens defensively.
Very much on the back foot. I'm not quite sure what Harry Maguire was trying to do there. He kind of went to the side on his knees and Tony was still trying to get it through his legs, but it's very much Brentford on top, and very much how their first half ended.
17,138 the crowd here. 1,725 of those are here to support Manchester United as they try and come forward just in front of us with McTominay, but Brentford briefly win it back. But now Mino finding Lindelof once again. He can cross the halfway line with 4.5 minutes played in the second half here on talkSPORT. Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. Rashford now picks his way through the challenges on the edge of the penalty area down the left. Plays it back to Bruno Fernandez, who fires in the shot. But it's a comfortable save on his haunches for Flecken on the edge of the 6-yard area.
Yeah, but it's better from United. At least one, they're getting into the final third of Brentford, and two, they're getting a shot on target. Not the ease of shots as well. It's kind of just dipping down, and Flecken does well. Rasmus Højlund was ready to pounce.
A reminder, earlier on today, on game day on talkSPORT at 12:30, Newcastle, 3 goals in the final 7 minutes, coming back to beat West Ham 4-3. At 3 o'clock, we brought you another late winning goal from Son Heung-min for Spurs, who came from behind to beat Luton by 2-1. Elsewhere today, Seamus Coleman with a very late own goal for Bournemouth to beat Everton 2-1. Burnley, with 10 men, twice came from behind to draw at Chelsea. It was also a draw between Forest and Palace, and Fulham, Rodrigo Muniz with a very late equaliser at Sheffield United, 3-3. Rashford fighting Bruno Fernandez. Now Rashford on the edge of the penalty area in towards Højlund with his back to goal. Challenged by Janelt, and Janelt will stride clear, but his ball forward is blocked by Bruno Fernandez. But now it's cleared by Brentford, but United have it back again. Bruno Fernandez to the left, and Rashford, who is onside, clips the cross into the penalty area. Diving to head the ball away at the near post was Ayer, but now Bruno Fernandez square again towards Dalot. Right foot shot from him, swings over the head of Flecken and just wide.
I tell you what, I was thinking, he's not going to shoot from there, and he does. That is just inches wide. Flecken making it look, and he probably did have it covered. It's better from United. Just in the last couple of minutes, again, 2 chances, 1 shot on target, 1 shot just off target. Just trying to put Brentford on the back foot a little bit.
And in the late game today, Villa beating Wolves, as we heard, by 2-0. So they're now 12 points clear of United. United do have 2 games in hand, including this one. Villa currently 4. Spurs 3 points behind them in 5th, which of course still could mean a place in the revamped Champions League. But United, starting this game, 9 points behind Spurs. And of course they've got Chelsea at home, or Chelsea away rather, live on talkSPORT 2 on Thursday, and then Liverpool at home next weekend. And really United in the market now, where they've got to win every game at home, and even then it might not be enough. Brentford have given the ball away cheaply though. Bruno Fernandez tries to find Garnacho on this near side, but Lewis Potter manages to intervene, and he now gets it back from Nathan Collins on this near side. Jensen, midway inside the Brentford half, finding Lewis Potter again, who steps away smartly from Bruno Fernandez. Wide towards Yamoliuk. A high ball forward from him, though, is cut out by Wan-Bissaka. And it's back with Harry Maguire with the turquoise boots just in front of us, and he's played a good ball forward to find Dallo. Down this near side, the United right. Garnacho is further ahead of him. Only Bruno Fernandes and Højlund inside the penalty area. The cross from Garnacho is blocked by Collins, and he will clear. And here is Visser now, breaking over the halfway line for Brentford. Tony is ahead of him. Tony creates the space for Visser on the edge of the penalty area. Right foot shot from him is just wide, and he had Tony unmarked in the centre.
Well, again, another quick counter-attack, and it was just a clearance really that went in between the two central midfielders of Manchester United. Actually felt Kobbie Mainoo should have read the situation, and he wasn't sprinting back.
And now Bruno Fernandes, no flag against him, breaking into the penalty area, square towards Højlund, brilliant save by Flekken. Højlund clean through, hammered that, left-footed, and Flekken made an outstanding stop to tip the ball behind for a corner.
That is an absolute sensational save for Flekken, it really is. And it's come from nowhere. It's a simple ball over the top.
He's miles offside.
He looks at least a yard offside, but it's not been given.
And in the end, the corner comes to nothing. The free kick's being given by Simon Hooper.
You would think if the ball had gone in, then VAR perhaps would have said, OK, we'll have a look at that and ruled it out, but we don't know.
Well, Brentford were furious there, but Højlund...
That's a great save.
Kept out by Flekken.
That's a brilliant save. I mean, Højlund, to be fair, has hardly seen him, and it's not necessarily his fault. He's kind of stumbled into the shot, but he still managed to get decent pace on it. It's a really good reaction save and strong hand from Flekken.
Only 4 clean sheets in 28 games for Mark Flekken in English football so far in the Premier League. Now Visser at the other end, bounces off the challenge, he's got support. Visser going into the penalty area, goes down under the challenge of Wan-Bissaka. Again there appeals for a penalty, but Tony keeps the ball in play. On the right-hand side, whips it in low, there's a miskick by Maguire. Yarmolenko with the shot, brilliant save by Onana. The rebound is then blocked by the goalkeeper again. It was Lewis Potter with the effort, and somehow United escape thanks to a wonderful double save from their goalkeeper.
Where do we start with that? First of all, not a penalty. Second of all, 2 really good saves from Onana. Yarmolenko had the shot, he's dived to his right. Lewis Potter's come in, he's pounced, and he's just made himself big, the goalkeeper. Really good. They practiced that so many times.
Well, play has been halted here. Sorry, Scott. And after a check, seemingly, play will continue.
It's not a pen. It's not a pen. There is contact, but just because there's contact doesn't mean to say that it's a foul and there's going to be a penalty. But just say on Onana, you know, goalkeepers do that all the time, practicing. You dive, you make the save, you get up, and you're ready for that rebound. That's exactly what he did there. Brilliant goalkeeping.
10 minutes played in the second half. Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. The chances at both ends in what's been a thrilling start to the second half. Jensen with a long throw in towards the near post. It's loose inside the 6-yard area. Cleared away as far as Janel. Tries to get the ball out of his feet. Tries to bulldoze his way through inside the penalty area. Then a shot. It's blocked, and then Ayer at the far post tries to hammer the ball in. That's blocked inside the penalty area, and it's scrambled away for a throw-in, and once again Brentford are appealing for a penalty.
Well, I mean this in the best possible way.
But here is an opportunity again as it's fired across the penalty area, and this time it goes wide, and it was Ayer who was closest to it.
I mean this in the best possible way. It's almost like under-10s football, where it's just one ball, there's about 10 people just trying to kick it as quickly as possible. And in the end, it's come out wide. It's a great ball that's whipped in. No one's able to get on the end of it, and Onana lets it go wide. But do you know what? It's a fantastic 0-0 game. We haven't got the goals that Faye wants, clearly, but we've got everything else.
Well, Brentford have not been involved in a 0-0 draw for 47 games in the Premier League. And that was at Leeds back in January of last year, as Højlund is penalised for some shirt pulling just inside the Brentford half. Erik ten Hag is talking to Adrian Holmes, the assistant on this near side, complaining about that. And we're about to see a change, and Anthony will be coming on for United. Maguire replacing Varane at half-time, and Anthony will be on shortly. No goals or assists for Anthony in the Premier League so far this season in 22 games.
He'll be thinking about that goal he scored in the FA Cup, though, won't he? And certainly Ten Hag will be saying that to him as well.
Now Brentford looking to come forward again. On the far side, it's back towards Nathan Collins down the right. And now Ruderslev scoops a high cross into the area. Jorgensen's underneath it. And the shot from Visic flashes just wide. Really caught that well on the volley. And once again, Onana was nowhere. And it whizzed beyond that far post.
Well, again, it's another high ball that they're just not able to deal with United. Onana's beaten. Absolutely beaten. It's a wonderful strike. And it clips the post. He's so unlucky, Mr. there.
Well, Garnacho is coming off, and Anthony is coming on. Well, you could argue that Garnacho's been on the periphery of the game, but you could also argue he's barely had a pass.
No, he hasn't really been involved, but neither is Marcus Rashford. I think it's almost a flip of a coin to see who to take on. Sometimes it is just the bigger star you keep on. But look, let's see if Anthony can make the impact he made in the FA Cup, or will he carry on his poor Premier League form?
Well, Rashford has scored 5 in his last 9 in the Premier League after only 2 in the previous 18. So he is in some sort of form for his club. Here is McTominay down the line again for Wan-Bissaka, and Rashford takes over down the left. Højlund waiting inside the penalty area. The 1-2 has worked between Rashford and Wan-Bissaka, but the attempted ball in is hammered away by Jorgensen, regathered by Dalot. And of course Højlund has scored in 6 successive Premier League games, and he almost made it 7 in a row before. If he does that here tonight, he'll be the first United player to score in 7 successive Premier League games since Ruud van Nistelrooy. And he's had 1 chance, 1 pass basically.
Yeah, and that might even have been disallowed, even if he did stick it in the back of the net.
You're listening to Brentford against Manchester United on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget, with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like this game live right now, contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports. An hour play, terrific atmosphere inside the G-Tech. No goals, but I think both sets of supporters really appreciating the importance of this game, and the home fans in particular will have been encouraged by what their team has done, but they'll also be frustrated they've not yet scored.
Yes, the home fans will be looking at the performance and saying that we are the better side at the moment. Yeah, absolutely, we said it a few times. All they rue is the fact that they haven't been able to get that first goal.
Now Visser on the halfway line, plays the 1-2 at Tony. Visser now striding forward, as Jamoliak in support on the edge of the penalty area. Jamoliak takes over now, looks for Lewis Potter at the far post, the high cross in towards Keane Lewis Potter, and in the end he rose above Anthony but heads it wide.
Yeah, lucky, but again, just fantastic counter play. The pace that they've got, United just not able to live with it at the moment. And Jamoliak, to be fair to him, a real good box-to-box player, isn't he? If he does get a goal, he'll be Brentford's youngest Premier League scorer, but looks like he wants to try and get in the box as much as possible.
Brentford now with 19 shots in the game, 3 on target, and that has been their big issue. And of course 2 of those shots came in the same move, with Onana's double save early in the second half, as the crowd on the far side want a free kick for a challenge on Tony, nothing given, and United have a throw in. Don't forget, women's football coming up at 3 o'clock tomorrow on talkSPORT 2, the Continental League Cup final, big game as well. Arsenal against Chelsea. Chelsea going for the quadruple in Heather Hayes' final season in charge. Faye will be in the chair with Joe Shannon and Courtney Sweetman-Kirk alongside her. And we have 4 commentaries from the Championship on Monday, beginning on talkSPORT 2 with Leicester against Norwich, followed by Huddersfield travelling to Stoke at 3, then at 5:30 on talkSPORT, Ipswich against Southampton, and then Leeds against Hull at 8 o'clock. And Game Day Live with Adrian Durham on talkSPORT from 1. We'll keep you up to date with all the goals as they go in, as the games begin to run out in both the EFL and the National League. And we will have commentary on every single Premier League game from the midweek round coming up this week on the talkSPORT app. Also on talkSPORT, Tuesday night, West Ham against Spurs, Arsenal against Luton on Wednesday, Liverpool against Sheffield United on Thursday. On talkSPORT 2, Tuesday, it is Newcastle Everton. Wednesday, Manchester City against Villa. And then on Thursday, it is Chelsea against Manchester United. Download the app, go to the live commentary section, and you can follow all of our games coming up over a very busy conclusion to the Easter weekend and beyond. 17 minutes into the second half. Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. But the scoreline does not really tell the story.
No, it does not. It really doesn't. And the goal attempts for Brentford now got up to 21. And I just went back a little bit. The Everton game, the last league game, United faced 23 shots against City 27, Fulham 17, Luton 22, Villa 23, West Ham 22, Liverpool in the Cup 25. This is not a team that looks compact in any way whatsoever.
Now Janelt breaking into the penalty area. Jensen with the crossing from the right. It'll be recovered by Tony at the far post. He's got support on the edge of the penalty area from Lewis Potter. He looks to check back onto the left foot. Now inside the penalty area. Wide towards Tony again. And it's all the way back to Yarmolenko. And he has really taken the eye so far this evening, but commentators curse as he gives the ball away to McTominay. And United have a throw-in on the near side.
That can happen. But, my point goes back to what you said in the first half about United are where they are and they're chasing the Champions League place, and they are. But they're doing it on moments. Lost a lot of games this season. They're conceding a lot of shots. It's just not good enough. They're a million miles away from where they want to be. But they're hanging on in there in terms of that Champions League race.
Well, they conceded 23 shots against Everton and won 2-0. Now Tony on the volley on the edge of the penalty area. Jensen lifted a high ball forward and Tony hit it on the run first time with the outside of his left foot, and it curled just over the top. What a goal that would have been.
And you know what? He finds himself just in between Darlow and Maguire, and he's stretching, and he knows that the defenders, once he takes that touch, they're going to be all over him. So he takes it first time. So to do that on his left foot, leaning back, yes, he's not hit the target, but still got a good strike, a good connection on it. Again, very much on the front foot, Brentford.
And although United have a porous defence, they've still picked up 19 points in 10 games. Lindelof now with a poor defensive header, but Maguire helps him out to stoop and nod it down towards Wan-Bissaka on the far side. Now Bruno Fernandes, high ball over the top, but it's cut out by Jorgensen. Hammered clear by Ayer. Bruno Fernandes, who was very deep again, with a sumptuous first touch on the far side. Into the path of Højlund, who gathers. Now McTominay takes over on the edge of the penalty area. Right foot shot from him, but he was never quite set for it. And it's skewed off the outside of his right boot, and it's high and wide.
Not really seen a lot of him today, have we? We know he can score goals, he can score very important goals, and Brentford certainly know about that. Late goals. And he's not really got in the game after a good start. Kobe Mainoo's not in the game. As I say, in terms of chances, not creating too many, but they're not creating and dictating the tempo of the game either.
I think Ryan Mbeumo will be coming on very soon for Brentford, and that could be a key change as we approach the midpoint of the second half. Still goalless. Jensen high over the top, looking for Visser down the right-hand side. Tony makes the run into the penalty area. Visser now has got support from Runerslev. He can burst into the box now, pulls it back low towards the near post, looking for Yarmolenko. But again, United will smuggle the ball away, but they've given the ball away. Bruno Fernandes has lost out. Here is Runerslev again now. Comes in field towards the edge of the penalty area. And now the low cross in from Yarmolenko is deflected behind. It will be another corner. Corner number 12 for Brentford.
It's just incredible, isn't it? You watch this game, how on earth is this 0-0? And by the nil, Colo and me, Brentford's so much on top.
Could be another defensive injury for United here. Victor Lindelof is down. They've already lost Rafa Varane due to what we presume is an injury tonight, because he was their best player in the first half.
Yeah, well, at least they've got Lisandro Martinez who can come on. He's not a bad replacement, is he?
Yeah, but he's only been available for 4 of the previous 34 games, and he is coming on now. Picked up a knee injury, the latest injury on February the 4th. Only 3 starts since September. But he is undoubtedly a player in the World world-class category, and United need him now, because I don't think Lindelof will be able to continue, and both of United's starting central defenders in this game could be going off injured.
I mean, what I would say is, if they're both fit, Harry Maguire and Sandro Martinez, is difficult to know what your best two centre-backs are, so I don't think they'll lose out too much.
At least tonight.
Well, yeah. We'll have to make sure he's up for this. Of course, he had a tough time, didn't he, this time, not this time last year, but the last time he played at the G10.
I was talking to one of our colleagues downstairs, and he said the first half was just like the game in August of 2022. The only difference was Brentford hadn't scored 4 goals.
He's right.
But Lindelof is coming off, and Sandro Martinez comes on. And he will have to help his team defend a corner here. With 21 minutes to play. And it's still Brentford 0, Manchester United 0 on talkSPORT. The corner in from Jensen. Not in clear at the near post by Hoyland. Elliott will gather now. Forward towards Ayer. He jabs across into the penalty area, and at the near post, Wan-Bissaka lunges in to concede another corner, which Tony will take this time, and Mbuemo and Damsgaard will be on shortly for Brentford.
Well, it shows you're on top when your centre-half picks the ball up just on the left side inside the box and plays it with the outside of his right foot. This will be the winger. Very much on top. I think that, listen, I understand the Mbuemo. I think it'd be harsh whether he's not taken up Ivan Toney. It's probably Visser. Harsh on Visser. I think he's played really well.
Janelt will take the corner kick. 20 minutes to play. And this will be another outswinger. Left-footed high to the far post, and the overhead kick is over the top inside the 6-yard area. I think it was Keane Lewis Potter who tried the acrobatics, but he got right underneath it, and another chance goes begging from close range.
And again, it's another ball into the 6-yard box from the corner, and Onana not coming anywhere near it. It's a headed ball back. That's a difficult skill for him to get that one on target. It's unlucky there.
Yeah. Visser off, and Brian Mbuemo coming on. And the other change sees Yamaliuk coming off, and he'll be replaced by a player who arrived here with really high hopes, Mikael Damsgaard, but he's had injuries, particularly in the first half of this season. And this is 15th appearance of the season, and 13 of those have come from the bench. So Damsgaard and then Mbuemo coming on, and Visser and Yamaliuk going on.
It's a tough one, isn't it? You know, you feel like you're on top and you want to go and win the game. It's not quite happening in terms of getting that elusive goal. Versus, actually, if I bring players on that might need 5 or so minutes to get used to the pace of the game, am I going to give a little bit of the action back to United?
Well, Damsgaard has given the ball away with his first touch, and here is Rashford coming forward now, but he does well to get back and recover. But again, he's given the ball straight to a United player, Wan-Bissaka this time. Bruno Fernandes, now Dalot, square towards Anthony. He comes in field, he kills the ball in, oh, it's just wide, left-footed shot from Anthony. This time Flecken was beaten, and Anthony so close to breaking the deadlock.
Wow, that was close, wasn't it? And we were right behind that as well. And you're thinking, no, that's not going to... No, yes, it is. Oh, and it doesn't. And he's thinking it might go in as well. Flecken certainly went for it.
Flecken now having to play the ball out, but he's done well. It's a brilliant ball from him to find Collins, who breaks over the halfway line on this near side. And Mbuemo takes over. And Mbuemo with the cross in, looking for Tony! Ivan Tony has done it! But the flag has been raised, and it won't count. And Mbuemo arcing the ball in, and Tony was clattered into as he volleyed the ball into the net. And the agony for Tony will continue because the goal has been disallowed.
Well, first of all, defensively, I mean, that's tight for offside, but it probably just is. VAR, well, Nigel, could be in for the next 5 or 6 minutes, so they can decide whether that's offside or not. But what I would say...
Well, was he fouled as well? Was he pushed over inside the area before he made contact?
If it's offside, that comes before the push.
That's true.
So it's all about being offside. But first of all, Brian Mbuemo has given so much space for United. United. Defence just dropping off, the midfield nowhere near him. He's able to just turn, look up, play the ball, wonderful ball to Ivan Toney. And they're just working out now whether it is Martinez keeping him onside or not. I think he's just offside. But again, we haven't been given any lines, and the fact that we're looking at it and we're saying we think is tight.
It is very tight. Toney was just on the shoulder of Martinez. Stuart Atwell, the VAR official, is looking on. We have a shot of him in his booth at Stockley Park watching this. They are putting the lines in now, and it's offside. It won't count. And a brilliant finish from Ivan Toney comes to nothing.
It's unlucky, but I think it is the right decision. Once the lines came in, made it obvious. It was tight, it was close, but it was the right decision.
Good call by Simon Long on the far side.
Absolutely, really good call. And look, you know what, we have a go at referees, we have a go at the assistants as well. Now, that was tight, he went with that. He got it spot on. Great finish he was from Toney. And look, again, they can still feel that, okay, we've hit the bar, we've hit the post, we've scored, but it's not been allowed. Go on and win this game.
But that is the value of the Mbeumo-Toney partnership. I know it was offside, but it was a pinpoint delivery.
Yeah, look, I think Vista was brilliant as well.
Oh, Mbeumo closing down the back pass, which Onana just has to hammer the ball away. Bruno Fernandes forward towards Anthony, who seemed to leave something there on Collins, and it's back to Flecker.
Yeah, I think the Toney Vista, Toney and Mbeumo, you know, it's a great option to have for Thomas Frank. You have to say now Mbeumo's back. Well, they haven't started a game yet this season, Toney and Mbeumo. That's kind of like the 18, but I like this. I think he's a really good player. He's unlucky not to have scored tonight as well. Of course, he hit the post as well, so that's 3 times they've hit the woodwork. It's very close, Brentford.
15 minutes to go, 0-0, and Mbeumo on the far side, the right, has support from Jensen. Jensen with the cross in, blocked at the near post by Martinez. Both of United's starting central defenders off injured in this game. It's Maguire and Martinez since half-time. Now Jorgensen. And you can hear the home crowd right behind their team in this game. They may regard this as 2 points dropped if they don't win it at this stage. Damsgaard squeezes it down the line, and it's gone behind for a goal kick. You're listening to Brentford against Manchester United on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. 15 minutes to go. United have won 8 games by 1 goal in the final 15 minutes of Premier League games this season.
Well, I was going to say daylight robbery. It's not quite daylight now, is it? But if they do get a win out of this, then they certainly wouldn't have deserved it. But you know what? Teams get what they want in the end, somehow find the way of winning. But I just think, even though, look, Brentford by far and away the better side, it's still a very good point for Brentford. It really is, and they'll take a lot of confidence from the performance. But if they can get all 3 and actually go, what would it be, 7 points ahead of Luton and 18? That
5 points.
Would it be 5? They'd get an extra 2, wouldn't they, if they get a win?
Sorry, yeah, you're right, yeah, sorry, yeah. It'd be 5 points if it stays like this.
Yeah.
High ball played forward, Ayer inside the penalty area, it's flicked on again by Jorgensen, head tennis continues on the edge of the penalty area, Janot plays it back in, Maguire is there to clear, Janot now gets the ball on the ground, wide again towards Lewis Potter, he drives in the shot, it was almost deflected off Martinez, but he ducked out and it was clung on by Onana. Onana was then bumped by Toney inside the area, and he goes down, appeals for something, and very quickly gets back up.
Get out. Get out. You know, Ivan Toney's put it on you a little bit, but it's not a foul. I tell you what, it was a really good strike that from Lewis Potter. And you're right, there was a little bit of a deflection from Martinez, but fortunately for Onana, it didn't really go left or right, so in the end it came straight to him, but very well struck.
Brentford at home to Brighton on Wednesday. You'll be able to hear that game on the talkSPORT app. Download the app, look at the live commentary section. We have so many games coming up on Monday from the EFL Championship, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday from the Premier League. All 10 midweek games live and exclusive to the talkSPORT app with 6 games across the talkSPORT network.
Brilliant, isn't it?
What a great time to watch football over an Easter weekend. Fantastic day yesterday, stories everywhere, up and down the leagues, and it will be the same on Monday as well. Flecken now with an early ball over the top. It's allowed to bounce, and the shot from Ombuemo comes back off the crossbar, headed back in field, and again, Brentford denied by the crossbar. United living incredibly dangerously here. Damsgaard, wide on the far side. He's got support from Rudesled, but it's scrambled away. But the Brentford crowd rise all around the stadium. Thomas Frank once again is the auxiliary cheerleader inside the technical area. Straight ball down the middle, and United were all over the place.
Oh, it was a straight ball. It's a dink over the top from Flecken. And he causes so much havoc in there, doesn't he, Ivan Toney? And the fact is that he was able to just push a few players out of the way. It fell to Ombuemo. He's got one on his left foot. He'll be disappointed he's not hit the back of the net for that.
Jensen winding up for another long throw on the far side. In towards the near post, headed up in the air initially. Yana with a miss kick, flick towards goal. Toney challenging with Onana, who clings on well to gather. Casemiro and Mason Mount will be coming on shortly. For Manchester United, it will be Mount's first appearance in the Premier League since early November. And of course, Casemiro coming back from a hamstring injury, and this would be his 450th league appearance in Europe.
Well, I talked about sort of trying to regain the tempo of the match, and you get that in the midfield, and it's exactly what Ten Hag needs to do. You know, Kobbie Mainoo, we know what a wonderful talent he is, but I just think it's one game too far, and maybe this substitution is 10-15 minutes too late. But still 0-0 at the moment. United could still nick this.
Mainoo and Rashford coming off. Mount and Casemiro coming on. Currently Brentford 0, Manchester United 0 for the latest odds head to Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage right now. Brentford 11-5 to win. The draw is 10-7 on. United are 9-2 to take the victory. Don't forget, Betfair paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payout. Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with a 90 icon. All thanks to Betfair. 18 plus begambleaware.org. Now Hoyland back towards Dallow. 10 minutes to play here at the G-Tech on talkSPORT. Bruno Fernandes with a low shot, but again it was a hopeful effort, left-footed from the edge of the penalty area. It trundled into the arms of Flecken. He quickly bowls it out to this near side, and Lewis Potter. And support from Damsgaard. He's closed down though by McTominay. Anthony quickly finds Casemiro. Locked it over the top, but cleared away by Aya. Aya though was caught late there by Mason Mount, and it will be a free kick to Brentford midway inside their own half.
Well, it was little and large. I don't think Mason Mount needed to make that challenge. Aya was under pressure. He was only going to try and just make a clearance. He was just giving the ball away and giving it back to Brentford.
Mason Mount missing only his 9th Premier League appearance for Manchester United. It's been a season wrecked by injury. Aya heads away under pressure from Hoyland midway inside the Brentford half, and now Janel with space down the centre to bring it forward. Rides for challenge of Casemiro, wide to this near side, and Lewis Potter. The cross high into the penalty area. Onana fumbles it, and he gets lucky because it's scrambled away by Wan-Bissaka. Jorgensen pings in a shot, blocked by McTominay, who was winded by that, and then Toney with the delivery into the penalty area, deflected behind for a corner.
You know what? How on earth is this still 0-0? It's unbelievable. Cross comes in, and no one gets onto it, and Onana just drops it. He tries to catch it and drops it. Wan-Bissaka, well played for reacting first. Got away with that one, the goalkeeper.
The cross was deflected, but he had a long time to look at it.
Still got to judge that.
Ombuemo will take the corner kick on this near side. As we tick into the final, 8 minutes here on talkSPORT. Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. This will be only United's 3rd draw of the season. Ombuemo with the delivery towards the near post, flicked on by Toney. It was a very clever effort, but it was always rising over the top.
Well, it's still brilliant of him to somehow get there first. You can see another well-worked one, but to try and direct it on target. In the end, it goes over. It's on his left foot, it's difficult. It's falling backwards already. 25 attempts, 26 now. Brentford, just incredible.
But only 4 on target, that's the story, really.
Yeah, but, you know...
United have had 3.
Yeah, but the Flecken hasn't been tested, not properly. And this is where stats can be misleading. You know, they've hit the woodwork, don't call it woodwork anymore, but 4 times, and that won't count. Brentford have absolutely dominated this game, and yet you look at the stats and say, well, 4 shots to 3 on target, it looks close. No, look at the goal attempts, 25 to 8. That tells more of the story.
Jorgensen has received a yellow card for a challenge on the far side, still complaining towards Simon Hooper. And it will be a free kick for United inside their own half with 7 minutes to play. And they go all the way back towards Onana. Lunging in was Tony, but he can't cut out the ball which was played across the penalty area. Now at the other end, Bruno Fernandes was chasing forward. Lewis Potter with the back pass towards Flecken. And he clears long downfield. Damsgaard wins the ball in the air. Maguire does just enough to hammer the ball back towards Lisandro Martinez. And he's gifted the ball to Tony. Tony breaks into the penalty area. Tries to go back onto his right foot. Tries to pick out Mbuemo and does neither. And United will clear.
Nigel, I don't know what I just saw there. Lisandro Martinez giving the ball away and Harry Maguire catching up Ivan Toney.
Mbuemo now on the edge of the penalty area, caught by Casemiro, and it's a free kick a yard outside the box right of centre as Godos and Mopai prepare to come on here for Brentford.
My goodness me, I mean that just shows. You're talking about someone who's been involved in winning World Cups, just what he was doing there, again going back to kid stuff, and then Ivan Toney's just not direct enough, he's not quite got the ball under control, so Harry Maguire's able to come back. By the time he brings it onto his right foot, Maguire's there in a situation just to push him away. Good defending, you have to say, from the international.
Tony over the free kick on the edge of the penalty area, and it's so close to the penalty area as well, and Mbuemo could also hit this left-footed.
He's got to, it favours the left-footed for sure.
It'll be Tony or Mbuemo, and we have 5 minutes to play on talkSPORT in the Premier League on a big Saturday night in West London, where it's still Brentford 0, Manchester United 0, but United at the moment are clinging on for a point here. On the balance of play, it's one they would barely deserve, but Brentford have missed so many opportunities in the game. What can Tony and Mbuemo do here? It's Tony who hits it, and it's an anti-climax, right-footed wide of the near post.
Well, he's just called rank now, and he shouldn't have done. You know, Brian Mbuemo, it favours the left footer. Can go either way. For him to sneak that round the wall, and let's face it, he has done that before. Won his first game when he came back, but that angle was even tighter.
And the wide players are being changed for Brentford. Rudderslev and Lewis Potter are coming off, and Godos and Mopai are coming on. So Mopai will play presumably on the right. He's just having words with Matthias Jensen, and Godos will come on to try and attack down the left.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what type of formation Thomas Frank is wanting to play, but what you can definitely say is this is attacking. Well, he's going to try and go for it.
Cleared downfield by Onana. Now Casemiro. And the way United's season has gone, you just wouldn't put it past them to nick a winning goal here.
If they were to nick a winning goal, they should be embarrassed, really.
But look in the paper, it would say.
No, it wouldn't matter. It absolutely wouldn't matter.
Now Jorgensen hammers the ball away. Wan-Bissaka with the header over the top. It drops to Mount on the far side. Now Wan-Bissaka down the left in front of those United fans. He can attack the penalty area, challenged by Mbuemo. Wants the corner kick, but a goal kick's been given, and the United fans on the far side are absolutely furious. And we have 3 minutes of normal time to play. It's not been 4-0 this year for Erik ten Hag, but it's not been good either.
No, listen, I don't think the performance actually has been that different. from the game here last season. Just the scoreline. Brentford have absolutely dominated this game. As I say, they've put the woodwork 4 times. Onana's made some really good saves. Flecken, yes, there's been some shots on target, but they've all been really at him. Apart from that one, there was that one opportunity, wasn't it, where we think it was still, it probably would have been offside, but we don't know.
Shot, yeah. Tony's had a goal disallowed, he's hit the post, and Bueno's hit the bar. We've also seen Brentford hit bar and post on 2 other occasions. Tony now flicks on for Mopai inside the penalty area. Dalot gets there first. Dalot goes down. Mopai is also there clutching his face, so the referee will have to stop play here. And I'm not sure what happened there. Dalot was the first player to go down, but I think he maybe clipped the head of Mopai because he's struggling as well.
I don't think we're ever quite sure what happens when Neil Mopai's on the pitch. Just have a look. Oh yeah, was it? I mean, Barlow's the one who's kind of had his head back.
But it him, hasn't
yes, from the back of his head. Of course. It's not a foul from Neil Mopai.
Well, this could be interesting. A drop ball inside the United penalty area, but
it's no angel, but I think it was given as a foul.
Well, Mopai's receiving treatment, so too is Dalot. And we have just over a minute of normal time to play here.
I think Dalot's being clever, actually. He's the one whose head went back, it's the back of his head, rather than Neil Mopai's front of his. I think that would hurt Mopai more.
Well, Mopai's being patched up. So if it stays like this, United would remain 6th in the table, 8 points behind Spurs, and 11 points behind Villa, with a game in hand, but really they would be too far adrift to really have an impact, you feel. 4 points clear of West Ham, who of course lost today at Newcastle 4-3. Newcastle would be a further point back, and at the bottom Brentford would move on to 27 points. Everton 25, Forest 22, Luton 22, Burnley 18 and Sheffield United 50.
Big point for Burnley that today, wasn't it, at the bridge?
Huge.
I mean, fair play to them. I actually didn't think there was a penalty for Chelsea either.
And they are not out of it. 4 points
adrift. They're not now. They're not.
With 8 games to play.
The win against Brentford before the break, to draw against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. A lot of confidence to take, down to 10 men as well. Sneaking their way back into it.
There will be a minimum of 9 more minutes. So don't go anywhere. And there is still treatment here for Dalot and Mopai following the clash of heads inside the United penalty area. Of course, Everton losing again to another late goal, an own goal this time at Bournemouth. Forest and Palace with a 1-1 draw, probably more used to Palace than Forest. Sheffield United blowing it really, 3-1 up with 4 minutes to play at home. Fulham came back to draw Rodrigo Muniz in added time, and then Son with another heartbreak moment for Luton. You think how many points Luton have given away late in games?
I was at the Bournemouth game. Say no more.
Well, they've done it at home to Liverpool earlier this season. They were winning that game late on and only drew, and it's... I'm not trying to pile on the agony of affair. I just realised we were talking in face presence here. So.
I wonder why Fame is suddenly looking at us there.
But, look, they've had their chances. More than any other team down there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which suggests they could get it right and they could pull themselves up.
They're still very much in the fight, you have to say, because they have that almost, that cause feeling, the community, that what's gone on in their club the last decade. And they always knew that, you know, they would be in for a fight from the very start of the season. I don't think Burnley quite knew it. Forest weren't hoping for it, and Everton weren't either. Brentford certainly not. Luton been ready for this.
And those games coming up in succession in April for Brentford. Sheffield United at home, Luton away, Everton away. They could be the games to decide it. Well, Dalot's had his head patched up, so too has Mopai. They'll be back on the field shortly. We're into 2 minutes of 9 added minutes, and now Jensen has found Mbeumo. With pace down the right-hand side, he'll break into the penalty area. Mbeumo heading towards the byline, delivers the cross in towards Tony. He goes down under a challenge. It's cleared away as far as Janelt. The shot there was blocked, and Tony will try and get back to his feet. Anthony is the player who gets the ball away. Mount finding McTominay. United now have the opportunity to break, but Mount was just clipped, and it will be a free kick given to United inside the centre circle as Mopai and Dalot eventually come back onto the field of play.
Yeah, I actually think very clever play from Yanal. That should be a yellow card. Very clever. United on the counter-attack, an opportunity arising. Just pulls Mason Mount back. Now they're able to get back into position.
Bruno Fernandes with the free kick inside the centre circle. We played 3 of the 9 minutes, but we barely played any of the first of the 2 of the 9 minutes due to the injury break as Ayer challenged by Højlund on the far side, and the ball has gone straight out of play for a United throw-in. Nobody's leaving early.
Did you drive or did you get the train? What is the last train home?
Me?
I drove.
Yeah. Well, apparently the last train back to Manchester left at 8:02, so good luck. Wan-Bissaka will take the throw-in on the far side. And now Bruno Fernandes. And now Wan-Bissaka again, finding Casemiro midway inside the Brentford half. The first time ball forward is flicked on by Mount on the edge of the penalty area. Comes back out to Wan-Bissaka. Good ball to find Bruno Fernandes in towards McTominay. Headed away. Anthony nods it down. Casemiro looking to turn. Mount though has been robbed by Jensen. And Mopai can bring the ball clear for Brentford. Finding Tony on the halfway line. Holding off Dalot and Anthony. Godos plays it forward for Damsgaard. Slices the ball up in the air, but it goes straight back towards Godos. Didn't mean that. Godos has then been fouled by a retreating McTominay, and Brentford will have another opportunity to punt the ball high into the box with 5 minutes of added time to play.
And that's exactly what they will do, because they've caused havoc all night with that ball into the box. They've been a lot better than that. They've played really good football. They've counter-attacked really well, but when they have just stuck it in there, United have struggled to deal with it.
We'll get reaction from both clubs down in the tunnel following this game as well, as Yanal comes forward now, drives in a cross which was blocked at the near post by Bruno Fernandes, and it will be another throw-in for Brentford, another opportunity maybe for Jensen to hurl this ball high. Ticking towards the 96th minute here on talkSPORT. Still Brentford 0, Manchester United 0. Brentford have had 29 efforts on goal in the game, but they've not scored with any of them. Is this the moment? Jensen making use of all the room he can on this near side. Hurls it in towards the near post. It almost drops for Ayer inside the area. Yanal challenging, but now Anthony can bring the ball away for United over the halfway line. Mason Mount is in support. Excellent recovery challenge though from Godos on this near side, but Højlund working hard to win it back. Here is Bruno Fernandes, wide towards Anthony again. Now Højlund again, Bruno Fernandes finding Casemiro, good ball from him. Anthony now down the right, the cross into the penalty area is blocked at the near post, nearly breaks for Højlund. Here is Casemiro, and now Mason Mount, and Mason Mount has done it! Can you believe it? In the 97th minute, Mason Mount scores his first goal for Manchester United, and it's stolen 3 points at the G-Tech Community Stadium. Brentford cannot believe it. 29 attempts on goal, and it looks as though they are going to lose by a goal to 0. United, the Premier League's moments team, and Mason Mount has come up with a massive moment there.
Well, I'm just absolutely speechless, and I'm looking at pictures of Thomas Frank, and he's got a smile on his face, because he cannot believe what he's just seen. And we've mentioned that. 30 goal attempts now from Brentford. It says 4 to 5 with United, that being that one on target, but that does not tell the story. United have absolutely got away with this. But it doesn't matter. Not in terms of the results, not in terms of the chase of the Champions League, but I think it shows that they are a million miles away from where Ten Hag, where Sir Jim Ratcliffe, where the United fans want them to be. This is very much papering over the cracks. But at this moment in time, if you're a United fan, who cares?
This will be the 13th win this season in added time. The 9th time they've won after 75 minutes. The 4th time they've won in added time. They keep getting away with it.
They do, and you know what? The fact that you keep on doing it, then there's a reason. Your fitness, physically, mentally. But my goodness me, if this was 4-1, that would probably be about right. Do you know what, Nigel? I'm really pleased for Mason Mount. Tough time, but a very good Chelsea
He's a good
player.
guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a really good player. He's had a tough time with his short United career so far.
Now Burma with a cross into the penalty area. Breaks wide towards the far side. Jensen on the overlap down the right. Launches the cross in, headed away by Mount. There are Brentford fans around us looking dumbfounded. They are absolutely stunned. But here is Tony inside the penalty area. Twisting and turning towards the byline. Pulls it back. And Ayer is there to equalise. Christopher Ayer in the 99th minute may have rescued a point for Brentford. Manchester United took the lead, but they were unable to hold on. And the G-Tech Stadium erupts. And that is the least that Thomas Frank's team deserved. Brentford won, Manchester United won.
And you're right, Nigel, to say might, because there still could be another goal. You just don't know. But one thing about this Brentford side, they will never give up. Absolute brilliant play from Ivan Toney. He brought the ball out of the sky with a wonderful first touch. He didn't panic. He's inside the box. He went past two players. He cut the ball back. And there's your big centre-half to stick it in the back of the net. Brilliant from Toney. Fully deserved from Brentford.
Only Christopher Ayer's second goal for Brentford, but that is the least they deserve, let's be honest.
I'm telling you, this is a 4-5-1 game. United have got away with a point, but they'll take it now.
It's a game they should have won, though. Game they may still win. As Mount on the far side, challenged by Jorgensen. Well, United scored twice in added time to win the game back in October when Brentford led 1-0 for so long. Both teams have scored in added time here.
Nigel, I'm saying it's a 4-5-1 game, but you're absolutely right. United score so late on, they have to see this out. They have to get the win and get all 3 points. And whether you're stealing the points, or whether it's daylight robbery, call it what you want, who cares? You come away with the win. You don't concede when you've just gone up in the, what was it, the 96th minute? Wow.
The goals have been scored, I think, in 90+7 and 90+9. Mount and then Ayer. And United coming forward again with Mason Mount. Their fans now don't know whether to laugh or cry, but in many ways they've seen it all before. And Mount has won a corner now, and we're into the 101st minute. It's a good job we're on the air till 10:30, really. We'll try and get some reaction for you before the end of the programme, otherwise Adam Catchwell will be along with Fight Night later on tonight on talkSPORT. The corner, high into the penalty area. Maguire challenging for the header, and it took a deflection off Jorgensen. It goes over the top for another United corner. They could have won it there again.
Well, it's 100+ minutes now, isn't it? So we're getting close to the last kick of the game. The fact that United have the corner, this could well be the moment.
Bruno Fernandes will take it. 102 minutes on the clock. High into the penalty area. Mount will have to control at the far post. Goes back towards Wan-Bissaka. Delivered in high. Martinez managing to knock the ball down, but he's penalised for pulling down Janelt. And it will be a free kick for Brentford. They want to take it quickly. Hammered downfield by Collins. But the referee, I think, will just halt this now. McTominay tried to delay the restart. The Brentford players weren't happy about that. It was hammered clear by Collins, and the referee will have at least a word with McTominay and may well show him a yellow card.
Well, he's not wanting to come back, is he? The referee's calling him and he's just ignoring him. It's got to be a yellow.
Well, if he does that, he'll definitely get booked.
It's got to be.
Well, McTominay is refusing to come towards the referee, and Simon Hooper's saying, look, we're not going to carry on until I've shown you the yellow card. And Simon Hooper, who was the spitting image of our producer here, Carl Riley, here tonight, has shown another yellow card.
How do you know that's not Carl down there?
Well, rather like Carl, he's got very good control of this. It's been a good game, and it's been well refereed.
It has. It has. We're, what, 12 minutes now into what was 9 minutes, 102 minutes. It's been a heck of a game. Loved it.
Neil Mopai was also shown a yellow card during that as well.
There's a shot.
Now Godos heads the ball down. It's controlled by Janelt. Squeezed further wide towards Collins. Now Damsgaard down the right, low into the penalty area for Tony. Good challenge though on the edge of the box for Maguire. Damsgaard though has it back. Brentford are streaming forward here, but Bruno Fernandes does well to play it back to Onana. He hammers it clear and we still play on. Jensen nods it forward. Maguire heads away. McTominay beaten to it by Janelt. And now Godos coming forward down the right. Did the ball take a deflection of Darlow? No, it didn't. It will be a United throw-in. And we are still going to play on for now. 104 minutes now. Thrown in field, hooked forward by Bruno Fernandes. Jorgensen goes all the way back towards Flecken. He will just hammer it downfield, but it's a miss kick from him. Never got off the ground, but he does find Nguemo on the halfway line. And now Jensen launches it wide towards Tony. Is this the final chance of the game? He's got Godos in support. Godos now will attack the penalty area down the left. The cross there was deflected off Dallow. Headed away by McTominay. Tony wins it back. Now Godos needs to get the ball into the area. Collins, challenged though by Anthony, but it breaks for Damsgaard. Damsgaard now, low into the area for Mopai. He's onside, hammers the ball across, and it's cleared away by Wan-Bissaka. Janelt tries to win it back. It's brought clear by Casemiro. And now Bruno Fernandes, releasing Casemiro over the halfway line. Doesn't quite have the pace to get there, but Anthony might. But the ball forward to him is cut up by Ayer, and there goes the full-time whistle. What an extraordinary game, with a remarkable finish. 1-1 in the end, a match which was utterly dominated by Brentford, but they fell behind in the 97th minute. Mason Mount scoring his first goal for Manchester United. It looked at that stage that Brentford would be denied at least a point they richly deserved. But United unable to hold on. Christopher Ayer slotting in after great work by Ivan Toney in the 99th minute to equalise, and it's a point which ultimately is a good deal more used to Brentford at the bottom than Manchester United chasing the Champions League at the top. Full time, Brentford 1, Manchester United 1.
I don't even know how to catch my breath after that. What an absolutely bonkers 100 and however many minutes it was of football. I've got to tell you what an elderly Brentford fan said to me as he climbed the stairs. He got me to take my headphones off and he said, "That is the luckiest get out of jail win I've ever seen any team come and play Brentford, either at Griffin Park or here." And then literally Ayer goes down the other end and scores, and he goes, "Whoop, I better get back down," and he races down the stairs to take his feet back again. That was just crazy, but I think the Brentford fans leaving here have got their heads down, because it must feel like a defeat after 31 shots at Manchester United's goal. I lost count of the amount of times they hit the crossbar or the post, and the chances that they had were just incredible, and it just didn't look like it was going to go for them. But a point is still important, but it could have been a win, and it should have been a win, Scott.
Do you know what, Faye? First and foremost, again, what a great game to end what has been a great day in the Premier League, and coming off the back of the international break as well. You know, we really want it to be exciting at the top end. We've got 3 teams fighting for the title. We've got teams fighting for Champions League. And obviously we've got teams battling against relegation. Brentford here, if they play like this for the rest of the season, 100% they stay up. The question is, can they repeat this from now to the end of the season? Because don't forget, before this game, there was 14 defeats out of the previous 18.
Yeah.
So, look, Thomas Frank, I know what you're saying about it feels like a bit of a defeat. It was a 4-5-1 game, but I would think there's so much positivity to take from this. I really do. And yes, they nearly lost it, but the way they came back even then and didn't give up, and brilliant from Ivan Toney, and your big centre-half finishing like he was your centre-forward. But that was 31 attempts. That was a brilliant performance from Brentford. As I say, they didn't come away with all 3 points, but if I was a Brentford player or Brentford fan, I'm thinking, that was really good, we've got to keep that going, and if we produce it week in, week out, we're staying up.
Thomas Frank has just led his players round to a standing ovation from the Brentford fans that are left here. He still had a smile on his face. I mean, he had a smile on his face when they went 1-0 down, but I think it was a wry, roll your eyes kind of smile. But the players' heads were down, and he was like, no, this is good, because they've got to keep this momentum going. They've got a big game midweek on Wednesday, which you can hear on the app, against Brighton. They can definitely survive on performances like this, but they've got to be more clinical.
Well, they have. And I wouldn't even say it was brilliant Manchester United defending. I think at times it was. Rafa Varane, certainly in the first half, did really well. And Maguire, when he came on, putting some important headers away. But they hit the post 4 times.
Yeah.
Post stroke crossbar 4 times. And the stats won't show that. It's 5-5 shots on goal. That was a million miles away from that. And I was saying that to Nige. Look at the attempts, 31-11. That tells you your story of what we saw here. And United, look, they'll be gutted, and whether it's indiscipline, whether it's a lack of concentration, once you score that goal in the 97th minute, you need to win. We talked about this being a must-win game. With Spurs coming back from behind, getting a late winner, Villa, cruising pretty much to a good win against Wolves. They need to win this game. And they would have completely got away with that. And your mate who tapped you on the shoulder and said that I've never seen anything like that before was absolutely spot on. But they needed to find a way to keep that clean sheet, and they didn't. That even the point, but even if it was a win, that would have papered over the cracks. This just wasn't good enough from the Manchester United team. And as I say, in terms of Erik ten Hag, he's very much on trial from now to the end of the season. And that wasn't good enough. That wasn't a good enough performance.
They've been papering over the cracks all season.
They have.
And kind of getting away with it. Not always getting away with it, but recently getting away with it. They got away with it today. They shouldn't have come away with a point today on that performance. Not a chance. Is this, as far as you're concerned, is this a bit, you look at a little bit of the old school luck that Manchester United kind of used to have, but at least, I'm not comparing this Manchester United side with the treble winners, for example, but, the kind of Fergie time part of Manchester United, they still manage to kind of do that, don't they? But this performance, this group of players, they don't deserve Champions League football, do they?
No, look, you deserve. You get what you deserve at the end of the season. If they finish in the Champions League place, then that means that they've gone on to the end of the season on a fantastic winning run, which I don't think they will from what we've seen. But let's be fair, Fergie time, and that wasn't luck, that was just sheer mentality of never giving up and saying we are going to go right to the very end. And you have to say again, if you do something repeatedly, then clearly they have something that is positive in terms of that mentality of never giving up. But just in terms of controlling the game, it wasn't just a fact of Brentford looked dangerous and were just knocking high balls into the box, and they couldn't handle the height of Brentford both defensively and offensively. They were outplayed tonight, Manchester United. That wasn't good enough. And maybe those substitutions in central midfield could have come a little bit earlier because they were losing the tempo of the game. But I cannot give enough credit to Brentford for that performance. And then to go 1-0 down in the 96th minute, 97th minute, you thinking that's it, and then not give up and go again. Absolutely brilliant from them. But ultimately, I don't see Manchester United finishing Champions League place on this performance and what we've seen all season. They need to suddenly turn it around as if almost title-winning form. And I just don't see it from this United.
Well, they might do it against Chelsea on Thursday. That's live on talkSPORT 2.
I'm doing it.
Lucky you for that. We're going to talk about Chelsea's 2-2 draw against 10-man Burnley very, very shortly. I just want one quick answer. You mentioned it in commentary, and it was exactly what I was thinking. Mason Mount, not played since November, just had such a torrid time of it since he joined Manchester United. His first goal for them. Pleased for him as a player, coming on as a substitute and doing that. What does that show about his mentality?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he went for a lot of money. I still would have loved to have seen him in a Chelsea shirt personally, but he clearly fell out with the owners in terms of the negotiations of the contract. He's gone to United. First couple of games didn't work, the midfield that was happening, and then he got injured, and he was out injured for a long time. It's been tough for him, but one thing I would say is, and I don't know him, I know people who do know him and have worked with him, and they say not only is he a really good technical player, but he's a very strong character.
Yeah, he is a strong.
And he's a really good guy. I mean, not that really means anything, but you kind of want good guys.
It means a lot.
Not on a football pitch. It's not about being a good guy, it's about being a good player. But you want good guys to do well. but he's ticked all the boxes. And yeah, absolutely really pleased with him, and hopefully this is the start of his Manchester United career.
Your hardest job of the night. It's time for us to pick our man of the match with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
I don't want to be in your position, Scott, which is why I'm very grateful I'm not. Who on earth are you going to pick?
Well, look, yeah, you have to give, first of all, a Brentford player, and I think the worst Brentford player got at least a 7.5 tonight.
Nice.
But I just think Ivan Toney was sensational. He led the line, he never gave up, played that equaliser was all about him. Could easily have got a hat-trick on another day with a bit of luck, because he did everything right. Then he would have had a hat-trick, but I just thought sensational form, and if he carries on that now after the way he played against Belgium, as much as you want Ollie Watkins to do well as well, if there's only one other striker that's being taken, he's in the box seat right now.
Yeah, feels like it. So Ivan Toney was our man of the match from today's game with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
I've changed my outro to us teeing up the rest of the Premier League day's action so many times. I'm just going to say, what a game we've had at the G-Tech. If that had ended goalless, it would have been like one of the best goalless draws I've ever seen. It did finish in the end though. Brentford won, Manchester United won, both goals scored in injury time. But next year on Game Night on talkSPORT, we're going to review all of today's Premier League action, and we'll also look ahead to tomorrow's games with the top 3 all in action.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all vehicles your business needs.
Don't break your stride. Hurry to Screwfix for unmissable deals on trade essentials. Big paint job on? Buy the Fortress Big Box Set for $27.99 and get a half-price extension pole for just $7.47. Patios and driveways in need of a clean? Get the Titan pressure washer for just $59.99. Shop now on the app, at screwfix.com or in store.
Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least April 1st, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for all T's and C's.
When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on justeat.co.uk for details.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card! Right, yes, back in the game. Yes! Ooh, no! Draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only while stock lasts.
The football season is well and truly underway with Betfair. And if you're looking to get involved in all the action, then look no further. At Betfair, we've made it faster and easier to build your ACCA this football season. Celebrate this weekend with a completely free ACCA or Bet Builder on football. Betfair.
Opt-in and previous deposit required. Max free bet varies from £1 to £10 per customer. Minimum odds of 1.5 or minimum 1 leg. T&Cs apply. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
Who are you going for in the racing today?
The favourite.
And tomorrow? The favourite. And the next day? The favourite. The Sun's horse racing pull-out, The Favourite, is now in the paper 7 days a week. Yes, that's right. Every single day. Bringing you even more top tips, more form guides, more race cards, and all the colours and silks. Get your favourite pull-out every day in the Sun, the home of racing.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream the Premier League contract free with a Now Sports Day all-month membership. 18 plus on your internet terms apply. Feel the passion and the pride of the Premier League.
Oh, it's a stunning goal!
Game day exclusive
on talkSPORT.
This is game night on talkSPORT. I'm Faye Carruthers. We've just brought you Brentford 1, Manchester United 1, and it's been a brilliant day of Premier League action across the talkSPORT network. Here's how it sounded.
It's across Barkley inside the penalty area. Touch for Chong. And Luton Town score. Tahith Chong. Inside 3 minutes.
We had the equaliser. Nottingham Forest 1, Crystal Palace 1. Chris Wood continuing his good form under Nuno.
Bournemouth 2, Everton 1. Oh, poor old Seamus Coleman. Picked aesthetic, it's going nowhere, and he just chests it into his own net.
Can you believe it? Chelsea 2, 10-man Burnley 2. Dara O'Shea up from the back to head it at goal. Sheffield United 3, Fulham 3. Rodrigo Muniz with the equaliser on an acrobatic volley. Werner with a low cross. Son with a shot deflected and in. And the captain may just have won it for Spurs right at the end of the game.
The fight for fourth continues, and Villa are right in there. Aston Villa 2, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0.
Here is Casemiro, and now Mason Mount! And Mason Mount has done it! They are absolutely stunned. But here is Tony inside the penalty area, twisting and turning towards the byline, pulls it back, and Ayer is there to equalise! Christopher Ayer in the 99th minute! Oh, the Premier League, we've missed you.
We almost had as many goals today in the Premier League as Brentford had shots. 29 in total, 31 shots for Brentford. Absolutely incredible it has been. Let's start off by looking at Newcastle 4, West Ham 3. I mean, the Hammers threw away a 3-1 lead, quite incredible. Seems really harsh to kind of highlight this as a turning point, but Calvin Phillips was brought on for Mikel Antonio at 3-1 in the 69th minute, and it all kind of went to pieces from then, gave away a penalty, and Newcastle ended up winning the game 4-3.
Yeah, and I've seen David Moyes getting stick for making that substitution, and it's one of those where, you know, you get it right, it's absolutely the right thing to do, you lose the game, and it's the wrong thing to do. I think that what I would say is, you know, Mikel Antonio was in superb form, where he's had his injury problems this season. So it's a tough one, really, isn't it? And I understand where the West Ham fans might be frustrated, but you know, you're 3-1 up at St James's Park. You want to kind of help see the game out and get the game management, because if you hadn't made it and they had lost 4-3, then people say, well, why didn't you make the substitution? And in terms of the penalty, I'm sorry, Faye, I just didn't think that was a penalty. I thought, you know,
he won it, didn't he, Anthony Gordon?
Absolutely, sure. Anthony Gordon, you know, was very clever. I mean, he won the first one. You can just about say that was a penalty. The second one, not for me. It's just so not. It's just him putting his foot in between where Phillips wants to try and kick the ball and then going, that's not a foul. That's someone trying to be very clever, and there's a difference between understanding that. And obviously, it was a key moment in the game. So I think that West Ham, obviously, and Moyes have been really disappointed that they came away 3-1 up with nothing in the end. Really pleased for Eddie Howe, because he's been under a lot of pressure recently, and there's people who are saying, oh, should he be under pressure for his job? I really don't think so. In fact, I feel very adamant about it. But obviously, being an ex-West Ham player, I'm disappointed they didn't get all 3 points in the end.
Well, Manchester United won't be, because actually United are now 4 points above West Ham. If West Ham had won that game, it would be much closer between the two of them fighting for European football. But let's hear what David Moyes had to say. He spoke to talkSPORT and said that despite being 3-1 up, they actually needed a little bit more in the middle of the park.
I thought the opposite. I thought we weren't in control. We'd gone 3-1 up, and I thought that they had got control. So I had to find a way of getting control back. So what we done was we thought we'd bring on a third midfield player to give us a little bit extra in midfield. changed it around a little bit. I think Mick had played, I don't know, maybe 60, 65 minutes by then. So, no, we ended up looking a poor decision, but the truth is we done it for what we thought. We didn't want to wait till we'd gone 3-2 down before we made the decision. We thought we were under the cosh at that time, and we certainly were, because they'd missed a couple of chances before the poor decision on the penalty kick on the second.
Yeah, they'd had some warning signs, West Ham, hadn't they? And you know, heads were down at Newcastle in the first half. Apparently it was really quiet, which St James's Park never is. But anyway...
it just feels like, so can I just say, you know, again, I'm pleased for Eddie Howe, but it just feels like David Moyes can get some really good wins under his belt, and it takes one defeat, and some people having to go in again.
Don't they, straight away. Oh God, I really don't want to go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Luton Town scored a third-minute goal thanks to Tahith Chong, and were well in the lead against Tottenham, but Tottenham do what Tottenham do best in terms of the second half, and they got a vital 3 points in their search for Champions League football. Heung-min Son with the winner ultimately late on in the game. I think that was the 86th minute, that one, and Luton back in the relegation places because Nottingham Forest earned a draw against Crystal Palace, so looking difficult at the moment for Luton Town. A big game against Arsenal midweek, which you can hear live on talkSPORT, by the way. I'll be there for that as a fan. I'm taking my dad, and I missed that crazy game at Kenilworth Road earlier on in the season between the two sides. But you know, Spurs just know how to get points late on in games this season.
Yeah, again, it's that kind of mentality, isn't it, of never giving up, of putting teams under pressure, and you can't keep on coming back from a goal down. It's very difficult to do. You know, by the sounds of it, I was listening to it on talkSPORT. It sounded like Luton really deserved to be 1-0 up at half time, but you know they're going to come at you, Spurs. You really do. And
Brennan Johnson off the bench.
Yeah, you know, they've got options, haven't they? They've got options, and Luton, you know, with the injuries they've got, and you know, still fighting for the cause, and you know, they still believe that it can happen. But you know, the next away game after Arsenal, of course, don't you? It's Manchester City.
I do.
But you've got some very winnable games. You know, that's the point. But from Spurs' winnable home games, that is. From Spurs' point of view, again, we talked about must-win here for United. That was a must-win game for Spurs. And it looks an even better win now that United haven't come away with all 3 points here. So, you know, I've always thought 5th would be enough for a Champions League place. Of course, you want to try and finish as high as possible, but I do think Villa and Spurs will be finishing in that 4th and 5th position. Which way, I'm still not quite sure. But it was a good win. It was a massive win for Spurs in their fight for Champions League football next season. Yeah,
we brought the audio earlier on from Unai Emery after Aston Villa's 2-0 win over Wolverhampton Wanderers. But let's look at the bottom of the table again, carrying on from Luton's defeat. Chelsea drew 2-2 with 10 men Burnley. Chelsea no clean sheet since January, which is quite unbelievable. They can't do it again. I know. Well, you started it. But you know, I don't know what's going on with Chelsea this season. It's they feel very Manchester United-like, which is quite interesting. We get to see the two of them go head-to-head on Thursday on talkSPORT 2. But yeah, it's been very difficult. But Burnley are chipping away at the points actually, and closing the gap on safety.
Yeah, let's move swiftly on from Chelsea, shall we? I mean, it was so, dare I say, so Spursy. Chelsea have been this season, but I think you're right to put Chelsea and Manchester United together. But obviously, United fan can say, well, we're fighting for the Champions League. You're fighting for the Europa Conference at the moment, so you have to beat 10-man Burnley. You have to, and I thought they were lucky with the penalty. I didn't think that was a penalty either. But in terms of Burnley, they're back in the game. They are. You know, that win against Brentford, the draw today, they're 4 points away. If they can somehow, the problem is then you've got goal difference as well. So, and it's a lot. It's a lot. There's 15 goals difference. So really, that's another point. So they're 5 points away. But if they can get another 4 points out of 6 coming up, or just somehow get back-to-back victories towards the end of the season, suddenly they've got that momentum. Suddenly they're not going into games scared. They're the ones who feel like they've got the confidence, and other teams who are dropping like a stone are going into their games a little bit petrified. Listen, I still think they will go down, but they're suddenly making a fight of it.
Yeah, Sheffield United point as well, although they were 3-1 up against Fulham, and massive. That's the second week in a row, second game week.
They went 4-1 up actually, didn't they? But the goal was just allowed.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, that was a crazy game as well. Finished 3-3 in the end. against Fulham, and Bournemouth with 2-1 winners over Everton, but Everton handed them those extra 2 points on a plate really, and manager Sean Dyche said that he was responsible for Everton slumping to a club record equalling 12 consecutive Premier League games without a win. They're 3 points from the relegation places. Captain Seamus Coleman scored a late own goal, handing Bournemouth victory. Looked like a mix-up between himself and Jordan Pickford, and you know, late in the game you can't do that kind of thing. Bournemouth walk away with all 3 points.
Well, look, it was Coleman's mistake, but you know, I don't think anyone will have a go at him because he's one of the very few leaders that club has right now and has had over the last decade. So, you know, that happens. Been there as a fullback, it bounces up, it just kind of bounces off your chest in the wrong way, and you know, horrible for him. But Sean Dyche, it's not down to him. He's taking the brunt. He's being a leader by saying it is down to me and trying to take the pressure off the players. You know, they've created enough chances again to get something out of the game. They just can't score. And you know, he's never been a centre forward, but he can't go on the pitch and put the ball in the back of the net himself. They've created enough chances over the last 10, 12 games to get 3 or 4 wins at the very least, and they haven't. So that's just him being a leader. That's just him saying, look, it's all on me. I'm going to try and take the pressure off the players.
Nottingham Forest earned a point against Crystal Palace at home as well. I think actually that point for both those sides does everybody in and around them a bit of a favour, because it means that Crystal Palace aren't fully out of it on 30 points in 14th place, 3 points above Brentford, so could get sucked into it themselves. I don't think they will do, but you just don't know, do you? Having seen what happened to Leicester last season. Listen, we're hopefully going to bring you reaction from this game. It finished Brentford 1, Manchester United 1. Nigel Adderley's in the tunnel waiting to speak to Eric Ten Hag and Thomas Frank. If we do get those interviews before we hand you over to Fight Night in around 5 minutes' time, we will bring them to you. Otherwise, the Fight Night guys will play them out, or you will hear them in the news and sport throughout the day. But we need to look ahead to a huge day in the title race tomorrow, and particularly preview Manchester City against Arsenal. Liverpool are in action as well against Brighton, of course, in the earlier kick-off, but 4:30 kick-off is Man City against Arsenal. Big misses in terms of the England duo of John Stones and Kyle Walker missing the game, Scott. Arsenal head coach Mikel Arteta says there's a chance the injured trio Gabriel, Bukayo Saka and Gabriel Martinelli will recover for the game. But this is going to be an interesting one in terms of who each manager is going to field, because if they're not able to field their strongest 11s, it's a fascinating one. How do you see it?
There's a chance. There's a chance. I think we know what that means. I think there's a massive chance they'll be fine. He's not going to turn around and say they're all fit. He's going to try and keep people, and certainly Pep Guardiola, guessing. I do think John Stones and Kyle Walker being injured is a massive blow for City. You know, yes, Haaland and Kevin De Bruyne are kind of like the sexy names, but those two are so important. John Stones, the way he steps into midfield and helps control the game. And Kyle Walker as well, you know, if there's any balls in behind, well, there's no one quicker than him. So I do think it's a massive blow for City, and my guess would be that all 3, Gabriel, Saka and Martinelli, certainly 2 of the 3, I think will be fit. So this is a fascinating game, Faye, it really is, because, look, it's not a title decider because there's Liverpool as well. But what I would say is if Arsenal were to go to the Etihad and get all 3 points, they would be, what, with that 4 points, plus their goal difference, which is pretty much, they're 11 goals ahead at the moment of Manchester City. And we know that City can win games big, but so can Arsenal, because they've done that recently. That psychologically would not only mean, you know, what with 9 games left, there's a 5-point gap, but also it would give Arsenal the real belief, because remember what happened at the Etihad last season, where City just dominated them really, and Arsenal tried to press and they went long to Haaland. Well, Saliba's fit now, and I think Gabriel will be fit as well.
Feels like a different mentality in this Arsenal side as well this season.
There's a different mentality, there's an experience from what happened last year. Saliba is now fit, whereas he wasn't towards the back end of the season, and they've got Declan Rice, who has been sensational. And you could ask about, you know, key battles. When there's 2 top teams like this, there's not 1 or 2 key battles. There's key battles all over the pitch. There's Haaland against the 2 centre-halves. In midfield, Rice can help control the game, or not having City so much control of the game in the way that we know Pep Guardiola's side want them to do. And going forward as well, if Saka is fit, you know, up against City don't really have a left back. So I know that Ake has done really well against him in the past, but you know, who will be up against that? I fancy Saka almost against anyone. So it's a fascinating game, and as much as I've gone all along, all season from the very start, and I'm still saying now, if you pin me down, I'd go for City to win the title. I genuinely don't know which way this game's going to go, and if Arsenal do get the win, they will have so much belief off the back of it.
It's going to be fascinating. 1 point separating the top three, and all three in action tomorrow. Can't wait for it. You can hear the Sunday session tomorrow with Adrian Durham, where we'll bring you all the updates from that. The Continental Cup final in women's football between Arsenal and Chelsea is live over on talkSPORT 2 as well. It's been a pleasure to have your company as always, Scott.
Right back at you.
Thank you very much. It's going to get warm. It's so cold out here. Not used to
say that. No,
it's half an hour after the game finished.
And you're going to lose an hour's sleep tonight as well.
Don't tell me that. I've got to drive to Wolverhampton tomorrow. Anyway, listen, it's been a pleasure. Coming up next here on talkSPORT, Fight Night with Gareth A. Davis and Spencer Oliver. But here at the G-Tech, it looked like a Manchester United smash and grab at the death. But Brentford snatched it straight back to go 5 points clear of the relegation places and leave United's Champions League hopes hanging in the balance.
Brentford have had 29 efforts on goal in the game. And they've not scored with any of them. Here is Casemiro, and now Mason Mount! And Mason Mount has done it! Can you believe it? In the 97th minute!
Well, I'm just absolutely speechless, and I'm looking at a picture of Thomas Frank, and he's got a smile on his face. Because he cannot believe what he's just seen.
There are Brentford fans around us looking dumbfounded. They are absolutely stunned. But here is Tony inside the penalty area, twisting and turning towards the byline, pulls it back, and Ayer is there to equalise! Christopher Ayer in the 99th minute!
I'm telling you, this is a 4-5-1 game. United have got away with a point, but they'll take it now.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream the Premier League, contract free with a Now Sports Day all-month membership. 18 plus, with our internet terms apply.
We all fantasize about our perfect home, watching the big game cozied up in the snow, balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing Monday football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Don't break your stride. Hurry to Screwfix for unmissable deals on trade essentials. Big paint job on? Buy the Fortress Big Box Set for $27.99 and get a half-price extension pole for just $7.47. Patios and driveways in need of a clean? Get the Titan pressure washer for just $59.99. Shop now on the app, at screwfix.com or in store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until at least April 1st, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
Mwah. When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat the tortilla naked burrito bowl.
Oh, I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, I know that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else.
Did somebody say just eat?
Charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and opening times on Just Eat or UK for details.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18 plus begambleaware.org. Hey, fancy scoring a grand for your local football club? Well, you're in luck, because the Sun has teamed up with Tesco's Stronger Starts programme to create the Footy for All Fund, offering £150,000 in grants to help out grassroots youth football clubs. 150 clubs will each get £1,000 to be used in any way that helps children continue to enjoy the sport they love. So, if your club or club in your area needs a boost, apply for a grant today at thesun.co.uk/footy fund. T's and C's apply.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes, ooh, no, a wild card. Right, yes, back in the game. Yes, ooh, no, draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal.
until 7th of May from 11 a.m. Includes one selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only while stocks last.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Online, DAB digital radio, and 1089 and 1053 a.m. Get in the ring, go the distance with Fight Night.
The fight starts now.
With Gareth A. Davies.
I don't think he's going to get up.
talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Welcome to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis, and Spencer the Omen. Oliver, we have a massive show coming up for you tonight, including legendary promoter Frank Warren will join us shortly to talk all things Matchroom versus Queensberry 5x5. Another legendary promoter, Dennis Hobson, will be on the show ahead of his live event in Sheffield next Saturday. That can be watched live on the talkSPORT boxing YouTube channel. Super featherweight Zelfa Barrett joins us ahead of his fight in 2 weeks' time with Jordan Gill, and we'll pick the bones from the latest twist in the Conor Benn saga. This is Fight Night on talkSPORT. Well, Mr. Oliver, it's Saturday, but the weird thing is, over an Easter bank holiday, Thursday feels like Friday night, Friday feels like Saturday, Saturday feels like Sunday, then the clocks go forward, Sunday feels like Sunday, Monday feels like Sunday, and then Tuesday everyone goes back to work and they wonder what day it is. But we've been all week around Wardley and Clark and this big card at the O2 Arena. We're there tomorrow night live, by the way, 6:30, 6 o'clock on talkSPORT 2, 8:30 on talkSPORT 1. Myself, Spencer, John Rawling and Adam Smith is joining me as co-presenting. It's going to be a fantastic night. We'll get into that as the show emerges. But first of all, this week, a special event may be announced for Wembley Stadium later this year. We're looking at September. Will we see, I'm going to you on this because you're on the AJ Anthony Joshua WhatsApp group, will he fight at Wembley again? Earlier this week, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, the chairman of the Riyadh season, and we know what's been happening there with boxing, the General Entertainment Authority that he chairs as well, responsible for staging boxing in Riyadh, first disclosed the possibility of a huge show at England's National Stadium. The idea would be to use the event as an advertisement for more boxing to follow in Saudi Arabia as part of the opening of the Riyadh season last year. Last year, it was Battle of the Baddest, Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou. Look what that created. Wembley event. You seemed to me to be on the money earlier this week. It all made sense, what you were saying. Let the listeners know again what your inclination is going to be for that.
Yeah, so, I said to you that I think that I could see AJ possibly topping the bill at Wembley Stadium. I believe that that's where it was. I think that Frank Warren has hinted at that there's a possibility there's a 5 versus 5. We will get that in September. Wembley Stadium seems to be Chapter 2. Wembley Stadium seems to be the front runner. That will be the opening of Riyadh season. And we know what's going on out in Saudi Arabia, the investment of the Saudi Arabia into boxing, which has been absolutely phenomenal. They're doing a great job there. But how good, Gareth, how good is it that they are actually bringing big-time boxing back here as well? Because that was what the fans were worrying about. We were going to lose the big shows here. We were going to lose the stadium fights. Well, guess what? They're coming back September.
It's a great move. In this first section, we're going to talk about the undercard announced for Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. That's May the 18th, of course. We're going to go through that in a minute. I want to ask you, first of all, just on that note, we're going to hear from Moza Taumer in a minute as well. Do you think we'll see Joshua fight at Wembley in September? And is your inclination, you were talking about the IBF title that might become released after Fury and Usyk fight. Do you think Joshua's going to become a 3-time world champion?
Definitely, and I've said this all along, and I've had a strong feeling about this. I've always believed in AJ, even when the chips were down, when the confidence was low. Now he's bounced back. He's had a great year. Last year he's had 4 contests. The momentum is back. I think the inconsistency was affecting his performances. Now he's got that consistency back. He's got that confidence back, that self-belief back. that puts him back at the top of the tree. Do I believe that he'll become IBF World Champion again? Yes. And like you said there, I think that once that Undisputed happens, the IBF then becomes vacant. I can see Philip Hergovich boxing Daniel Dubois for the vacant IBF title. I can see the winner of that boxing Anthony Joshua, and I believe that will land in Wembley. That's the roadmap.
Fantastic stuff. Well, not everyone agrees with you, because heavyweight prospect Moses Talma, 19 is he already? 19, looking to be the youngest heavyweight champion in the world, joined the Drive show this week. He said, and this doesn't agree with you, that he doesn't understand why everyone's raving about Anthony Joshua again. Listen to this.
I'm not hating on anyone, but he's boxed Otto Wallin and Ngannou. They're like the performances where he's looked like very good, and they're not really like strong. No, but obviously he was a former sparring partner of Otto Wallin was one of his sparring partners before, and Ngannou, like, no disrespect, but he was an MMA fighter, so you kind of, when you go into the ring with someone familiar, like you don't really have like any nerves to get hit, so you go in there full steam ahead, and I feel like that's why AJ's look good. I think that's the mentality, obviously, that he took into the fight, and it's just made him look better. Obviously, I do feel like he has improved. He's been looking very good, but I just feel like that's because of the switch of the mentality.
Mr. Moses Talma talking it up already. 19, wants to beat Mike Tyson's record as the youngest heavyweight ever. He's got till May next year to do it. He's fighting Ilja Mezenchev at heavyweight on the undercard of Fury versus Usyk in Riyadh at the Kingdom Stadium on May the 18th. That card's now been announced. Jaya Pataya, Maris Bradis, Joe Cordina, Anthony Kache, Agit Kabayel fighting Frank Sanchez, Mark Chamberlain, who's one of His Excellency's favourite fighters, against Joshua Oluwasawin, and Sergei Kovalev is back. It's a great card, very interesting. Make a good fight out of that.
I love the Opatai Bradis 2 fight. The first one was phenomenal. It went right down to the cruiserweight title. IBF cruiserweight title went right down to the wire. The first one, Opatai won that one, broke his jaw in the process, won that by split decision. But boy, that was value for money. If we get much of the same on that one in the return, by the way, I think Opatai wins that one clearer this time. I think he's got the momentum with him. Bradis hasn't really been boxing too much, and I think that will affect the outcome of this fight. But what a fight that is! I mean, if we get anything like the first one, we're in for a real treat.
Absolutely. Well, we've got more on all of that in a moment from Frank Warren on the 5x5 versus Eddie Hearn, Queensbury versus Matchroom. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value with William Hill. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Here at the Virgin Games Development Hub, we run all sorts of tests to make sure our players get the most thrilling experiences, wherever they are. Like testing our game recommendations feature for people playing in the bar, or our daily free games for people who train, or the perfect amount of free spins you get when you play £10. Let me see. Oh, it's 30.
Get 30 free spins when you play £10. Virgin Games. Serious about play. Visit virgingames.com. 18 plus, UK only. New members only. Must opt in. Free spins on double bubble, 1 coin size, max size, 30-day expiry. Full rules at virgingames.com. Play responsibly. BeGambleAware.org.
Hey, you're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30, and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
Like some kind of pizza ninja, Domino's are slicing their prices. Domino's price size. Small pizzas now 8 quid, medium now 10 quid, and large now 12 quid. Yeah, we're making cuts too. And 7th of April 24, minimum delivery spend, charges and areas may apply. T's and C's, see domino's.co.uk.
On talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth, today with Spencer the Omen Oliver alongside me. Now, Hall of Famer, legendary promoter Frank Warren joins us. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Gareth? And how are you, Spence?
Yeah, very well, thanks, Frank.
Very well indeed. Frank, thank you very much for lunch earlier in the week. Well, not just me, but a group of us. One of the things you outlined, which I hadn't noticed, was 4 undisputed titles from May to the beginning of June. Now, you said the word yourself over lunch, unprecedented. Neuer, Nui, Better be Evan Bivol, Fury and Usyk, obviously, and Canelo and Munguia. What a time, Frank.
Well, look, it is. I mean, that's why I get a bit annoyed with some of the sports, sort of boxing writers or sports writers, whatever they class themselves as, who keep having pops at the sport. Talking about, it's a sleazy sport, this doesn't happen, that doesn't happen. And they use us as, I think, as whipping boys sometimes, or they think they can. But the fact of the matter is, fights are being made, and they're being made regularly, and a lot of it is obviously down to the fact that the Riyadh season and His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, who we work with very closely, has enabled us to get some of these events on. And 2 of the fights you just mentioned, Tyson Fury's and the unification for heavyweight, all these heavyweight belts, and the Benatia and Bivol fight for all the light heavyweight fights are taking place in Riyadh on the 18th of May and the 1st of June. The other 2 fights, one's in the States and then the other one with the Nui, is taking place in Japan. So it's on, it's in different countries, and the fights are being made, and they're big selling fights. There's no doubt about that. So the sport's in quite a healthy condition, a very healthy condition, and there's more to be made. And I think Haney only recently gave up the belts, didn't he? He was another unified champion. So these events are being made, and they're being made on a more regular basis now, and that's brilliant. And as I say, I'll get a little bit annoyed, as I said to you at lunch, Gareth, and to the other guys and ladies, that it's just so frustrating for certainly for me when I've been in the sport for many years. I'm into my 5th decade in the sport, and it's just really, it's really good times for boxing, and lots of things are happening, and we should be embracing it, and not keep having a pop at it and finding stupid reasons or stupid, trying to denigrate things.
Absolutely, that's the right word, denigrating, Frank. It doesn't deserve it.
No, trying to find a fault, even if it's not with the fight.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Frank, one of the things everyone's got really excited about, and I quote you, I will be taking a megaphone to Brentwood. I'll be driving to Brentwood with a megaphone to wind up Eddie Hearn when I beat him. Lovely quote this week. Now, you've always been rivals with the Hearns, but at the moment you're working together, but you're also working against each other, and I love the irony. And you're very confident that you're going to win the war. 2 heavyweight fights, light heavyweight, middleweight and featherweight. Everyone's very excited about it. It's unprecedented again. It's classical. The rules are different. There's a point system. Someone's going to come out on top. You're talking about a 2nd chapter potentially at Wembley in September. When are we going to know who the 5 versus 5 are?
It'll all be revealed on the 15th of April here in London, and you will then. Obviously, it will be revealed, and I promise you, they are very exciting fights. Lots of speculation going on, but these will be very competitive fights.
Yeah, Frank, you said that the sport is in a very healthy place right now with all these bouts that are being made, and a lot of that is to do with Saudi Arabia and their investment and whatnot. But as you just said there, there is a possibility of this 5 versus 5 going on in the UK as well, possibly Wembley. I mean, that is great for the sport, isn't it?
Well, we haven't decided what's going on at Wembley yet. We've got an idea of the format of it, and that'll obviously be revealed in due course. But the Wembley show will be a Riyadh-style show. And what I mean by that is that it will be used as a commercial for the start of the Riyadh season in October. And the fact that that investment is being made will mean that we could put a show on that we wouldn't normally be able to do, well, because we'd be restricted by the finance. So that's great. So we've got it will be a mega show, one of these mega shows, which is great for the fans, and it's happening here. That's besides all of the other fights that are going on, obviously in the UK.
Sure.
But it will be something extra special, I promise you.
Sure, it's a fantastic time for boxing. It really is. Like you said, you've been in this sport for 5 decades. Would you say this is the strongest that boxing's ever been?
Look, it's I can look back. I can go back to the sort of the 70s when I first got involved. Looking back at those fights that took place, those great heavyweight fights, those great middleweight, welterweight fights, all those fantastic names that I certainly grew up with, and that was a very strong period. And I think we're sort of getting into a really strong period here. All the top fighters now are fighting each other, and that's what we want to happen. And it has happened over the years, but it's happening with more frequency now because obviously the rewards are there for the guys to take.
Can we ask you about the heavyweight division right now? One of the things that I've been very excited about in the last, I mean, you mentioned the May the 17th fight. We'll come to Fury and Usyk in a minute. We'll ask you about Tyson Fury, but we've got that, and we've got heavyweight fights on the 5x5 card on June the 1st when the light heavyweights meet in Riyadh, Bivol and Beterbiev, as you rightly say. But in the space of 5 events, the jiggling, the moving, the shaking in the heavyweight division, literally at the moment, you could kind of say, this is my top 4, Fury, Usyk, Joshua, Parker. You could literally put the other top 16 in the world in a hat and pull them out like an FA Cup final with names on them, names on balls, and you could have 8 amazing heavyweight fights. I can't remember a time, Frank, when everyone I meet is talking about the top 20 in the heavyweight division.
I agree with that, and that's the fact. You can do that. And also, what is happening? Guys are getting beaten, coming back, and then beating the guy that beat the guy. So, you look at the sort of the 3 fighters with 3 fighters involved in fights like Wilder. You look at Parker, as you mentioned. You look at Joe Joyce, and it's like one beat one, the other one beat the other one, and
It's a merry-go-round, isn't it, really? It's a merry-go-round.
It's like a Super League, really, for the heavyweights, isn't it, Frank? Like, a loss doesn't determine that they're then out of the game. No. They've still got an opportunity to come back again, because that's what you're creating, the best fighting the best, which means the 2 losers, effectively, can still fight, because they're 2 great fighters.
Frank, in four events' time, who's going to be the man of the era?
I think he is I think he's the best heavyweight of his generation already. And I believe Tyson will cement his legacy.
You mentioned, I've heard you mention this week, you might have said it at the lunch, but I know you've said it in maybe interviews on Box Nation. Congratulations on getting that YouTube channel and the station going again, by the way, with young Umar Ahmed, who's a fantastic interviewer, by the way. And congratulations, by the way, on all the things that are going on. Not just the Magnificent 7, Warren Boxing Management doing your called small hall shows. Listen, I'm vibrant about it at the moment. Can I ask you, you've said this week you believe that Fury will stop Usyk, he'll go after him in the fight. Could you elucidate on that more?
Well, I just feel that, styles make fights, and they're very astute fighters, both of them. I mean, Usyk's got an unbelievable pedigree as amateur world champion, Olympic world champion, cruiserweight and heavyweight, and as a professional undefeated, same as Tyson's undefeated. And Tyson's a 2-time heavyweight world champion, having beaten, I believe, the fighter of his generation in Klitschko. Went to Germany. He's adopted his adopted country and done a job there on him. And then went on to the States and done the same thing on Deontay Wilder. He's the guy to beat. And obviously, a lot of people at the moment feel, because of Usyk's two wins that he had over Joshua, that he may have the beating of Tyson. And they may look at Tyson's last performance against Ngannou and feel that there is some weakness there. And maybe Usyk feels that way. But they know each other. They will study each other backwards. But I just feel that Tyson is I think he's more able. I think he's a bigger guy. I genuinely do think that pace he'll set will be a problem for who's thick and feel that he will expose some weaknesses that I've always felt were there anyway, but no one's been able to exploit for various reasons. A lot of it complaining to referees when he gets clips to the body. But I just feel that Tyson will beat him, and I feel he will stop him, and I think he'll stop him mid-fight.
Yeah, this is where I'm at with that, Frank, where Alexander Usyk has always had the boxing IQ over his opponents, and he works his opponents out, and he's done that with Joshua. He's done that a couple of times with Joshua. What Tyson Fury has got is great boxing IQ, and he's got that adaptability. He's changed his style. Where he used to move around a lot and utilise the ring a lot, he now stands and holds his ground a lot more, but he's very smart with it. He feints a lot, and that's why I go with Fury on winning that fight as well, because I think adaptability is key here, and that's why I think he wins. The question I want to ask you, Frank, is, do we get it twice? Are they going again? Is there an immediate rematch with this? And obviously, if it goes one way or the other, could we have it 3 times?
Look, there is a rematch clause, and these guys are getting paid significant sums of money, and I'm sure the loser will want to dance again, and I'm sure the loser will call the rematch, which will be his right.
A couple of other things, Frank, very quickly. talkSPORT are live at Wardley and Clark, Fabio Wardley and Fraser Clark tomorrow night. Very important fight for both men. Wardley has looked very good, 16 knockouts in 17 as a pro. Fraser Clark, 6 knockouts in 8, maybe hasn't had his moment yet. Just want to get your opinion on that fight tomorrow night.
Well, I was quite impressed with Fabio when he fought David Adelaide. You know, the fight started off, and I thought Adelaide started well, but he just stuck to his task, and obviously beat Dave, stops him. He's obviously a tough guy. He comes from an unlicensed background?
Yeah, you know all about that, Frank.
Yep, I certainly do. He's a tough guy. Whereas, Fraser comes from an Olympian background, as a really great amateur record. And as you say, he had 8 fights and 6 stoppages. I think we're going to find out what Fraser Clark's all about in this fight. That's how I see it. But Fabio, he's a tough guy, and he can punch. And it's going to be a very, very interesting fight. One thing's for sure, I've spoken with Fabio's connections, because we were quite close to doing a deal, and they really wanted this fight. And cut long story short, they fancy it. They fancy the fight in a big way. So it's going to be very interesting.
No doubt you'll have an eye on that, but will you have an eye tomorrow on your favoured Arsenal against City?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a tough game for us, there's no doubt about it, but I think it's going to be a tough game for Man City. And I genuinely believe that we can win it. If we get a draw, I think that'll do it, but I genuinely think we can win it. I think we've got belief. I think we've got a team that does believe in themselves. And as much as I've been banging on about winning a striker, the fact of the matter is they've scored more goals without a designated striker. The whole team seem to be strikers at the moment.
Frank, thank you so much as always for joining us. Always a pleasure to listen to your wisdom on boxing. Have a great evening. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
Thanks, Frank.
And to you both, all the best. And listen, it's not just me as well, it's Spencer.
Frank, I was actually invited in the box that day that I saw you there by Steve Purgey. I was in the box #1 with Steve Purgey, Jake Wood and Frankie Dettori and all of those. But I'm actually a Tottenham fan.
Are you really?
He's a horrible little man. He's a horrible little man.
The only time you ever see me is when I go to Arsenal, because all my mates are Arsenal fans, and I always go to the box at Arsenal. I go to Arsenal more than I go to Tottenham, actually.
Right, well, the next time you come over there, I should put some garlic around here.
There you go.
Frank,
Exactly.
all my family are Arsenal, just putting it out there. There you go.
Yeah, well, it's the funny thing, my brother's a Spurs fan, but he's got dropped on his head when he's a baby.
Brilliant stuff. Enjoy the boxing and the football tomorrow, Frank. As always, thank you so much.
Thanks, Frank.
Bye.
The legendary Frank Warren there. Up next, we're looking at Conor Benn's hopes of fighting in the UK. Obviously dealt a blow this week as the Boxing Board of Control and UCAT won their appeal.
Fight night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Hey, you looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard, we've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just 150 £24. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
Like some kind of pizza ninja, Domino's are slicing their prices. Domino's price slice. Small pizzas now 8 quid, medium now 10 quid, and large now 12 quid. Yeah, we're making cuts too. End from April 24. Minimum delivery spend, charges and areas may apply. T's and C's, see domino's.co.uk.
Is the sound of your mates alive? He's getting more tomorrows for more chips and more drive-thrus. Is the sound of mates safely getting to 5-a-side? Just a goal line. Is the sound of mates hogging the hooks to hit play on electric jazz? Is the sound of mates getting home instead of here? Click your seatbelt, because 4 unbelted young people are killed or seriously injured every week. Think.
Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
With her new iPhone 15 from Vodafone and its 48 megapixel camera with 2 times telephoto. No matter where Hannah is sat, she can capture every goal in perfect close-up, even if they are for the other team. At Vodafone, save up to a huge £468 with iPhone 15 when you trade in an eligible device. Hurry, ends 4th of April. Vodafone.
Saving based on unlimited max plan and eligible trade-in. Trade-in and credit checks, verification and terms apply.
Here they come, racing lovers of the UK in the Coral Fan Derby. We've got the women with hats the size of houses boxing in the armchair experts. Neck and neck, it's the number crunchers. Their pencils sharp, their expertise sharper. The parents on a day out are the ones to catch. But moving up on the outside are those who back a horse because it's got a funny day. They snatch victory and they don't even know it. However you enjoy it, we know it's the fans that make horse racing what it is. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus, T's and C's apply. Take time to think. There's plenty of things you wish could go on for longer. An encore, it's a great gig. Or celebrating that stoppage time winner. But what about your paint? Johnston's Trade Cover Plus Final Matte now goes even further. The improved formula gives you superior opacity, greater coverage at 17 square meters per litre, and advanced flow for easier application. Meaning your tin of Johnston's Trade paint now goes on for longer. Cover Plus. It's in the name. Find out more at johnstonstrade.com. Superior compared to the previous Cover Plus formulation.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your play safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus.
If the client is not happy with the quality of the work and wants compensation because they allege it's amateurish, unprofessional and childlike, this Cox could help protect you. The story of your business, underwritten by his Cox Business Insurance. Subject to already holding a relevant Hiscox policy and subject policy eligibility, terms and conditions.
With Now, you can stream all the drama of the Premier League instantly and without a contract. Absolutely brilliant. This Sunday, all 3 title contenders are in action as Liverpool face Brighton at Anfield before Man City take on Arsenal at the Etihad. Can you believe it? Get all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream the race for the title live this Sunday from 2 p.m. Head to nowtv.com.
18 plus Sky Sports content streamed via internet. Full terms apply.
Coming to a laptop or a mobile screen near you. talkSPORT Bet Broadcast Boost presents The Big Game. This Sunday, Manchester City versus Arsenal. Erling Haaland, Phil Foden, Kai Havertz, each to get 1 or more shots on target. Current price 27-4. Broadcast boosted price 17-2. Sometimes it takes a hero to play the big game. For this and other thrilling odds, visit talksportbet.com. Blockbuster broadcaster, bring it on, bookie. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Talk Sport.
evening, I'm Max Scott here with your sports headlines. Mason Mount must have thought his 96-minute goal, his first for United, was enough to steal 3 points at Brentford. Then 3 minutes later, this happened.
Twisting and turning towards the byline, pulls it back, and Ayer is there to equalise! Christopher Ayer in the 99th minute may have rescued a point for Brentford.
The 1-1 draw puts United 8 points off a Champions League place. It was a Premier League classic at St James's Park earlier. Newcastle came from 3-1 behind against West Ham to win 4-3. David Moyes says he's sick of decisions going against him, though, after VAR awarded Newcastle a controversial penalty, which sparks their dramatic comeback.
Every decision today went against us, or the ones we were important and mattered. That one was important, it didn't go our way.
The win was made even more special for Eddie Howe, considering the injuries they sustained.
We were hit with challenges with players leaving the pitch. We had to reshuffle tactically a number of times, but the players, I think, just kept calm. They kept delivering what they needed to do.
Lascelles, Livramento and Almiron were all subbed off, adding to their huge injury list. In the race for the top four, Spurs came from behind to beat Luton 2-1, but Villa retook fourth spot with a 2-0 victory over Wolves. Luton's loss means Forest's point against Palace puts them outside the drop zone on goal difference. Their 4-point deduction had dragged them into the bottom three before today's results. Elsewhere at the bottom, Everton's struggles continue. They're still without a win in 2024 after losing 2-1 at Bournemouth. And 10-man Burnley salvaged a point against Chelsea as they drew 2-2 at Stamford Bridge.
talkSPORT News.
Ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas are reportedly resuming in Egypt tomorrow. Yesterday, Benjamin Netanyahu promised his country would return to talks. And a man's been arrested on suspicion of a terrorism-related offence during protests in London over the war in Gaza. The Met Police says it's related to support for a banned organisation. Pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian demonstrations took place in the capital today.
Online, DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Get in the ring and go the distance with Fight Night.
The fight starts now.
Without any cookies.
Don't think he's going to get up.
On talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Welcome back to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davison, him, Spencer, the Omen Oliver. Still to come this hour, we're joined by super featherweight Zelfa Barrett ahead of his fight with Jordan Gill in a couple of weeks' time. And we hear from heavyweights Fabio Wardley and Fraser Clark ahead of their British title clash tomorrow night that we are at live, of course, for your delectation. Fight Night on talkSPORT. Well, Mr. Oliver, I don't often call you that, Mr. Oliver.
I like it, though. I like
well,
it.
You are welcome. I'll call you Mr. Oliver all night now. So, big news this week. We've talked about it for a year and a half, 18 months. Conor Benn's hopes of fighting in the UK were dealt a blow as the Boxing Border Control and UKAD, the UK Anti-Doping Agency, won their appeal against the resurrection of his career. The suspension against him was lifted back in July last year, I believe.
Yep.
It's taken a very long time to come to fruition, but the National Anti-Doping Panel, the NADP, cleared Ben last week, I understand, in July last year, to resume boxing in the UK. And now, after the appeal from UKAD and the Boxing Border Control, they challenged the decision and they've been successful. What's unclear, Spencer, before we delve into this? Let's do this with alacrity and clarity, first of all. It's unclear, first of all, as much of this case has been, whether the suspension will be reimposed now after the appeal's outcome. Because the Boxing Border Control, even though this has now happened over a week ago, have made no comment. UKAD have made no comment. Conor Benn, I understand, I can reveal this, behind the scenes was about to do a couple of interviews. He hasn't done any in the end. No comment. Will Ben fight in the UK, in your view, anytime soon? Will he fight abroad anytime soon? Will he ever fight in the UK again? And we'll come to it finally, and I'll answer that. Is this a win for the Boxing Border Control and the way boxing needs to do things when positive cases come to light?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I think, to answer your question, will Conor Benn boxing in England anytime soon? I don't think he will. I think we're back to square one now where it's now Conor Benn, strict liability. You now have to present yourself to the British Boxing Board of Control, which they've been asking you to do. Present your evidence. You're saying you've got scientific proof and various other reasons why you didn't get, you know, why it was contamination or why it was in your system falsely. Well, now's the time, my friend, to present that evidence, because he needs to do that. You know, that's for the sake of boxing and for the sake of his own career.
Absolutely, those two things are very important, because as you say, it's done a full square around the block, and we're back at the same front door, aren't we?
Yes.
They won their case based on jurisdiction initially. But what they haven't done is what you just mentioned there, is the strict liability of those things being in your system. So if you have the evidence that the tests were contaminated and they were wrong, bring them forward. You've been out for 18 months, even though you've had a couple of fights under American licenses, or an American license rather. He's had 2 fights in America, under Eddie Hearn, on DAZN. But really, and this is the key in all of this, he is a big name, he is a big star. The big fight out there is still Chris Eubank, in my view. And the problem is, unless they go unlicensed, unless Chris Eubank Jr. steps away from his British licence, and may never get one if he fights Conor Benn unlicensed, that's the only way they're going to get around this. But I don't believe they should. I believe this is a victory for testing process, for the jurisdiction, the judicial situation around having drugs emerge in your body. We have to have strict liability.
Absolutely. Listen, Gareth, is, you know, we know that how big Conor Benn was, and he was a nation's sweetheart. People loved him, you know, like, you know,
outside the heavyweights, he was the biggest great
absolutely name. His dad's a boxing legend. So now this grey cloud's happened, you know, his name's not particularly good at the moment. It's not respected at the moment because of the situation that's going on. You need to clear your name, my friend, and that's the only way that he does it is by presenting that evidence that he says, and he's been saying for a long time now that he's got. Well, just present it and get this done with and move on. If you can't do that, then, you know, it's only saying one thing, isn't it?
We're not putting the knives in here on Conor Benn tonight. We're just simply stating that situationally and pragmatically, if that appeal had not been won by the Boxing Board of Control and UKAD, it would have allowed, it was a victory for boxing in many ways.
Absolutely.
A victory for testing systems, because other people would have seen that as an opening through the door and might have ridden roughshod over the rules in the future.
It would have been
it's
chaotic.
About Conor in lots of ways.
Yeah.
It's about this whole, how the way this whole process has been handled. And you are right to say this. Go back, do strict liability, potentially take a retrospective ban if you have the evidence, but you have it inside you, and that was in you and it was a mistake. You've almost served the ban anyway in the UK, because I think he and Chris Eubank Jr. is still a massive fight in the UK. It was capable of being in a big stadium, in my view.
Yeah, totally agree with you. It's still a huge fight, but, you know, he's never going to gain the respect from the public respect because of what he's gone through, unless he clears that name. So, you know, if he's happy being the villain, fighting as the villain, and, you know, and it's a difficult situation because of, you know, the situation is that Conor Benn has failed 2 tests, 2 separate tests, and he needs to clear that name. Now,
regardless of someone else has made a mistake with the testing.
With jurisdiction and that getting lifted, and them looking for loopholes in the system.
That's a very good word, loopholes.
Yeah, looking for loopholes in the system. Come on, mate. Forget the loopholes. Forget, like, going other ways around it. Prove your innocence. Let's move on. Prove your innocence. If you can't prove your innocence, take it like a man, put your hands up and say, listen, I made a mistake. And that's where we're at with it, because I think it's just been dragging on for way too long, and it's sort of getting a bit embarrassing.
A year ago, before the shake-up of the heavyweight division, it was the biggest story in boxing. It's the most obfuscated, confusing and grey, kind of grey story. You call it smoke and mirrors, you called it smoke and mirrors in the past. It may be that, it may be not. But the way it's been gone around for a very long time, if you think October 2022, we're in 2024 now, that fight was going ahead 4 days before, it was October the 8th, I think, 2022, the fight with he and Chris Eubank. It was a massive fight. It was a sold-out O2 Arena, wasn't it? It was going to be a very big event. We've gone round the houses with it. It's kind of disappeared in some ways because boxing has become very big again. There are bigger things to talk about, but it is a grey cloud at the moment, and it's got a bigger story. It's become a bigger story than Conor Ben.
Absolutely.
It's a story that is fundamental to the testing process. You're a man who's had a terrible injury boxing 26 years ago now, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have to safeguard the integrity of fighters stepping into the ring on an equal playing field against other fighters and have a testing system. Otherwise, because if this ruling had gone the other way and they hadn't won the appeal, it would literally have said, take what you want, because you can get away with it.
Totally agree. You know, the UKAD and the British Boxing Board of Control done the right thing by digging their heels in and saying, no, we're not accepting this. We're not accepting you finding loopholes in the system, lifting jurisdictions so that allows you to fight anywhere else. But what they were doing was they was getting this jurisdiction lifted, and by doing that they were saying, oh, Conor Ben's been cleared now. No, he'd never, ever been cleared.
On jurisdiction,
Cleared on absolutely. And Gareth, just quickly before you just quickly before you do that, I say, yeah, listen, for the sake of boxing, clear your name. Absolutely. And that's what he needs to do.
A short while ago, thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Mr. Oliver. A short while ago, Brentford and Manchester United drew 1-1, of course, in a thrilling game live on talkSPORT. Let's hear from both managers now. Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag, but first, Brentford manager Thomas Frank.
Out there thinking this is the most one-sided 0-0 game I ever seen, and then they scored, and I'm thinking, oh, what's happening? It's not possible. That is just our season in a nutshell. That goal went in, but at least I didn't lost the complete faith in the big football gods, because we got a little bit, just a tiny bit back. So we got the 1-1. Incredible performance.
First of all, it's about passion, desire. They wanted more, and you can see that in they fought for the ball, they fought for the second ball, we lost many second balls. Then in our possession, especially final third, we were sloppy, we were slow, we didn't create chances. So there are many things you can mention. But at the same time, also I can make a compliment to the team that they hold on to the game and they kept going. And they kept believing in a good result and in a win. And then you got the win. And now we are talking about that makes us very disappointed.
Man United manager Erik ten Hag there. Well, coming up next, we've got live on the show Zelfa Barrett, who fights in a couple of weeks' time in Manchester against Jordan Gill. That is going to be a cracker. Let's make the fires burn with Zelfa next.
Fight night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Hey, you're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at You Pull It, the region's pull your own parts breakers yard. We've got them in the thousands. Headlamps at 28 quid, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just £154. With over 3,000 cars on the ground and new in every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. Plus, we also buy scrap cars. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
Like some kind of pizza ninja, Domino's are slicing their prices. Domino's price slice. Small pizzas now 8 quid, medium now 10 quid, and large now 12 quid. Yep, we're making cuts too. End 7th of April 24. Minimum delivery spend, charges and areas may apply. T's and C's, see domino's.co.uk.
Is the sound of your mates alive? Is getting more tomorrows for more chips and more drive-thrus? Is the sound of mates safely getting to 5-a-side? Just a goal line? Is the sound of mates hogging the aux to hit play on electric jazz? Is the sound of mates getting home instead of here? Click your seatbelt, because 4 unbelted young people are killed or seriously injured every week. Think.
Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus. There's plenty of things you wish could go on for longer. An encore at a great gig. Or celebrating that stoppage time winner. But what about your paint? Johnston's Trade Cover Plus Final Matte now goes even further. The improved formula gives you superior opacity, greater coverage at 17 square metres per litre, and advanced flow for easier application. Meaning your tin of Johnston's Trade paint now goes on for longer. Cover Plus. It's in the name. Find out more at johnstonstrade.com. Superior compared to the previous Cover Plus formulation. Let's join Barry live for the build-up to this monumental match. What's your prediction?
You know, I've been watching this team for a very long time, Steve, and I could tell you now, score will be 3-1, there'll be over 9 corners, and the Frenchman will score a header.
Very specific, Barry.
It's Bet Builder from LifeScore Bet, mate. You can combine markets from thousands of options to create your own bet. Or if you can't make up your mind, you can choose from the pre-built quick bet options.
Which is exactly what you did, isn't it?
Bet Builder from LifeScore Bet. Building a bet just got easier. Full account terms apply. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Monday night. Live championship football on talkSPORT. Oh, it's it! Get stuck in.
Leeds United versus Hull.
He's up in the car park. 6. Kick off and the clock.
No one else brings you more.
Monday night on talkSPORT.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis. Yeah, it's the familiar playlist. Spencer Oliver is bouncing away, enjoying the tune. Well, joining us now live on the show, super featherweight Zelfa Barrett. He's been up, he's been down. He's got a tattoo of a boxing glove that's a brain on his body. I love this guy. I love his uncle, of course, as well, Pat Barrett, Zelfa Barrett, the nephew, who is going big guns. We cannot wait for the fight with Jordan Gill. Two terrific fighters who will win world titles, I believe, one day. Zelfa, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, man. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Hey, Zelfa, how's things, my man?
Indeed. Can I ask
We're
you
all good, man. We're all good.
Can I ask you first of all about that boxing glove that you've got tattooed on you that is a brain? Can you tell us about that?
Because, you know, boxing, you have to use your mind, your brain, really. So, you know, you put two together, you get a boxing brain.
You've got a few tattoos anyway.
Yeah.
Spencer and I were talking about your fight with Shavkat Rakhimov 2 years ago. Obviously, made a massive learning curve, the vacant IBF title that night. I see this, as Spencer does, against Jordan Gill, as big as a contest almost. This is almost like a world title fight. You guys are headlining at the Manchester Arena, as I call it. It feels like a world title to me.
Yeah, of course, you know, it's a big event for me. You know, headlining the city, you know, a place where I've seen Rick Yatton, Scott Quigg, Andy Crawler, you know, fight and run past there numerous times through my life. So to top my city in such a legendary place, you know, it's my everything. So yeah, this is my world title fight.
Absolutely, it is huge, and I think the winner of this goes on, and they do possibly get that world title shot. You know, if you look at, you know, the last performance that Jordan Gill had against Michael Conlon, you know, a fight that he was maybe not expected to win there, and he won that one in 7 rounds. You know, it quite shocked a lot of people. And you just look at that and you go, that bounced him right back in there after that shocked defeat actually by Kiko Martinez. So at this stage of your career, both of you guys, you're 30 years of age now. At this stage of your career, for both of you, it's a must-win, because I think for the winner, you go on, world titles are well within your capabilities for both of you guys. I think you're both exceptional fighters. You're an exceptional talent, you really are. You fell short for the IBF title, but put up, you know, you was winning that fight up until the end. You proved that you belong in world level, but for the loser, it's going to be a tough road back.
Yeah, of course, you're right. You know, with the world title fight that I had against Rakhimov, you know, I had like 5-week notice, and you know, I burst my eardrum in the fight as well. So, you know, I show my capabilities and what I can do in such short notice too. So, you know, this I've had like a big, long, you know, 12-week camp. I'm always in the gym anyway, and you know, I don't see nothing but winning. I see myself fighting for a world title at the Manchester Arena. So, you know, Jordan Gill's a good fighter, but There's only going to be one winner, man, and that's going to be me.
My understanding is that there is a world title shot on the line for the winner of this. It might be an eliminator. Is that right that Eddie Hearn's organised that?
Yeah, well, I've had a WBA check weight, so I assume it's for some sort of world title eliminator.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for both of you guys, like I said, like, you're at that stage of your career where, you know, the winner hopefully goes on and the loser it is a tougher road back for sure. But I mean, you've got great like ability, haven't you? Like you say, you fell short last time out. You proved you belong in that world title. You belong in that world title level anyway. You proved that you belong there. But yeah, you've got great capabilities, man. This is a huge opportunity. What I wanted to ask you was, is there any history between you two? I mean, have you ever sparred before, anything like that?
Was meant to, so I remember seeing him at the Manchester Arena one time, and I hit him. I said, "Yes, man, you good? How are you doing?" He's good. I think he just won one of his fights. I think. I was like, "Yo, man, we need to get some sparring together." He's like, "Yeah, sure." And then, you know, we just never really got to spar. You know, we've been cool, see each other, show loads of respect every time we see each other, but just never got that sparring. And, you know, I feel like when I beat Kiko, you know, I won back a round or two, they must have thought, oh, Kiko's not that good. So when Jordan boxed him and got beat for him, it's shown how good I was, or I am, you know what I mean? And then when Kiko beat Kid Galahad, it just showed how good I was then, you know what I mean?
There's lots of great fights out there for you in this division. We'll come to how you're going to beat him in your mind and physicality in a moment, and Spencer will delve into that. But Lamont Roach is the WBA champion. Joe Cordina is the IBF, of course, and I think you're about 12 with the IBF anyway. Lee Wood's knocking around in the division, John O'Carroll. There's a lot of great fights there for you, aren't there?
Yeah, man, the division's stacked, so, you know, must-win fight, and then, you know, I believe I'm one level. I believe I'm on that level to call out them names, you know, and, you know, I believe I'm a world-class fighter. You know, I just need to win a world title, which I believe I will do, then, you know, my name's in history, and I can say that.
Do you need to make a statement against Jordan Gill on the night to then make that statement in the ring that you want those names?
You know what, I kind of do, because for some reason it's Gil Barrett, but I'm but like, it's in my city, and I'm walking out second. So, I don't know, so I feel like I need to prove some sort of point that I ain't nothing to be played with, really, and yeah, I do feel like I need to prove a point.
Do you know what, Selford? I'm just thinking about this as an ex-fighter, and I'm just thinking about the psychological side of things, and that's basically where I see this could come down to. You know, when the physicalities leave you both, when you get into the penultimate rounds, 10, 11, 12, and it's not about the physical side of things, it's about the mental strength and who comes through it. You're both at that stage of your career where you go, you've got to be prepared to go somewhere deep and dark, man, and that's what you have to do in the boxing ring, doesn't it? Like, are you prepared to go there is probably what I'm saying, because you know that that's a great possibility that might happen.
Yeah, of course, you know, I've been in deep and dark waters through my life, so doing it against another man that's my weight ain't nothing to me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm willing to do that, you know, and I'm willing to show them demons. He's been stopped by Kiko, a guy I beat. Get me? So I'm willing to prove to him that there's a reason why you never boxed for a world title. There's a reason why you got to that level and you get stopped.
Flash,
you know?
Flash, bell rings,
no doubt.
Flash, bell rings, what happens?
Bartley, left up, right hand, right uppercut, left up to the body, every single punch you can think about.
I love it, your mind's, but the flash sprung open then, didn't it?
Do you know what it is? You go to bed thinking about your opponent, you wake up thinking about him, but the times when you go to bed, you have this little thing where you sort of play that out, you see the shots that land, and you sound like you've been there, Zelfa.
Yo, listen, I've been in camp, I'm home alone now, I've not seen the kids overnight, like, I've been dreaming it, eating it, sleeping it, you know, going through what I need to go through in my head, you know, and only really focusing on me and what I've got to do. You know, some fighters, they can overthink and think about how good the opponent is, listen, everyone's good at this level, but I need to focus on what I need to do, because I believe the best South America is Jordan Gill, and that's what I really do believe. I believe I do everything better than him. Like, he's like a retake version of me. I'm fast, I'm strong. He's come to my weight, you know, so, you know, I'm not Connor's a good fighter, but I'm no Connor, man. You know, I'm bigger than him, I'm stronger than him. So, you know, I've got all these advantages in my own head that I need to think about.
The Flash has spoken. Telfer Barrett fights Jordan Gill on the 13th of April this year, in a couple of weeks' time, at the Manchester Arena headlining. Thank you so much for taking time out tonight, for joining us at this late hour. Great to speak to you, Telfer. Cannot wait for the event. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you take care, mate. You take care, mate.
Thank you, man.
Well done.
Cheers. You are listening to Fight Night. What a great character he is. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value with William Hill. 18 plus. Be gamble aware. .org.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus. Be gambleaware.org.
Do you like the sound of work that has plenty of gigglers, where you'll build lifelong skills, as well as wobbly towers, where you'll feel part of a team, or even have the chance to lead one, where every little thing you do makes a big difference? Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
Racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars of the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward Shake-Up to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At Hawkshead Relish in Cumbria, demand is booming for our pickles and preserves in Canada and Australia.
And at Luminance from Cambridge, our AI software is saving lawyers time in over 60 countries and 80 languages.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
We're at BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with MGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus. With Now, you can stream all the drama of the Premier League instantly and without a contract. Absolutely brilliant. This Sunday, all three title contenders are in action as Liverpool face Brighton at Anfield before Man City take on Arsenal at the Etihad. Get all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream the race for the title live this Sunday from 2 p.m. Head to nowtv.com.
18 plus. Sky Sports content streamed via internet. Full terms apply.
The manager is subbing on the big man. And another change now. Rodgers comes on, the veteran right back. And now the third choice goalie enters the field. They can barely contain themselves here. The new super sub from Paddy Power. All subs are now super. Because if a player in your bet is subbed off, it carries over to the new player coming on. Paddy Power. Football, you gotta love it. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus. Be gambleaware.org. The warm-up. Inject high-octane, explosive entertainment into the post-apocalyptic wasteland that is your average sporting Sunday. The warm-up with Mad Max Ruston and Barry Glendenning.
Actually, I'm not mad, just a bit tired.
He's the rebel weekend warrior, chained to the wheel of a spiky, futuristic juggernaut of sporting retribution.
Actually, it's just a normal city car, 1.6 automatic.
Wheels spinning through the blasted badlands of your weekend.
Guys,
a warm-up with Max Ruston and Barry Glendenning.
He clearly hasn't heard the show, has he?
The future of Sunday morning sports broadcasting.
Tomorrow morning from 11 on talkSPORT.
March 31st, the
high-level amateurs over and over again. Like, I don't know what more you want from me to prove that I'm a serious contender in this game.
It's like this new era of heavyweight walks around with France.
Turn it down, please. Alexa, turn it down, please.
We have a grudge, we have a rivalry, and we have a history.
No one pushed me into this
Don't
point.
be upset. Relax.
I'm not upset. I'm just saying, don't question me and try and say I'm alive when I'm not.
Questioning you, what?
We good?
Those are the voices of Fabio Wardley and Fraser Clark, who of course meet for the British heavyweight title tomorrow night at the O2 Arena. We are there, myself, Spencer, Adam Smith and John Rawling. We are live on talkSPORT 2 at 6 o'clock and on talkSPORT 1 at 8:30. The entire card, 6 fantastic fights. Fabio Wardley, 17 wins, 16 knockouts. He's the marginal favourite going into this. It's a massive contest. Spencer Oliver caught up with him. He's the British heavyweight champion this week and started by asking Fabio about his initial thoughts on how that press conference this week unfolded.
A lot of people always expect me to pull out some sort of game, some sort of trickery. A lot of questions of do I have something up my sleeve for the presser and stuff, but as and when the moment takes me, maybe. But look, I think we've done a lot of talking already. We've said pretty much all there is to be said, and now we're a few days away. It's all about Sunday night.
It's all about the focus, isn't it? Like you say, like the mind games is a big part of boxing. You know, the fights can be won and lost right here. You're great at getting inside your opponent's head and niggling away at them. That's what you do. And I heard you saying up there, that's part of your character anyway. That's the part of who you are.
Yeah, it's massive for me that it's. Everyone always asks me like, oh, what's your plans? What are you doing? Like, what are you gonna do? And it's not for anyone else. It's for me. Like, if you look how you see me on day to day with my team. I'm having laughs and jokes with them as well, and I'm gonna do the same thing. All I'm gonna be is me. I'm not a character. I'm not gonna be anything different. I'm just gonna have fun with this and enjoy it as much as I can.
I mean, you know, there's been a lot of talk in the build-up to this one about Fraser and his extensive amateur career and 8 fights. Is it too soon? Where do you see him sat in this one now? He's trying to become the fastest ever British heavyweight champion. We're doing it in his 9th fight. Do you think it's too soon for him?
Yeah, I do. Look, nothing done fast is done well. It takes time to build and learn. And okay, look, I get it. You've done it in the amateurs. That was actually quite a long time ago for you to, when you was at that. Maybe even your peak, when you was at the best of you. That was a good few years ago now. Have you still got that same in the tank? A lot of people always expect me to pull out some sort of game, some sort of trickery. A lot of questions of do I have something up my sleeve for the presser and stuff, but as and when the moment takes me, maybe. But look, I think we've done a lot of talking already. We've said pretty much all there is to be said, and now we're a few days away. It's all about Sunday night.
Yeah, it's all about the focus, isn't it? Like you say, like the mind games is a big part of boxing. You know, the fights can be won and lost right here. You're great at getting inside your opponent's head and niggling away at them. That's what you do. And I heard you saying up there, that's part of your character anyway. That's the part of who you are.
Yeah, it's massive for me that it's. Everyone always asks me like, oh, what's your plans? What are you doing? Like, what are you gonna do? And it's not for anyone else. It's for me. Like, if you look how you see me on day to day with my team. I'm having laughs and jokes with them as well, and I'm gonna do the same thing. All I'm gonna be is me. I'm not a character. I'm not gonna be anything different. I'm just gonna have fun with this and enjoy it as much as I can.
I mean, you know, there's been a lot of talk in the build-up to this one about Fraser and his extensive amateur career and 8 fights. Is it too soon? Where do you see him sat in this one now? He's trying to become the fastest ever British heavyweight champion. We're doing it in his 9th fight. Do you think it's too soon for him?
Yeah, I do. Look, nothing done fast is done well. It takes time to build and learn. And okay, look, I get it. You've done it in the amateurs. That was actually quite a long time ago for you to have, when you was at that. Maybe even your peak, when you was at the best of you. That was a good few years ago now. Have you still got that same in the tank? Have you still got them same abilities? Is it all still firing like it used to? They're the question marks I'm looking to expose on Sunday night.
I mean, you've been there, seen it, done it as a professional now. You know, you've had that coming of age fight against Nathan Gorman, winning the British title. Last time out, winning the Commonwealth title against David Adelaide. Out in Saudi Arabia, you've done it again. You know, you proved that you've got that toughness, that explosive power, and you can ride through some, you know, some heavy moments. You've proved that. Do you think that Fraser, you know, he's not been at that level yet? Do you think that could be instrumental in what happens in this fight?
Yeah, I think it all plays a part. Even from the stage itself being massive, but even to all of this as well, all of the build-up, the fight week itself, There's a lot of interviews, there's a lot to talk about, they need you for a lot of different things. It all takes its toll if you haven't done it before. Even when we had a face-to-face on Wednesday, I think it was, in the O2 when it was empty, and he said to the camera, like, oh, it's settling in now, it's a bit of a, I'm getting that big fight feeling, like my heart's going and things, and you can tell it's new for him, he hasn't done this, so you have to learn to figure that out, and he's having to do that on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, this is his time now. This is our time to set up. We've not seen that, have we? In his previous 8 fights, you talk about levels and being able to go through the levels, and I think that's what's been missing from Fraser. You know, in the bit going into this fight, in his first 8 contests, you've had the opportunity, but we've not actually seen you go through the gears. Marius Wack was a great one. You could look at, you go, well, this guy will stand in front of you, and this is where you could show us what you got in the levels. And that's why, for me, probably you start the favourite in this contest, because you're proven, and we've not seen that from him.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing as well, because everyone says, oh, he's got the amateur victory, he's got it in the locker, Why haven't we seen it then? What does it ultimately? I had this conversation with someone yesterday, and I was saying, look, if you've got all the skills in the tank, you're not only just going to pull them out on the big nights and big occasions. Prime example of that is Ben Whittaker. He does all of the moves he does and pulls off, and all the little tricks and the showboat and everything with the opponents he's fighting now, and I guarantee you he'll be doing them when he's fighting a much higher caliber of opponent, because he's got those, he's confident in himself. If anything, you try them all out now, and we just haven't seen it when he's been fighting these low-level opponents.
Sure, I mean, fight goes ahead, Easter Sunday, quite an unusual day for boxing, but you've done that before, haven't you? You've been there, you've got that experience. Yeah, so, you know, a game with Fraser, like, you know, a game about the opportunity. Where do you go here if you come through this one on Sunday? Because you're 17-0 now, 16 KOs. Where do you go now? You'll be looking to kick on from British and Commonwealth. You're going to want to go up the next level. Is it the European route? Are you looking to get in the mix out there with the Saudis and with what's going on there, with the landscape of the heavyweight division? I mean, what is the ideal roadmap for you?
Yeah, I'm going to start looking at that European and international route. I'm well ranked with a number of the governing bodies, top 10, so I'm in the mix of it. So we know what's going on with the Fury and Usyk stuff, that they're going to fight maybe once, maybe twice. But one way or the other, those belts are going to fragment. So the primary objective after this is to get yourself in a good position to be fighting for one of those.
Yeah, get yourself world ranked and hopefully pick up one of those titles when they become vacant or etc. But obviously, you've got to do the job Sunday. How do you do it?
Same way I always do it, with a little bit of flair, a little bit of entertainment, and a big knockout.
Now, I asked you the other day, didn't I? He said that he's prepared to get down in the trenches. I asked you the same question. Are you ready to get down in the trenches? And your answer was exactly what you're doing now.
I said that was a silly question. I'm always ready to get down in the trenches. I love it.
Brilliant. Well, listen, can you do us one big favour before we go? Look down that lens and tell the talkSPORT listeners and viewers why they should tune in on Sunday.
talkSPORT listeners and viewers, tune in Sunday night, 31st of March. It's going to be a massive fight. Fraser Clark, Fabio Wardley, belts on the line, all the marbles. We're going to get it on, and Fabio Wardley's coming out on top with a big KO.
All the marbles, great interview there, Spencer and Fabio Wardley. Fabio obviously defending the British and WBA Continental heavyweight title against Fraser Clark. Couple of things, Spencer, great interview, as I said. It's his 7th time at the O2 Arena, knows the dressing room, knows the walk. He's headlining for the first time. No kind of amateur pedigree at all, which is extraordinary. And I've watched this guy, like you have, come up. I remember the Eric Molina fight, then Nick Webb that he knocked out, because Webb was a banger as well at that time. The Nathan Gorman fight, they've all been notches in the bedpost, if you like. David Adelaide last October at the Battle of the Baddest. And now Fraser Clark. 16 knockouts in 17 fights. He's been in the trenches. We've seen it a couple of times. It's all about, for me, I think he needs to just start fast. That's the only thing about Fabio. He's a slow starter. Yet once you hit him, he's awake.
Absolutely, and he's proven that. You know, I think that he got stiffened a little bit by Nathan Gorman in the second round before he knocked Gorman out, you know, in that third round. And we saw it against Adelaide as well. He come through some rough times against Adelaide as well, but he showed that he can bite down on his gum shield. He can weather the storm. He's got that champion's mentality, you know, and he said, you know, when I said it to him, I saw a little twinkle in his eye when I said, how do you do this? Do you get down in the trenches? Are you prepared to go there? He went, don't ask me that, because I've been there. He went, you ask him. He said, because he's not been there, but I'm going to tell you something, Spence. I'm taking him there. I'm going. I'm starting fast. My record is 16 out of 17 KOs. I want it 18 out of 17. I don't want to play around. I've got the experience. Forget the amateur pedigree. The kid's up for it.
He hasn't ever been beyond the 7th round. We're getting to Fraser Clark and where he belongs in this fight. He's 8-0, of course, with 6 knockouts. With the complete other side of the frame, he's been an amateur, an elite amateur. We'll hear from him next. Another interview that I had with Fraser and Ben Shalom. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value with William Hill. 18+, be gambleaware.org.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18+, be gambleaware.org.
Do you like the sound of work that has plenty of giggles? Where you'll build lifelong skills, as well as wobbly towers? Where you'll feel part of a team, or even have the chance to lead one? Where every little thing you do makes a big difference. Do something big. Work with small children. Search early years careers to find out more.
Racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Rewards Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free Rewards Shake-Up to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18+ UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a all-in-one. Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and vary.
We're at BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18+. Need help to grow your business online? Vodafone Business presents Digital SOS with me, Stephen Bartlett.
Going digital is everything nowadays. I could really do with some help.
If your business is struggling with its digital skills, Vodafone Business has got you covered. Vodafone VHub is a free place to go to for small business support and practical guidance. Search Vodafone VHub now and you can book a free consultation with a VHub advisor today.
What a team! What a team! And to think these lads have never played together and probably never will. That's the beauty of LiveScore Bet Squads. It's free to play and all that counts is putting the ball in the back of the net. And putting some cash in your pocket. That too, Steve. LiveScore Bet Squads. Every time they score, you score. Up to £50 in cash.
Competent account required. Players revealed Monday to Friday, max 5 per round. Withdrawable cash amount per goal varies. T's and C's apply. Bet responsibly. 18+ for gambleaware.org.
Sucker Punch your Saturday nights. Fight Night on talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Fraser Clark may be the better boxer in here, but this is a heavyweight professional bout in a big crowd with a lot of pressure, I think, on Fraser Clark's shoulders. And the Fabio Wardley team looks super confident. Good shot from Wardley with the right hand. And he goes down heavily, Larty, all over. Inside two. Big weight with a big shot. And Fraser Clark with a second round knockout win.
But 100%, I have thought about Fraser Clark lifting that British title and doing myself, my family and my town proud.
Sunday, how do you do it?
Same way I always do it, with a little bit of flair, a little bit of entertainment and a big knockout.
Welcome back to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis and Spencer the Overall. But tomorrow we are at the O2 Arena with live heavyweight commentary of Fabio Wardley versus Fraser Clark. for the British title. Time now for an odds update on that fight with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Well, joining us now to bring us right up to date with the latest odds is William Hill's Lee Phelps. Lee, what have you got for us?
Yeah, what a card this is for Easter Sunday. Really looking forward to the main event. I'll talk about that in a second. Looking forward to the undercard as well. Not least the reappearance of Ben Whittaker, who's a really short price favourite to win his fight, 1-50. But I noticed we put out a special bet on Ben Whittaker to be deducted a point in the fight. He's 3-1. Now this is obviously in light of his repeated warnings and a bit of a stern telling off from Sean McAvoy, the ref in his last fight. We'll see what happens with that one, but can't wait for that. As for the main event, Fabio Wardley 2-5, really short price, against Fraser Clark 15-8. The draw 20-1. Of course, we know the story behind it. We've been listening to you guys build up to this now for a few weeks. Wardley, aggressive, starting to look really good in his last few fights. Fraser Clark, with that amateur experience, looks a bit pedestrian as a pro. And the question is, does he then go to another level against Wardley? He's 15-8 if you think he can win it. I personally think he'd have to box really well and keep Wardley off him for 12 rounds. I'm not sure he can do that. Wardley to win by stoppage in the first 6 rounds has been enhanced to 3-1. Clark to win by decision is 6-1. I think Wardley wins in the second half of the fight. So you could go for the second half of the fight, and that's priced at 9-4, around 7-12. Or you could go for the 9, 10, 11, or 12.